Chapter 1. New York, Queens. On Longning Street, where every inch of land is precious, a handsome young man is drinking tea on the second floor of a small jewelry store. Lin Tian, who traveled to this Marvel world a few years ago, created a business legendary on Wall Street with his own hands. But a move by Iron Man and SHIELD wiped out all his savings. The employees died, the company went bankrupt, and no compensation was received. That thing made him understand. Want to really survive in this dangerous place of Marvel, money useless. It still depends on strength. And today is the end of his system loading countdown. The system is loaded and you get the God of Creation system. As long as you have enough creation crystals, you can create and modify the fantasy events, characters, items, and creations in your mind in the real world. Crystals are not the same. It turned out to be the Chuangshi God system. Lin Tian, who liked to read in Wang's articles in his previous life, naturally understands this. The God of Creation system, as the name suggests, is as powerful as the God of Creation. It can create the world, modify the world, fabricate the world, and create everything that is impossible, unreasonable, or non-existent through your own thinking. As long as there is enough crystallization, he can create the event of the coming of the fool of the ancient gods. Create the event of the wolf tribe Eritaro fighting against the source of darkness in Yangtzuan. Create an all-out war event between the emperor and the archons. In the authority he is the only god, above all rules. Moreover, the created plots and characters can be changed and controlled by him at will. Lin Tian put down his teacup. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Create something big? I like. But before that, he had to look at the rules obtained by the creation crystal. The creation crystal is the key to making everything. Reminder: the way to obtain the creation crystal is to collect various emotions of human beings, including positive emotions and negative emotions. Increasing the strength of the lawful camp can maintain the existing balance by condensing a large number of creation crystals. Lin Tian suddenly understood. It is equivalent to the balance of light and darkness in Jackie Chan's adventures. He, the creator god, is playing the way of balance. In this way, he not only needs to create a chaotic camp, but also a lawful camp. Only through the confrontation between the two sides can he obtain more creation crystals. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He needs a stage, a big stage. With a slight thought, he selected a target. So, next, let the world see the power of the creator god. First, create a small explosion event and make a small shock. Lin Tian closed his eyes and started calling the creation system. During his deduction, he is completely protected by the system, and no one can interfere with him. Create. A picture gradually appeared in Lin Tian's mind, and a huge amounts of creature gradually became clear. And in his hand, a broken arrow gradually appeared. On the system, -20, -150, -30. At night in New York, the sky is full of stars. Iron Man Tony is entertaining corporate shareholders, high society, and politicians to celebrate Stark Industries' big harvest this year. Although a war broke out with HYDRA, destroying a large amount of infrastructure of merely sword. But Stark Industries' weapons orders skyrocketed instead, making him a fortune. Especially Iron Man's Stark Industrial Defense System was extremely impressive in the last performance. This time May Legion's National Defense heard that Stark was going to sell this interception system, so they hurriedly sent people to this banquet and wanted to buy a few sets back. Buy a home edition. After all, in such a dangerous world, who wouldn't want their family to be safe? At the scene full of drone models and equipment, Tony excitedly introduced various equipment under the transparent glass behind him. These are the home defense systems launched by our Stark Industries. They are specially equipped with at least 13 defensive weapons, 10 drones, and the most advanced infrared system and scanning system. Even if a fly flies in, it will be killed. The system identifies males and females, and under the protection of this system, you will be absolutely safe. Let me demonstrate to everyone. At the beginning of the banquet, a mosquito was put in. I hope everyone didn't shoot him to death. Please rest assured that today's guests are all on the invitation list. If the system finds that no one has been invited people, it will sound the alarm, and then attack. JRVS. Start the scanning function. Just after Tony finished speaking, dozens of red lasers suddenly appeared in various areas of the room, scanning everything in the air, and in just a second, those red lights instantly locked on a target. I found the target. Just when Tony was about to say the attack, JRVS broke out again. Discover target 2. Then, discover target 3. Finding target 4. Find target 20. Scalp numb. How can there be so many targets? See JRVS lock onto the ground, walls, and even your own back. He really panicked. Panic plus 150 from Tony Stark. Ah, it was actually discovered. It seems that you are not very good at hiding abilities. The crowd automatically gets out of the way. A young man of about 20 was sitting at the table. There were stitches all over his body and face. Blue has medium-length hair, combed into 3 strands. The right strand of hair hangs in front of his shoulders. His right eye is gray, and his left eye is blue. It looks very evil. In the surrounding darkness, more than 24 shadow ninjas wearing black ninja costumes emerged from the ground. Really, if that Master Dio hadn't asked me to cooperate with you this time, I would have been able to complete the mission and release those guys by myself. A little girl of Queen Fan stepped out of the place where the shadow army was swarming. Black dress, evil smile, a pair of purple pupils, like a devil. Tony also emerged with 2 ninjas holding a knife to his A****. You, what do you want to do? How can you hold someone's, but with a knife? The first time Tony met this perverted ninja, Tony was really scared. Fear from Tony Stark, plus 250, just at the moment. The ground shook suddenly. The partygoers looked up at the crumbling lights on the ceiling above them. Next moment, the whole building suddenly tilted, as if it had collapsed, which made other people panic. Did it suddenly collapse? And Tony, I won't slip my hands. These banquet guests panicked and wanted to run away. But the man named Jinren stretched his arms and jumped off the table. Everyone, where do you want to go? Get out of here. I'm leaving. A bald, greasy man who was hugging his girlfriend yelled coldly. He was an insurance tycoon. The real person just smiled and touched the greasy man in front of him with his hand. No way. Next second, the greasy man's body swelled up. As if injected with gas, red sarcoid tumors bulged one after another on his chest, face, back, and legs. Chapter 2. Oh. The people around were frightened by the tragedy and retreated again and again. Not sure what happened to him, but the instinctive reaction was to run back, avoiding him like the plague. And the greasy man stretched out his hand, wanting someone to save him. But his miserable state. Who dares to approach him? Tony wanted to activate JRVS secretly, but the Shadow Legion seemed to understand his mind, and the tip of the knife pushed in a little bit. Tony quickly tightened his buttocks, clamped the opponent's knife, and then raised his hand high. Don't. Nothing moved. Fear from Tony Stark, plus 300, destroy all the equipment around me. The Dark Queen Xiaoyu spoke. The surrounding Shadow Legion chose to do it without any hesitation. Use speed and agility to take down Iron Man's home defenses on display. He didn't speak in order to attack. The devices only locked onto the target. And the others can only watch from the sidelines now, watching sure Stark's defenses be dismantled. As for the greasy man who was transformed by a real person, the newly sprouted sarcoma gradually occupied the position of his head, and his limbs were completely covered by sarcoma. He who was standing on the ground lost his bones with a bang, and fell to the ground, turned into a disgusting slug lying on the ground covered with tumors, wriggling on the ground. The sarcomas engulfed the menacing eyeballs. Immediately after, caries similar to venom grew under the eyes. And at the place where he was swallowed, a big mouth longer than his arm grew out. And beside it grew 6 hands that looked like centipedes side by side, grabbing his female companion. Go away, go away. Greasy guy's female partner yelling, stomping on those slimy arms with high heels. But the man who had been transformed into a cursed spirit no longer had self-awareness, only endless hunger. He grabbed the woman with 6 arms, and then opened his huge mouth, swallowing the woman mercilessly and amputating the woman at the waist with his sharp teeth. Pop, pop, pop. Even if you close your eyes, the cruel scene is still vivid in your mind, and the sound of chewing makes all the people present feel horrified. Some people were so scared that they wet their pants on the spot. It's so scary. People from the Ministry of Defense hide behind the crowd and send a message to the army, asking for support. The agent hiding in the crowd also sent the same distress signal to SHIELD, which will be broadcast live at the same time. The real person touched the monster twisted by him and greeted the others with a smile. Everyone, please allow me to introduce you. You can call me Taoist. I am a super-level cursed spirit. The ability is to transform the soul of the touched object into a cursed spirit. This process is irreversible. In order to collect emotions more conveniently, Lin Tian transformed some spells into something that even common people can see. Hearing the other party's words, Iron Man Tony was shocked. Stunt spell? What is that? According to him, that man's soul was transformed into a monster? Hiss. A means of manipulating the soul. Still can't reverse? What kind of terrifying devil power is that? If you become like that, don't talk about picking up girls. It's fine if you don't get hunted down. Thinking about being touched by that person, his soul was twisted into that kind of monster, and he couldn't recover, Tony felt a chill behind his back. You must never touch him. Stay away. You must stay away from him. Fear from Tony Stark, plus 250. Fear from Edruse, plus 13. Fear from the Tower Ross Carl, plus 25. Shield Tricurve Wing Building. Nick Fury looked at the screen from the agent. The bottom of my heart is incomparably horrified. That person just touched the other person lightly, and the other person turned into a monster? Moreover, what is modified is the soul, which cannot be reversed by other means. That's even more dangerous. When did such a dangerous person appear in this world? Shock plus 100 from Nick Fury. Shock from Hill plus 100. Shock plus 20 from Agent. Nick Fury issued an order. Have you found any information about these people? Director Nick, we have compared the database, but we have not found any records of these two people. So what's the purpose of these two people? I don't know for now, but it doesn't look like it's for revenge. Nick Fury slammed the table. Damn fuck. When did this force appear in New York? Immediately send agents to take action. Stark's banquet is the most important people in the world. If they all turn into monsters, then the world is in chaos. Just by being touched by him, it will be twisted into a monster. Who knows the consequences of letting him go? After Nick gave the order, Hill's face became more serious. Because she received another message about Stark Industries. Hill quickly turned the computer to Nick and replayed the screen he had just seen. Director Nick, you'd better take a look at this video first. Hill clicked on the video. A gorilla magnified hundreds of times. At the moment, it's rampaging towards the Stark building. On the road, whether it was vehicles, roads, or street lights, they were all shot flying by him. Mayor Falk, such a big orangutan. Why didn't anyone find out in advance? I don't know. It seems to have appeared suddenly, but it can be seen that it has an inexplicable hatred for the Stark building. If this orangutan is allowed to climb up the building, it may kill those who participated in the banquet with a single slap. Hearing what Agent Hill said, Nick knew the situation was more urgent. Action, contact the local police now, and the military, stop it. The military also received the information and responded immediately. An army was sent to suppress it. As they can see, there is indeed a gorilla downstairs, roaring angrily, climbing towards the Stark building. Inside the Stark building, the cursed spirit that had swallowed the woman began to move quickly towards the crowd again. No one dared to get close to the Shadow Legion, let alone the real person. You can only approach the edge of the building. But that cursed spirit obviously has no legs, but its speed is like a ghost. While everyone was screaming, the bulletproof glass outside was suddenly hit by a huge amount of palm, and the people near the window were instantly smashed by the shattered glass, and even the cursed spirit was shattered in an instant. It's just frightening that the shattered spell healed instantly. Even if the cursed spirit transformed by me is broken into 100,000 parts, it will recover instantly and devour evolution. Seeing this scene, Tony was horrified. This thing can't be killed. It seemed to be exactly what he said. After eating the woman just now, the body of the orangutan became bigger. Then a gorilla, magnified hundreds of times, looked at the real person with anger. Roar. Thump. Chapter 3. My God, God help. There is a cursed spirit in the house, and there is a monster outside the house. Help me. Some people were frightened into soft-legged shrimp. Some were incontinent in fright. Some people yelled desperately, but were swallowed by the cursed spirit. Desperation instantly enveloped everyone. Gain desperate mood plus 20. Get Tony Stark's tension plus 200. In a panic, Tony saw Pepper in the crowd being approached by a real person, and he suddenly became nervous. The hand of a real person can twist others. He didn't want Pepper twisted into a monster like that. Get Tony Stark's tension plus 500. On the other side, Lin Tian, who observed the soaring negative emotions, smiled slightly. Found the object of the fleece. The plot continues to advance. Jinren looked at the huge monster outside with a smile on his face. You gorilla is really fast? You want to save that girl, don't you? As he spoke, he took out a dry scarecrow in his hand. He retwisted into a girl's appearance, and then retracted, revealing an evil face. If I turn everyone into scarecrows, can you tell the difference? Saying that, he stretched out his left hand to Pepper. No. Stop. Tony's eyes widened, bloodshot. Anger from Tony Stark, plus 1,000. Just when the real person was about to touch Pepper and Tony felt hopeless, a pale green light hit the real person's hand and knocked the real person back. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Suddenly, a large group of people jumped out from the corner. Seeing that Pepper was fine, Tony had a look of complete relief on his face. Excitement from Tony Stark, plus 250. Xiaoyu, you've gotten into trouble again. Xiaoyu? Who are you calling Xiaoyu? You want to call me the Queen of Darkness. Xiaoyu, the Queen of Darkness. hugged her shoulders, and issued an order coldly to the real person. Real person, hurry up and finish the work. Master Dio didn't ask you to come and play. Quickly transform it. Open the island of demons, Skull Island, and realize the landing of Master Dio. Heaven's plan. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, Tony felt a sudden pain behind him, as if his *** was being pulled by a knife. It turned out that the two shadow legions who were holding him were sent flying by a man with a big nose. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 200. You're welcome. Uncle Long smiled at Tony. You are welcome. I am polite to you. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 100. Tony resisted the pain, but he didn't expect to get his butt slit in the end. At the moment, Iron Man battle suit is still in its infancy, and it will take some time for them to flight. Bright lights appeared outside, like falling meteors. That's Iron Man's batch armor. The arrival of this battle armor is too slow, and it needs to be improved faster. The arm guard and breastplate were the first to break through the window and hit the ninja of the Shadow Legion. Then stick them on Tony's body one by one. After Iron Man was fully dressed, he rushed into the battlefield without checking his injury first, holding Pepper away from the battlefield. Put her in the back of the hall where it is safer. JRVS. Activate the guard area and keep her safe. Tony, watch out. Tony nodded. Then he rushed towards Dad and rejoined the battlefield. Iron Man, who rejoined the battlefield, looked at the real person and Uncle Long with anger. No thanks, it's what I should do. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 100. Then he looked at the white-haired old man with glasses holding a puffer fish. Positive emotions from Tony Stark, plus 50. The real person on the opposite side saw the father coming, with a gentle smile on his face. Dad, you are so old. You should take a good rest. You be asterisk, 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 D. With Dad here, you don't even want to break the outer seal of Skull Island. The real person met a person, and that person instantly became a growing vine, blocking the two of them. Why can't you untie it? There are so many gods there. You see, I just got a spell on the battlefield. I only have a little bit of power, and if I get that kind of powerful power, how great will I become? The presence. You're crazy. Daddy, it looks like Dad has to wake you up. Listening to the conversation between the two, Tony was extremely shocked. Skull Island, where is that? The real person in front of him just got an item from Skull Island, and it became so terrifying. If there is a more terrifying existence there. Father, don't waste your energy in vain. Cursed spirits can only be killed by special methods, and larger creatures are more terrifying after being transformed into cursed spirits. What I transformed just now were only some sea-level common curses. Spirit, and the only child of the Guardian of Skull Island is born. What do you think will happen? When you see a real person, you have to do it. The old man's face changed drastically, and even Uncle Long's expression became extremely solemn. The old man hurriedly shouted, "Quick, stop him. Don't let him do anything to little King Kong. If something happens to the Watchman's child, once the Watchman leaves Skull Island, the monsters around Skull Island will revive all over the world." Recovery. Tony couldn't care about anything else. At this moment, he had no choice but to trust his father. The SHIELD agent, who has been broadcasting live, also received the information. Skull Island. Cursed spirit. Watcher. It was the first time they had heard these secrets. But at the moment, they have to find a way to save the gorilla. Judging from the current situation, whether it was successfully transformed by a real person or seriously injured by a human being, both could lead to the so-called Asgardian Skull Island. And the real person in front of him just got an item from Skull Island, and it was already so terrifying. What would happen if Skull Island were unblocked? They can't imagine it at all. Now, they can only prepare for the worst. Nick Fury. What's going on in New York? What are the military and the police department doing now? Oops, the military is going to use Tomahawk missiles to kill King Kong. Chapter 4. Mom F*** K. Nick Fury at the moment wanted to slap the table and curse. Everyone has said it. Attacking Donkey Kong now may bring out Asgardians. As a result, these military forces wanted to bomb King Kong. What the hell do you think is a biohazard? Thinking of bombing everything you see? Negative emotions from Nick Fury, plus 100. Hill agent comforted. Don't worry, maybe the military doesn't know about it. Nick Fury thought for a moment. It is also possible. The reason why they know what's going on inside is because their agent is streaming internally, so they know what's going on inside. But it is possible that the military just knew about the monster attacking New York, not the reason. Thinking of this, Nick Fury said to his agent, "Give me access to the military. I want to speak to General Rob." The military did only receive news of a monster invasion. Plus, their people were dead, and they didn't know what happened inside. And there is only one fact before us. That is, a terrifying gorilla has indeed appeared and is attacking the Stark building. Therefore, after the military found that common weapons could not deal with this monster, they ordered the use of Tomahawk missiles to directly kill the gorilla. This minimizes losses. Combat Laboratory. General Rob, SHIELD, is calling. Come here. Rob was monitoring the footage of the monster in New York in real time. The huge amounts of orangutan demolished buildings very quickly, and it was difficult for Common's bullets to cause any damage to his body. The helicopter in the sky fired heavy machine gun bullets, as if to tickle it. After receiving a call from Director Nick, say, I don't have time to chat right now. Stop the Tomahawk missiles you're about to fire. What do you mean? We have received information. If the missile you launched kills that gorilla, something more terrifying will happen next. Skeleton. Snort. Rob hung up the phone directly. Scolded a neuropathy. Now the monster is right in front of you. You tell me not to blow up the monster? You say it won't blow up if you don't blow it up? Do you think you are the president? General Rob, are you going to kill that gorilla? Isn't that nonsense? Immediately launched the first round of 10 Tomahawk missiles, targeting the gorilla in New York. The operation is codenamed Operation Star Destroyer. Rob's goal is to kill the monster in front of him. Just in case, he sent a special force to kill the gorilla completely, so that the opponent would have no counterattack. SHIELD, Tri-Curved Wing Building. Nick Fury, Madam Falk, Hill Agent. Maybe things are not that bad. These are just their one-sided words. Maybe it won't happen at all. We haven't heard of Skull Island in these years. We SHIELD have been involved in regions all over the world. Even the mysterious Delta, we've all been there. But can you guarantee that it really won't happen? New York, Stark Building. The surrounding open space was originally a favorite park for night runners, but at the moment, the park was full of dust and stones were thrown everywhere. In this chaotic place, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff rushed to the scene first. Looking at the huge orangutan above the sky, who is demolishing the Stark Industrial Building, she at the moment has no good idea. She wouldn't want to fight that gorilla, would she? So she teams up with Captain America Steve, and with him rescues these wounded civilians. Just when she noticed that a brick of the size of the roof fell from the sky and hit her, she hurriedly and subconsciously protected the two little girls under her. Rumble. She felt something lift up behind her. She quickly looked back. A black stone pillar was suddenly drilled from the ground, resisting the falling stones from the sky. Immediately afterwards, she saw a young man in white and black trousers passing by her, a windy man. Did he help? Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff, +20. Pujun. We have to hurry up. The dark-haired man behind him struggled to catch up with the man in front, calling Pujun's name. Pujun turned around and looked at the long-haired man in a black suit behind him. Tanlang, you are sure you can copy his ability? Dr. V just woke you up not long ago. Greedy Wolf responded loudly while running. Don't worry, Pujun. Don't forget that my god's right hand can copy and store 3 other people's abilities. Even if a real person twists Little King Kong into a monster, I just need to copy if he has his ability. Then I have 10 minutes to completely restore Little King Kong. Don't forget, this time to stop the evil god from Skull Island. Even Sister Tsang Yu came. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Your Black Moon Iron Cavalry is really reliable, but if Sister Tsang Yu comes, then there probably won't be any problems, right? The content of the chat between the two shocked Natasha Romanoff's heart. Listen to the words of the two. They came to save the orangutan too. It seems to be a mysterious organization, so they should be regarded as teammates on the same front. Before coming, Natasha Romanoff had already received news of this mission from S.H.I.E.L.D. know in advance who they are going to deal with. That special cursed spirit named Taoist, as long as it is touched by the opponent, its soul will be distorted into a monster, and it cannot be restored. This method is simply unimaginably terrifying. After all, the soul is born and invisible, but he can modify people's souls. The thought of others touching her soul made her feel like ants were crawling all over her body. But now, some people say that they can copy the ability of a real person and twist the twisted soul of a real person back. Doesn't this mean there is an opportunity to save those who transform? Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff, +70. Natasha Romanoff was very excited and followed directly behind without hesitation, and ready to report the good news to S.H.I.E.L.D. But the real people in the Stark Industries building have touched the gorilla. On the second floor of the jewelry store, Lin Tian smiled at the world. Everything has begun. Chapter 5. Little King Kong threw his fist full of anger towards the real person. But the moment Little King Kong's fist touched the real person, it stopped. Huge amounts of King Kong at the moment. But when facing a real person, there is a desperate fear. In its eyes, it seemed to see Death God, condescendingly looking down at it. waving a sickle towards it, cruelly cutting wounds one after another on its fragile body, and then sewing the body randomly with needles and threads. It twists into a monster. Roar, pain, despair. Little King Kong's roar made the hearts of those present tremble. It was like a scream before dying. In a trance, everyone heard another mournful roar responding to him. That voice seemed to come from a distant time and space. Palpitating, trembling, the old man held the dried puffer fish and looked out the window with a heavy expression. Father has an ominous premonition. Iron Man Tony also heard that mournful voice, which directly penetrated the air and entered the depths of his soul. He seems to have seen the gold canyon under the setting sun, a little King Kong helplessly calling to an orangutan as huge as Targan, asking for help. And Targan responded tremblingly, making a mournful sound. Targan was on the verge of falling and stood up shaking. Only then did he see it. It turned out that it wasn't a mountain, it was just an orangutan sitting on the ground. Because it's so huge, it sits for too long, and it's covered in dirt and trees. There were clattering sounds all around, and the iron chains thicker than a building were tied to islands. And then they sank deep into the ground, and there was a rumbling sound under the ground, one after another. Terrifying monsters that could not be watched roared and hit the earth's crust, and then was suppressed by Targan Peak. Dad said Asgardian? Could it be the giant orangutan on that mountain? Tony felt a chill go down his spine straight to his brain. Devil's Island. The suppression under Skull Island may not be all giant beasts. The kind has huge amounts of giant beasts than mountains. The gorilla in front of him, magnified hundreds of times in the human world, can only be regarded as a young child in Skull Island, and his height is not even as high as the knees or even the ankles of a real behemoth. At this moment, just like Tony, 1/10 of the people in the world saw this scene at the same time. Some are skeptical, some are shocked, some are fearful, some are curious. Negative emotions from Wanda plus 50. Negative emotions from Quicksilver plus 50. Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 200. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 500. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 100, plus 150, plus 170. Negative emotions from Passerby, a plus 2.1. Lin Tian opened his eyes. There is a smile on the corner of the mouth. Looking at the 200 creation crystals that have been condensed, slowly closed his eyes again. Although there are not so many creation crystals to create a complete Skull Island event, first use the event to implant this idea in everyone's head, and then slowly expand the world, just like playing a game. Expand the map bit by bit. Let everyone see this shocking phenomenon. Harvest a small part of the emotional value first. The next step is to harvest the main characters. Shield Nick saw everything that happened on Skull Island. Huge amounts of mountain peaks, and chains thicker than mansions tie the creatures underground. Could that be Skull Island in Legendary? But why could he see that scene? Nick Fury looked at the pale-faced Hill Agent. Hill Agent, you look ugly. What did you just see? I seem to see Skull Island. Skull Island? I'm not the only one who saw it. Nick suppressed the fear in his heart and asked other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Almost half of the people answered quite unanimously. These agents are very professional, and the scenes they narrate are almost the same. Hearing these people's answers, Nick's face paled instantly. If he was the only one who saw it, then it could only mean that it was his hallucination, so don't take it too seriously. But now so many people have seen it. All of them have seen that scene. And the details that everyone sees are all the same. Could it be an illusion? Is some unknown force projecting the scene of Skull Island into their consciousness, allowing them to see that scene? Thinking of this, Nick's scalp felt numb. If that's the case, Skull Island is real. The words I heard before should all be true. Mommy Falk, this pig teammate in the military. Thinking of the death of King Kong on Skull Island, which would lead to the Targan-like Guardian, Nick felt his scalp tingling. How to solve this? Hill Agent reminded from the side. Director Nick, the most important thing now is not the military, but the guy named Jinren, who is now transforming the little King Kong. After his transformation, he was killed by the military. The same result. Don't forget that his transformation is to transform the soul of the creature, and this process cannot be reversed by other methods. After listening to Hill Agent, Buzz, Nick's blood pressure soared, and all the blood in his body rushed into his brain. My head almost exploded. F***K. 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 Is there no solution now? Little King Kong's roar became weaker and weaker. Consciousness has also been modified in a mess. On the top of its head, black tentacles began to grow constantly one after another. Countless tentacles dance wildly in the air, like Black's boa constrictor's lair or dense seaweed in the sea. The tentacles are entangled with each other and grow wantonly in the air. When each tentacles are swung, They can easily cut a person in half. Even the police helicopter was torn to pieces by the whip of the tentacles. And little King Kong fell into despair and pain because of his distorted soul. He constantly flicked his whip, and the speed of demolishing the building was even faster. He had already demolished the top few floors. From the depths of Skull Island, the black goat of the forest that bred thousands of seeds, with the power of the blood of the Asgardian heir, sacrificed to you. And in order to hear your coming, I sacrificed the gift of blessing, the cub of the black goat. The corner of Jinren's mouth showed a wicked smile. Haha, the transformation has been completely completed. Asgardian should have felt it. His child has been twisted into the air of the monster he suppressed. This feeling is wonderful. You really have a bad taste, transforming an Asgardian child into one of the suppressed. The Dark Queen Xiaoyu said dissatisfiedly. You can kill him directly and directly attract Asgardian to leave Skull Island. The real man didn't look at Xiaoyu, but looked at the old man outside the thorny human flesh vine he created, and the old man had subdued the cursed slug transformed by the real man. But it can't deal with the thorns and vines of human flesh. Because real people are cruel. Taoists deliberately kept the human flesh thorny vine to maintain a clear consciousness of human beings. The vines begged them constantly, begging for their lives. Although it was distorted into a monster, he didn't want to die either. You have already lost. The real person looked outside, and one terrifying crack after another began to appear on the ground. Those cracks seemed to lead to the abyss. Chapter 6. Police Station. George Stacy had just taken off his hat and was about to go home when an emergency order was received, although uptown New York was not under his jurisdiction. But this emergency order was urgent. Almost all the police in New York were transferred to the uptown area. Even the auxiliary police were transferred there. George Stacy asked the other officers, "What's going on?" Someone sent the picture to Stacy. You can see it. In the dark uptown New York City, a shadow creature with huge amounts of black is crazily crashing into buildings on the street, its tentacles as dense as seaweed, dancing wildly in the sky. The ground cracked several meters wide cracks, exuding fiery red light, as if the gate of hell had been opened, and the fire of hell came out of the cracks in the ground. And police guns, not even howitzers, could leave a trace on that black monster. See this scene. George was horrified. When did such a terrifying monster appear in New York? He seemed to have seen hallucinations before, and for some reason, he always felt that the hallucination world in his mind overlapped with the photo in front of him. Negative emotions from George Stacy plus 25. Negative emotions from Agent AE plus 15. Natasha Romanoff saving lives at the park. After witnessing the gorilla King Kong transform into a monster, and then experiencing a major earthquake, she knows that her time is running out. She originally wanted to report directly to SHILD, but her communication equipment was broken, so she had no way to inform SHILD. So she had to catch up with Tanlang and Poxing first to confirm whether it was true that she could save the world. If true, then the other side may be the only way to save the world. Please stop, both of you. Natasha Romanoff stopped in front of the two. Tanlang and Poxing looked at each other in surprise. Your friend? Your friend? He quickly denied it again. I do not recognize. I do not recognize. Greedy Wolf stroked his hair. Miss, although I know you may have taken a fancy to me, but I'm sorry. Now I need to save the world. Here is my business card. If you can't sleep at night, you can call me. Pajun pushed away the shameless Greedy Wolf, and seeing the crack in Natasha Romanoff's back, he immediately clasped his hands together and let out a loud shout. A large crack spread towards them, and countless mud pillars like sewing threads appeared in an instant. Seal up. The hot air gushing from the ground lifted the area he had patched high up, as if to burn his mud column. Drink, get down. Pajun gritted his teeth, using his power to control the earth against the pressure of the ground. The ground rumbled like an earthquake. Pajun suddenly used force, and even forcibly sewed up the cracked area. It's like squeezing the cracked ground together with your hands. Qi Xiaosa, you are enough, and you have seen this young lady who is not fully dressed. We really don't have time to chat right now. Natasha Romanoff was shocked when she saw that the crack just now was stitched up by Pajun so powerful. Even the cracked ground was directly closed. Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 50. Wait, he says I'm not fully dressed? Natasha Romanoff looked down. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 100. Zippered up, watching the person in front of him leave. Natasha Romanoff quickly said, Wait, gentlemen, I'm not here to chat. I know you're here to save the world. If you can turn that orangutan back, I can help you. I'm from SHILD. Trust me, I can help you approach them to obtain the ability you need. Greedy Wolf put away his cynical smile and looked at Natasha Romanoff seriously. Are you sure you can help us? I need to get within 10 meters of the real person to obtain his ability. Miss, this is not a joke. If it fails, it will be dead man. And we are not dealing with common people. Ordinary agents can't. Natasha Romanoff nodded gravely. Leave this matter to me. Trust me, and please trust us. Pajun nodded. That's fine. You need to create a way for me to go there. Pajun will help me suppress that little King Kong. As long as some of you help me stop the real person and his team, I can take the little King Kong has recovered. Natasha Romanoff grabbed a passerby who was running past her after gaining the other's confidence. What you do? Bring me the phone. The other party wanted to resist, but seeing Natasha Romanoff's fist, he obediently handed over the phone. Isn't the agent protecting the common people? How to beat the common people? What did Dr. V tell you when you came out? Respect other people's customs. Listen to the discussion of the two. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff, +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. However, she was finally able to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. What happened in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally saw clearly through satellites. The sacred mountain in New York, the Linda Mountains, has a peak of 300 meters. Split directly from the middle, revealing the deep red abyss crack, like a devil's huge mouth roaring towards the sky. The Hudson River, once known as the mother river of New York's transportation hub, is hundreds of meters deep. But after that crack passed, just as the east wind helped Moses to divide the sea, a crack of tens of meters was opened, allowing the sea water 100 meters deep to hang upside down and fall into the bottomless abyss. Almost in just a short time, the water in the entire river was swallowed up by the endless abyss. The cracks in New York are like a magic circle. The periphery is a circle, and the cracked pattern in the middle looks like a skeleton. The hot and fiery gap seemed as if there were really countless demons roaring below. It's just that the outer circle is not completely lit, and the middle is broken a little, so now Skull Island does not appear. Silence, silence, silence. Nick looked around, seeing everyone else with their heads down. Is there really no other way? The Tri-Curved Wing building is located in Washington, more than 1,000 kilometers away from New York. Even though they have dispatched the nearest agent, it still takes at least 2 or 3 hours to travel. They knew what happened, but there was nothing they could do to save it. I can only wait and worry. Hill agent received the call with joy on his face. Natasha Romanoff, are you sure? Is there really a way to save that orangutan? The meeting room fell silent for an instant. All eyes were on Agent Hill. There was some expectation in his eyes. Just now Hill agent talked about the chance to save that orangutan. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the Hill agent to answer the call and tell them the final result. After Hill answered the phone, put the phone down first. Then he looked around and took a deep breath. Okay, there is one more chance to save Little King Kong. Someone can help us restore Little King Kong to its original appearance. Duh. Chapter 7. Hiss, you sure? Subconsciously, Nick Fury stood up excitedly. And the other agents around also all set their sights on her. Or look forward to, or hope, or serious although silent. But heavy. Like a stone, like a mountain. This moment. Hill nodded emphatically at Nick. With incomparable firmness in his eyes. I'm sure. Hill agent then told Nick the information he had received from Natasha Romanoff. A person who can copy the other party's ability? Nick Fury looked at the skull in the picture, and now he can only do so. If the other party can really reverse everything, there may be a chance. Positive emotions from Nick Fury +50. Has anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived yet? Agent Phil Coulson has rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. Nick Fury nodded and gave the order. Okay, then, fully cooperate. Yes. 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 Mood +10 from Trent Agent. Mood +50 from Hill Agent. From New York, fiery flames in the sky pierced through black sky, hitting New York like meteors. People under the night were terrified, running around like headless chickens. The ground is littered with ruins and the remains of buildings. Explosions, crimes, and $0 purchases can be seen everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's a missile, be careful. One after another Tomahawk missiles passed over the heads of the police officers who blocked the road with police cars, then automatically avoided the flying gravel in the air, and finally bypassed the dancing tentacles in the air, and finally landed with incomparable precision on the ground twisted into a young black goat. On the cub. Boom. Rumble. The violent explosion lit up New York. The roar of the explosion was deafening. When George arrived for support, he looked up at the bombed monster in front of him. His heart was pounding, and he almost collapsed. God. In the center of the explosion, the dancing tentacles were enveloped in a puff of charred smoke, as if its huge amounts of body had penetrated the clouds. Several explosions broke several tentacles. The thick tentacle fell to the ground, but it directly smashed a bus, and the slightly thicker tentacle smashed the ground into a big hole. However, in the next second, those tentacles seemed to be alive, and they reconnected with its body, integrating together, and in the blink of an eye, the injuries recovered as before. Negative emotions from George Stacy plus 140. What kind of monster is this? Run. Wake up quickly, little Iron Man. Tony was hit by Dad with a dry magic blowfish and flew backwards. Waking up from the hallucination, he immediately saw a ninja from the Shadow Legion attacking his A** in the mirror in front of him, and he quickly manipulated the mark armor to dodge. He was in a daze on the battlefield. Tony felt a little ashamed. In the future, I must install a device that can wake me up on the next generation mark armor. And there is that Shadow Legion. Does he have a special affection for his A**? Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. The old man jumped behind Uncle Long and defended back to back with Uncle Long. While dealing with the Shadow Legion and the cursed spirit, he said, "Did you see those memories just now?" Tony was shocked. Memory? Wasn't it just? While kicking a Shadow Legion ninja 10 meters away, the old man put on a martial arts posture. That's just a little aftermath of the power leak on Skull Island, and it allows you to see the world there. What you see is just a skeleton, the edge of the island, the real middle ground. Even the weakest existence, if humans see it, they will immediately go crazy. Edge. Tony felt like his head was going to explode. A mountain that big is just on the edge. Rumble. Cracks on the outside constantly widened, and the whole building crumbled. The foundation sank several meters in an instant. The old man stepped up and stood firm. Look at this movement. The Asgardians on Skull Island have already felt that King Kong is injured, and now we can only keep little King Kong first. If little King Kong dies, the Asgardians on Skull Island will desperately leaving Skull Island. The monsters guarded by him will emerge from all over the world. But it seems to have been transformed. Tony forced himself to shake off another ninja who was heading towards his A**. A well-behaved child was turned into a monster. If you give it to others, can they take it? Just when he was having a headache, JRVS got a message from Natasha Romanoff. "Sir, I received a voice from Ms. Natasha Romanoff. Ms. Natasha Romanoff needs our help to prevent the real person from leaving. She said that she has helpers who can save the orangutan. Is there a way to save that orangutan?" Tony regained consciousness immediately. What way? Ms. Natasha Romanoff said that the people around her can copy the ability of a real person. As long as he is allowed to copy the ability of a real person, then the physical body of little King Kong can be restored. What JRVS said made Tony's eyes light up. That's right. If there is a person who can completely copy the other party's ability, then the modified soul can be modified back. Iron Man Tony used the concentrated light cannon in the palm of his hand to blast away the approaching cursed spirit again, but the opponent healed at a speed visible in the blink of an eye. Although they are all the use of energy, as the real person said, even hot weapons cannot deal with the cursed spirit. This is the rule. No matter how heaven-defying a person is, it is impossible to change the world against the rules. However, Natasha Romanoff finally brought a piece of excellent news. Right now he is having a headache for little King Kong. The news of Natasha Romanoff just solved his urgent need. Daddy. Tony also unknowingly called Daddy Mage along with Uncle Long, Little Teasy. Dad is not free right now. Tony broke away from the ninjas of the Shadow Legion around him and said excitedly to his father, "Dad, I know someone who can copy the ability of a real person. Maybe Sufu copied the ability of a real person, and he can restore little King Kong." Using the furniture of Tony's house, Uncle Long gained the upper hand even when facing the siege of more than a dozen Shadow Legions. After all, this is Uncle Long from the Furniture City with the artifact. Hearing Tony's words, Uncle Long took the time to give Tony a thumbs up. "You still have such a friend. Today is really a prank. It's an eye-opener." Tony. Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. Want to obtain the ability of a real person? The Dark Queen Xiaoyu obviously heard Tony's words. Her face turned cold. Shadow Legion. Destroy them, and this queen will withdraw first. Chapter 8. The Way of the World, Balance of Yin and Yang. After the real person transformed little King Kong, it fell to the ground together with it. He can twist other people's souls, and naturally, he can also twist his own soul arbitrarily. So no matter what kind of harm his body suffers, as long as it cannot harm his soul, he can recover instantly. This is also the scariest part of his spells. Looking at the lush black goat cub in front of him like a giant tree, he heard the painful wails and vicious curses around him. As a stuntman born out of human hatred, he felt happy physically and mentally. Negative emotion plus 1. Negative emotion plus 1. Negative emotion plus 1. The continuous growth of negative emotions made Jinren's strength even stronger. The balance of the world is more and more biased towards them. Have you finally unlocked the power of the domain? Looks like creating more chaos. The real person suddenly opened up the domain, the black space superimposed by countless black hands. In this space, no one can avoid it. It is bound to be touched by real hands. In other words, entering the realm of real people, being touched by him to the soul, is absolute. The real man slowly opened his arms. Smile a little in the air. Black's field opens. A group of tumor-like Cthulhu clumps were killing in all directions. Stark Industrial Building. Iron Man saw the following scene. Damn it, JRVS. How many armors are still active? Sir, all your armor has been destroyed. Iron Man was speechless, as expected. The slap of the gorilla before was too violent. And if the armor hadn't been destroyed, JRVS would have called it in for support. Next time you can't put all the armor in one place, you have to find a way to launch it on the satellite. I don't believe it, but if you put it on a satellite, you can blow it up? Contacted with Natasha Romanoff. Contacting. Iron Man Tony is going crazy. Are all the ninjas of the Shadow Legion in front of you regenerative healing factor? No matter how you beat them, you won't be able to kill them. They were obviously hit by the concentrated energy gun, but these guys merged into the ground in the next second, and then jumped out from behind them alive and kicking. It made him feel psychological fear when he saw the shadow now. That is to say, Dad can deal with them, but his energy attacks are almost useless against them. He vowed to modify a steel ingot device first, and carry it with him every day. Also modify a suit of magic armor. Specially deal with these bastards. The old man watched the green energy of the dried pufferfish in his hand begin to grow, and said in a deep voice, "The demon energy has started to grow, and the strength of these villains is about to increase. Aaron, find a way to catch Xiaoyu and wash off the demon tattoo stickers on her body, or it will be too late." Uncle Long smiled wryly. "Father, I think so too, but there is a thorny vine of human flesh in front of Xiaoyu. We can't burn it. My God, Xiaoyu jumped from the place where the real person jumped off just now." Uncle Long, who was standing in a building with dozens of floors, looked at Xiaoyu who was being held by the Shadow Legion. Gritting his teeth, "It seems that I will be forced to be a professional today." Uncle Long jumped. "Xiaoyu, I'm here." Tony looked shocked. "Damn. Positive emotions from Tony plus 100. How dare you jump without a safety rope?" "Don't worry, that's Aaron. The most important thing now is to let the person you mentioned get the ability of a real person." Tony looked away, thinking of what his father said just now. Dad just said that the strength of the villain will increase as the demon energy increases? What does that mean? He had never heard of the concept before. "Father, I'm contacting that person." "What do you mean by the increase in devil energy? How can the increase in devil energy increase the strength of the wicked?" While dealing with the members of the Shadow Legion, Dad replied to Tony, "The increase in demonic energy is my description of the evil camp, and it does not represent specific things. The evil thoughts generated by the wicked will bless the Island of Devils, Skull Island, the power of the Shadow Isles, etc., and these powers will eventually act on the villains of these evil camps to enhance their strength. If this is the case, then we can only watch their strength increase greatly. Is there no way to stop them?" Dad kicked one person away again. "It's not impossible, because the universe is balanced. When the evil forces start to recover, someone in the legendary will guide part of the righteous camp to recover to maintain the breadth of the two sides. Balance. Someone exists?" Dad shook his head. "It's just legendary. I haven't seen Dad either. If the magic energy really increases and the number of people in the magic energy camp starts to increase, maybe you will see the heroes in legendary. You may be able to find those people and get their help." Righteousness. The existence of legendary? Magical energy? Balance. Iron Man constantly analyzes these contents in his mind. He felt as if he was about to touch the truth of the world. The forces that can balance the forces of these evil factions. When this incident is over, I must find those who belong to the righteous camp. Tony looked at the ninjas around. Those banquet guests were almost cleaned up by ninjas and cursed spirits. The original cursed spirit now occupies half of the banquet space, and with the help of ninjas from the Shadow Legion around, it is very difficult for the old man to cope. "Father, let me take you away first. There are too many ninjas in the Shadow Legion here. Moreover, these bastards always have a soft spot for his ***. He has a psychological shadow now. Resentment from Tony Stark +1+1+1+1. No, I have to stop these people. If I leave, these ninjas will deal with Aaron. He can't handle it alone. Then the little King Kong and the real person outside?" The old man put on a sharp fighting posture. "I can only leave it to you. There is one more thing. Remember to protect yourself. Even if the hope is slim, as long as people are still alive, there is still a chance to save the world. Positive emotions from Tony Stark plus 150. Although we have just met, Dad believes that you are a good boy. Dad, I have lived for more than 100 years, and you still have more time. Take other people and leave. Let Dad come take care of the aftermath and deal with these troubles that you young people haven't seen. Positive emotions from Tony Stark plus 100. Father, although it was only a short time with Dad. However, Dad's bravery and ability made him admire. Tony, great. Natasha Romanoff, you finally answered the phone. Now we are rushing to your side. I need you to help us attract the attention of the distorted little King Kong. We will be there soon. Thank you, students from Nothing, for the reward. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to, for the reward. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chapter 9. Natasha Romanoff with someone? Very good. Father. Go. Don't worry about Dad. I'm not a vegetarian. Tony took a deep look at his father, as if he wanted to imprint this centenarian old man deeply in his mind. Now he can only believe that his father can stop these Shadow Army ninjas. Hateful. It would be nice to have more staff. It will not be so passive, nor would a centenarian fight against so many enemies. Father, wait for me. I will come back and save you. Tony knows that time is life. Now the crisis outside is no less than that faced by the old man, and there are more people waiting for him to save. A blast of fire. Red's figure knocked two ninjas away, breaking the bulletproof windows, then quickly scanned in all directions. At the moment, standing in the sky, Tony saw the crack in the ground. It's half a skull face, and Stark's building is right between the skull's teeth. Skull Island. This is the first impression in his mind. Pepper, are you okay? Tony uses JRVS to talk to Pepper. I'm fine, are you okay? There's been explosions outside, and the building has been collapsing. You stay there. That room can withstand the explosion of a nuclear bomb. As long as you don't come out, you are absolutely safe there. Tony. Hearing that Pepper was fine, Tony flew towards King Kong. Dad is always fighting. How can he love his son and daughter at the moment? Positive emotions from Tony plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus. JRVS. How's the ammunition? 40% of the overall reserve is left, and 60% of the laser weapon energy remains. Enough. New York's NYPD police car interception became a line of defense. Cthulhu blobs distorted by real people, and some distorted python monsters are coming towards their defense line. George Stacy looked sullen and clutched his pistol in both hands. The palms are full of sweat. Those monsters were only 1,000 meters away from them, and they are just small pistols. Can you stop them? ZZ. George Stacy suddenly heard the intercom ringing on his chest. The first line of defense has been defeated. Repeat. The first line of defense has been defeated. All the police officers on the second line of defense, please cooperate with those who come to support, and make sure they are close to the range of the monster. Repeat. ZZ. All the police officers on the second line of defense. Someone who came to support? While George was in a daze, a B-2 bomber flew overhead behind him, followed by two drones, and entered the battlefield, adjusted the drone's weapon direction in the air, and shot towards the distorted monster on the ground. And there are a large number of ground troops behind them, moving in their direction. Is it the military? ZZ, no. Your task, ZZ, is to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. The three of them should have arrived, just when the voice on the intercom just fell. Three motorcycles suddenly appeared from behind them. The hum of the engine was like an explosion, and three figures flew over his head. Natasha Romanoff, Tanlang, Chi Xiaosa, Pajuan Falk. George raised his head and touched his scalp, which was scratched by the tire. Negative emotions from George Stacy plus 100. Why do these people love their own hair? The previous Tomahawk missile was brushed against his scalp, and so is the current motorcycle. Tutsao belongs to Tutsao. But George also knew that these three people should be the ones the people above asked them to help. After George confirmed the identities of the three S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel to the main station, make a quick decision and let all the police officers assist you to move forward. S.H.I.E.L.D. Tricurve Wing Building. Military bombers have arrived, and it's even more troublesome. Now I can only hope that they can succeed and keep little King Kong. Natasha Romanoff, Tanlang, and Pajuan rode motorcycles, charging into the battlefield like three rockets piercing the night sky. The three kept dodging bricks thrown from the sky. Pajuan even used his ability to control the earth element to constantly create chain-like soil to block stones and spells that they could not avoid. He even directly used soil blocks to make aerial platforms and let them ride motorcycles across the new road he made. Tony, we've arrived and need your support now. I'm here too. I saw you. Clatter. Just as the three of them were moving forward indomitably, they were still more than 300 meters away from Little King Kong. Countless tree roots suddenly drilled out of the ground, blocked the way of the three of them. On several raised platforms, a mantra with a hand wrapped in a heavy bandage appeared. It looks like a human, with a human-shaped body, but the skin is as pale as birch bark, and where the eyes grow, there are two raised branches. Just you guys want to sabotage the real person's plan. Seeing the cursed spirit in front of him, Pajun turned his motorcycle sideways and slid for more than 10 meters. Damn it. It's another super cursed spirit, Ryuu. Another super magic spirit. Natasha Romanoff's chest trembled. In order to facilitate the conversation with SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff put the mobile phone in the chest seal. Their conversation was also transmitted to SHIELD, by the way. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 100. Negative emotions from Hill Agent plus 30. Just being a real person was enough trouble for them. Now another one. Moreover, the Master Dio they are talking about has not yet appeared. Think of the dark forces hidden behind this. S.H.I.E.L.D. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. From Hill. Pajun got out of the car and flung off his coat handsomely. Xiao Sa, that lady, go find the real person. I will leave Ryuu to me. Tanlang was a little anxious. Pajun, your power is earth, her attribute is wood, and she is an earth spirit, which naturally restrains your earth element. If you really fight, you will never be able to defeat her. If you can't fight, why don't you stop fighting? Pajun showed a handsome side face to the two of them. Chisa, when we came, we should have known that we might sacrifice in battle, and I was ready to sacrifice. Although thousands of people, I will go too. Hanayu, come to fight. Pajun clasped his hands together. A dragon-like creature drilled out of the ground and threw it at Ryuu. And Ryuu grinned, laughing horribly. Curse seed. Seeing Pajun, who was already fighting with Ryuu, Tanling clenched his fists. You guy, I will definitely complete the mission. The words of breaking the army boosted the morale of Tanlang and Natasha Romanoff. Especially the inspiring aura emerging from Tanlang's body made Natasha Romanoff feel confident. Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 200. Positive emotions from Nick Fury plus 1 plus 1. Positive emotions from Hill Agent plus 20. Follow me. The nearby police officers approached the battlefield. But these police officers are like cannon fodder. The only function is to contribute some positive emotions when Tanlang boosts morale. It's almost time to harvest negative emotions, and it's almost time to harvest positive emotions. Chapter 10. Curse Seed. Henna sprinkled spores into the air. Those spores shot towards the dense crowd like bullets. Pajun is pressing on the ground with one hand. As his hand was raised, there was a rumbling sound. He pulled up a huge amounts of earth wall on the ground. The earth wall barely helped Tanlang and Natasha Romanoff stop Hanayu's spore attack. You guys go. Pajun shouted to the two people behind him. But others around were not so lucky. Accurately hit by Hanayu's spores. Oh, what is this? It hurts. I feel like it's eating me. From negative emotions plus 1.2. From negative emotions plus 1.1. Hearing screams all around. Pajun looked gloomily at Ryuu, who was stepping on the root of the tree in the air. Be careful. The kind of curse seed spores based on the flower's magic power, once hit, will enter the body and lurk in every corner of the host's body. Pajun shouted, hold it. As long as I solve it, those spores will have no source of power. Ryuu showed a cruel smile. Fix me? With your ability? Is this possible? Tree roots grow. Ryuu waved her hand casually, and the ground shook violently again. As the elf of the forest, Hanayu controls the roots of the underground trees and grows wildly. The dense tree roots are like poisonous snakes in a nest of thousands of snakes entangled with each other. Break out of the ground. Pajun glanced at the injured police officers behind him. You hide behind me. Gratitude from plus 10. Gratitude from plus 1.5. But compared with negative emotions, it is difficult to gain positive emotions. The spores of Ryuu can absorb nutrients from the human body, especially for those with special abilities. The more you use the ability, the faster the seed will grow, until in the end the whole person is drained of power by the cursed seed and becomes the nutrient of the cursed seed. Police bullets hit Ryuu's body. It's like scratching an itch. It's useless at all. And the bombers of the military ahead passed by. In addition to dropping a bomb, it shattered a bunch of cursed spirits, but it was still useless. Because of the setting at the beginning of the creation, it was set that these cursed spirits could only be killed by weapons and forces that also contain magic power. Therefore, even if the military dropped nuclear bombs, they would not be able to kill them. It's just that the military still believes that the bombs it dropped were not powerful enough. Prepare to carry a wave of big ones, and a wave of big bombings will come. The battlefield area of Pijun and Huayu covered a range of 100 meters. In the range of this 100 meters, it is almost impossible for outsiders to approach. There is no protection from the stone wall of the broken army. If you are not careful, you will be torn to pieces by Huayu in an instant. Do you want to protect those dirty humans? With your strength, if you don't protect those humans, you won't be hurt. Only then did the police officers protected by Pijun notice the piranha blooming on Pijun's chest. Red flowers, sharp teeth. As if chewing the flesh and blood on Pijun's chest, he laughed at Pijun with a cruel smile. George Stacy was extremely shocked. Mr. Pijun. He was injured. George, who was being protected, was stunned when he saw the flower on Pijun's chest that was several times larger than his body. The flowers on his body are so small, it makes him feel the pain in his heart. Mr. Pijun from at the moment, what a pain. Immediately afterwards, Huayu's sister you taunted and spread indifferently. Every time you use your power, the curse seed will continue to grow. Now, how much power do you have left to protect those human beings? If you didn't protect those wastes, you wouldn't be in such a mess. Pijun responded coldly. The reason why human beings are human is that when we encounter disasters, we will extend a helping hand and help each other. This kind of fetter is beyond the comprehension of you soulless cursed spirits. Pijun's words shocked the policemen behind him. Yes, times of disaster. They need a helping hand. Don't talk about others. These police officers should take the lead. Although George Stacy has cursed seeds on her face, at the moment is at the forefront. Mr. Pijun, let us help you too. The police officers behind him also stood up one by one to surround Pijun. We can also contribute. That's right. Even if it is an enemy that cannot be fought, as long as we help each other, there will be no difficulty that we cannot overcome. That's right, Mr. Pijun, let us help you. Positive emotions from +20. Positive emotions from +20. Stupid. If that's the case, let your corpses become the nourishment of Hawkeye together. Clatter. The ground surged again. Like a giant python rampaging underground, the vibration of the ground made it impossible for everyone to stand still. Pijun realized that his strength was not enough and quickly shouted at the others. Leave quickly. This is no longer a battlefield that you can participate in. And Kong Huayu continued to sneer. Protect these wastes. Do you think you can really protect them? Now let you feel what despair is. Huge amounts of tree roots emerged from the ground. The twisted roots twisted and entwined in the air. Finally, a giant python with a width of several meters formed in the sky, attacking in their direction. The giant python opened its mouth, and its deep intestines looked like a bottomless abyss. Rush towards them. Mr. Pijun. Run. Under the crisis, George Stacy shouted. Drink. Pijun didn't look back, but just let out a violent drink. Use your last strength. The ground churned, taking those people constantly away from him, and looking at the monster that swallowed Pijun. For a moment, despair enveloped everyone's hearts. No. Mr. Pijun. Boom, boom, boom. Huge amounts of tree roots hit the ground, kicking up dust dozens of meters high. Even they were thrown several meters away by the impact of the aftermath. Listen to tinnitus. Looking at the position of Mr. Pijun, who was engulfed by the tree root python. Cluck, cluck. Slightly, in the thick dust, they saw a figure. Although thin, small, but indomitable. There are more than a dozen spears like mountains around him. Mr. Pijun is not dead. Positive emotions from George Stacy +500 from +15. From +15. From +17. Chapter 11. Great, Mr. Pijun is fine. At this moment, the people rescued by Pijun seem to see hope. Although he is alone, but it really withstood Hannah Yu's fatal blow. Military tanks have come over. Boom, an explosion sounded, and it exploded on the root of Huayu's tree. Click. The root of the tree broke, but Huayu stepped on the tree's bough in the sky and stagnated steadily in midair. Not affected. Keep firing. Hannah Yu turned her cold gaze to the army. Snort. Underground, a thick vine grew again. With the posture of thunder, tear the ground, rampage, and go towards the tank. Rumble. The huge underground tree roots instantly grew hundreds of meters long, crossed a river, and the roots drilled out of the ground. In the next second, a powerful force knocked the tank into the air, slamming on the nearby red apartment building. The 7-story apartment collapsed in an instant. The soldiers around were a little confused. That was a tank weighing tens of tons. All metal, not plastic. As a result, he was hit so casually by the opponent and was sent flying. Natasha Romanoff and Tanlang are close to real people and reunited with the coming Hawkeye and Steve. You guys are here too. Natasha Romanoff looked at the two of them. Looks to Steve's left hand in shock. Captain America caught the swung shield with one hand and inserted it behind his back. A large pile of rotten flesh grew out of his left hand, with weird eyes blinking on it. and Hawkeye shot a sharp arrow, and thousands of volts of electric current surged above it, which numbed a Cthulhu mass with electricity. Briefly lost attack power. Immediately aimed at the other one. This is Mr. Greedy Wolf. Captain America paid attention to Natasha Romanoff's gaze. Sorry, I just suffered a bit. Hawkeye is still taciturn as always, not very talkative. Natasha Romanoff knew this wasn't the time for small talk. Yes, it looks like you've all heard from S.H.I.E.L.D. Got it. As long as you don't touch the other party or be touched by the other party, you'll be fine. What a pity. Once it touches the opponent, it will be transformed into a monster by the opponent. However, even if you know it, it's useless. Hawkeye dare not attack a real person within 100 meters. Because real people can change the length of their hands and souls, allowing their hands to touch people tens of meters away. And real people are fast. If Hawkeye attacks a real person, as long as he is entangled by any twisted spirit, he will definitely be touched by the other party. Captain America was touched by the opponent just because he contacted the opponent one step earlier. Fortunately, Hawkeye was rescued in time, so that his whole body was not transformed into a cursed spirit. Even though it was just a touch, his left hand was completely useless. Now, only Tanling in front of him can restore his body. Now Tony is trying to attract little King Kong's attention and prevent him from entering the city to wreak havoc. Mr. Pajun is entangled by the special magic spirit Ryuu, and now we are the only ones to help Mr. Greedy Wolf. The opponent's attack is within a range of about 50 meters, while Tanling needs a distance of 10 meters. And Steve's left hand was out of action again. Even if he didn't lose his fighting power, he and Natasha Romanoff were powerless against such a creature. Greedy Wolf reminded, "Guys, don't forget that we don't have much time to think about it. The Asgardians of Skull Island are coming out any minute. And what I want to tell you is that my god's right hand can only copy and store 3 abilities. Each ability can only be used for 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Now I have stored 2 abilities in advance. One is Pajun's ability to control the earth, and the other is Sister Tsongyu's skill. I am the only one in the world. Don't worry about the second ability, it's a must-kill stunt. You can freeze everything at will in any sphere of influence, and any form of life will be completely eliminated, because I don't know how far it is activated, so I will not use it unless it is a last resort. So, I can only use Pajun's ability now, but I need to use Pajun's power to limit the little King Kong and restore it. So after I copy the ability of the real ability, I may not be able to participate in the battle for a short time. Do you understand?" Greedy Wolf looked at Natasha Romanoff and Steve and Hawkeye. The 3 of them suddenly felt the pressure. 10 meters away, 10 minutes. Understood. Leave it to us. Steve pulled out the shield behind his back with his right hand. Although he could only fight, even though the opponent had completely defeated him, he had no other choice now but to go up. Okay then, let's do it. In the sky, JRVS constantly broadcasts a warning from Iron Man's mask. Warning, insufficient energy. Warning, insufficient energy, hateful. Only 3% of the energy left. If it's close to 1%, then he has to stop. Otherwise, the power of flight may not even be supported. Now, he can only hope that the people over there will be faster. Steve looked at the monsters surrounding the real person with a cold expression on his face. Those are the people he twisted into monsters. Especially after he was twisted, he knew the feeling of being twisted. The pain that goes deep into the soul, that pain is not in the body, so it can never be suppressed. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. Look over here. Steve grabbed the shield and approached the real person squarely. Hawkeye aimed at the cursed spirits around Jinxia, preparing to open the way for the greedy wolves below. Tanlang sneaked in quietly and approached the opponent. It's not that he doesn't dare to use the ability to control the soil directly. It's that the copied ability is only valid for 10 minutes. Now Pajun is fighting against Ryuu, and he is the only one who can control Little King Kong. Now that he has activated it, he will have to acquire the real ability within 10 minutes and catch up with Little King Kong. And for 10 minutes, there was obviously no way for him to meet Little King Kong. To be on the safe side, he must approach the opponent without activating his ability. And this state is no different from common people. A little bit more. Hawkeye, standing on the platform on the 2nd floor, really broke into a cold sweat for Tanling. If one is not careful, Tanling will be noticed by those cursed spirits. But Hawkeye can't blink either. Once Daoist finds out their intentions, he can help Tanling to leave. Distance, here we go. Tanlang's attention is completely on the real person. God's right hand. Copy. Jinren seems to have noticed that his ability is being stolen, so suddenly turned back. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Tanling. Too bad, Mr. Greedy Wolf can't activate the ability yet. Tony, prepare to rescue. When Natasha Romanoff called Tony, he has drawn his bow fully, and his eyes are as sharp as those of an eagle. Steve, on the other hand, only thought for a fraction of a second before making a decision. With a wave of his hand, he smashed the vibranium equipment on his back to the opponent's face, and at the same time threw himself at the outstretched arm of the real person. He has already realized that he cannot let Tianlang directly activate the ability here, because there is not enough time. In 10 minutes, there was no way for Tianlang to transform Little King Kong. Therefore, Tianlang cannot activate ability now. And when others saw Steve's contribution, their minds were shocked. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 100, negative emotions from Hawkeye plus 100, negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 20 from Chapter 12. Sacrifice. Sometimes it is necessary. Too late to indulge. Natasha Romanoff received word that SHIELD's agent had arrived. Tony, quickly lead Mr. Tianlang to catch up with Little King Kong. Hawkeye, make sure to stop the real person. After Steve touched the real person, his body was distorted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like a fried quill, more like a sea urchin, quickly rolled into among the many spell spirits. Hawkeye fires a chipped arrow that hits Steve with precision. Mark the target first so that you can find it later. Then 2 arrows with electric current shot the area in front of the real person with incomparable precision, forming an electric current grid to temporarily prevent the real person from approaching the greedy wolf. And the drone array of SHIELD in the sky is attacking the real person. Large-scale drone swarm combat systems came out side by side, and the bullets fired were not weaker than the damage of heavy machine guns. Even real people have to avoid the edge for a while. Even if those bullets couldn't kill him, they would hinder him to some extent. It seems that I have been regarded as the main target. But it doesn't matter, presumably. No matter how hard you struggle, it will be useless. Iron Man locks onto Natasha Romanoff's bearing. Then fire up. Now his energy is severely lacking. With 3% energy, at most he can help Tianlang attract a wave of firepower. When everything is going in a good direction, Lin Tian, who was sitting on the second floor of the jewelry store, drank a cup of tea. Even though we have tried our best to extract the spirit of the dark camp, there are still very few people who belong to the righteous side. You guys really don't live up to it. Just think about it. In the Dark Age, hope seems to be more precious and rare than pearls. However, it is precisely because of its rarity that when it is discovered, it will bloom so dazzlingly that the eyes cannot look directly at it. Lin Tian closed his eyes. Downstairs of Lin Tian, a passerby who was wearing a green school uniform with the word Liu printed on it, was obviously going bald, and his face could be drawn in 20 seconds with a style of painting. 100 push-ups a day, 100 sit-ups a day, 100 squats, and 10-kilometer long distance running every day. I have been practicing this kind of training for almost 3 years. In order to exercise willpower, I insist on eating only 1 banana for breakfast every day. I don't turn on the air conditioner in the hot Xiatian, and I have to continue to do push-ups when my arms are dislocated. Wow, what is this? A piece of paper floated on his face. After seeing it, his face changed drastically. Oops, today's supermarket is on sale, and my coupon is about to expire. I hope to catch up. Tony flew to Greedy Wolf. It landed steadily in front of Tianlang. Natasha Romanoff shoots a pistol, attracting real attention. And Hawkeye also constantly uses multifunction arrows to block the real person's space. There was an explosion from the Stark Industries building. From the glass, accompanied by the sound of glass falling to the ground, an old man slipped down from a sloping building. Oh, I fell to my father's death. Tony saw someone falling down, and after noticing him, there was some surprise on his face. Dad, are you all right? Positive emotions from Tony. Plus 100, a few little guys in the area. How can I trap my father? Father, I washed off Xiaoyu's demon tattoo stickers for her. In the building, there was a voice. What Uncle Long held seemed to be the knives of those ninjas running out of the building. For some reason, Tony, who fell to the ground, always felt that there was some danger behind him. Especially when he saw the knife in Uncle Long's hand. His butt felt very uncomfortable. Negative emotions from Tony. Plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Let go of me, Uncle Long. Okay, Xiaoyu, don't be awkward. Now is not the time to be awkward. Xiaoyu struggled and jumped off Uncle Long. Tony at the moment noticed that the fully armed old man even had some impromptu, self-made magic props hanging on his body. Some green bottles, and some dried lizards that Tony soaked in the wine. It's a pity that 12 runestones are missing. Ghost mask. There are also the 8 immortal artifacts. Otherwise, a perfect father will not fear anyone. Hold them. They can help you interfere with the magic spirit, and let the magic spirit recognize you as teammates. Thank you, Daddy. This is a magic prop that Dad waited until the Shadow Legion disappeared. and then used the transformed magic spirit to make it. It's a pity that there is not enough time and no tools, so I can only make some simple props. Seeing the number of people fighting real people gradually increase, Tony finally let go. Be careful. Then he grabbed Tanlong's body, hugged Tanlang, and chased the little King Kong who was led away by him 3 kilometers away. Now time is life. Whoosh. Tony flew to little King Kong with Greedy Wolf. Sir, your armor is so cool. It must have good defensive performance, right? Tony's mouth twitched. Good. The butt wound doesn't have time to be stitched up yet. As soon as he spoke, the wound on his buttocks seemed to burst open again. Damn Legion of Shadows. Negative emotions from Tony. +1, +1, +1. There was just a little resentment in Tony's heart. But now that the big things are the most important, there is no need to keep entangled in the little things. Bring Tanlang to the target. Looking at the distorted little King Kong in front of him, Tony flew into the sky again. I leave it to you, Mr. Greedy Wolf. I will attract his attention. And JRVS made a suggestion to Iron Man. Sir, you only have 2% of energy now. It is recommended to reduce energy consumption. Otherwise, it will not be able to support your safe return. No. Tony extended a thumb towards Greedy Wolf and flew towards Little King Kong. Little King Kong's wildly dancing tentacles completely turned the 50 meters around him into an inaccessible space. Iron Man can only use himself as a target, bombing King Kong, so as to attract King Kong's attention. The Greedy Wolf below first activates the ability to control the soil and uses the surrounding soil to build a passage for him to approach the opponent. Only when he gets close to the opponent first can he have a chance to meet Little King Kong. And after meeting Little King Kong, the pain caused by the transformation will also make Little King Kong use his tentacles to attack Greedy Wolf. So SHILD who understands this, immediately recall the drone, and then linger and harass Little King Kong's head like Iron Man, so that Little King Kong ignores the Greedy Wolf under him. SHILD, everyone held their breath. On the avenue, the policemen also looked at the hero who was guarding them in front of them. They are hoping in their hearts and silently cheering for them from the bottom of their hearts. Win. This time, we must win. Pajun roared loudly, and a stone dragon like a pillar of heaven drilled out of the ground. Dad also took out his housekeeping skills and recited the spell. Tanlang was building a wall while working hard to modify Little King Kong's soul. This time, humans will win. The power of faith gathers together. It seems to be able to penetrate the stubborn stone. In the ancient castle, there was an elegant and charming blonde man holding a handful of broken arrows in his hand. It looks like a gold beetle on it. Boom. Chapter 13 Victory is in sight. After being touched, first came the legs, reverting from the hooves of a black goat kid to the thick thighs of a gorilla. Then comes the body, which grows hair. The people of SHILD jumped up excitedly when they saw King Kong returning to its original appearance through the satellite. Back to normal. They succeeded. Positive emotions from Hill Agent +100. Even Nick Fury's face regained a touch of relief. But he quickly restrained himself. Lying in a chair and tapping your thighs gives the feeling of being in control. Positive emotions from Nick Fury +200. Brothers, Little King Kong has begun to recover. Tony shared the good news with others. Natasha Romanoff, who received the news, also told Hawkeye and Dad about the news. Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff +70. Positive emotions from Hawkeye +200. The next step is to wait for Little King Kong to fully recover before the crisis in New York can be resolved. Unknowingly, Pajun, who attracted Hanayu to the Robert Needy Bridge, looked up at Hanayu. Hanayu, you are doomed to lose this time. Huayu's face became ruthless, and he moved in an instant, appearing in front of Pajun. Then he kicked out like thunder. Huayu's icy voice spread along with Pajun's inverted flight. Boom. It's not the end yet. How can you be sure who wins and loses? Pajun was hit by this kick, flew upside down tens of meters, and then smashed heavily on the car on the bridge. Fortunately, the car behind helped him unload part of the impact. Even so, it made him cough up blood violently. Mr. Pajun? Are you okay? It's okay. Pajun wiped the blood from his mouth, looked at the police officer behind him who hadn't left yet. Why don't you leave yet? Mr. Pajun, we are the police. You are fighting on the front line. How could we leave? Yes, we will fight with you. From positive emotions +5. From positive emotions +5. Okay. Pajun turned his head to look at Huayu, who was walking towards him. Finally arrived at my home field. Huayu, do you know what plants hate? They hate being on this kind of bridge. They can't grow. They hate themselves. The living environment is squeezed. And you're standing where you can't grow, where you're squeezed. And this kind of place is where your strength cannot be exerted. Plants need an environment to grow. Huayu in the distance suddenly smelled something foul. This is the smell of dead plants. Haneu looked around and saw gasoline flowing on the ground. Even gasoline had seeped into her feet. The oil that was turned into the corpses of plants tens of millions of years ago was exploited by humans for reuse. This kid, could it be that he deliberately sabotaged it when he was being beaten? Huayu suddenly looked at Pajun, and Pajun barely propped himself up with his hands. Shoot! Boom! The bullet hit the ground precisely, rubbing against the ground and producing faint sparks. But a single spark can start a prairie fire. Boom! For a moment, gasoline was ignited. Huayu was instantly engulfed by the sea of flames. There were explosions all around. A car was thrown off. From George Stacy positive emotions plus 100. From positive emotions plus 5. From positive emotions plus 7. And the explosion continued to come towards them. Jump into the sea. George Stacy ordered immediately. At least 200 vehicles were parked on this bridge. One detonated, all exploded. The bridge was going to be bombed, and they had to jump into the sea to escape. Pajun temporarily resolved the Huayu crisis. Even if it doesn't kill her, it will put her in a period of recovery. On the other side, the gorilla King Kong also recovered successfully. Even the wounds on his body were healed. Little King Kong, whose soul was recovered, also recovered his rationality, stopped attacking madly, and his eyes became much clearer. The surrounding drones are alert, and Iron Man hangs in the air. Greedy Wolf crawled out from the created earth wall. Please stop attacking. Little King Kong is not our enemy. Tony fell to the ground, and the little King Kong's face was filled with pain and sadness. He seemed very sad. Greedy Wolf nodded. That's what I want to say. I just used ability to get in touch with him and learned about his purpose here. The real person stole someone who is very important to him. That's why he has been chasing the real person. We need to help him get it back, as long as he gets that person back, etc. Tony suddenly remembered. In the Stark building, the real person once made a girl in red appear for a moment. It was because of the appearance of the girl in red that the gorilla lost his mind. Finally, attacked the Stark building madly. His marked suit was smashed into scrap iron by it. None of my business. I didn't take it. Resentment from Tony Stark plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. What's wrong? I mean, I've seen that thing before. There was a scarecrow on a real person, and when that thing was twisted into a human being by a real person, it was very angry. Tony collected his mood and looked at Tanling quickly. Mr. Tanling, how long do you have? There are only 3 minutes left for the power of controlling the Earth, and only 5 minutes and 30 seconds for the power of a real person. There's no time. Stark immediately contacted Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, don't let the real person go. There is a very important thing in the real person's body, and he must not let him take it away. If the real person took it away, it would still attract little King Kong to another place. The crisis will not really be resolved. The only way is to bring back the scarecrow in the real person's arms. And the cooldown time of Greedy Wolf is a full hour. The next time I want to get the ability of a real person, I have to wait an hour later. Obviously, they couldn't afford to wait. They know it, and so does S.H.I.E.L.D. SHIELD's agent, assist in taking back the protection. However, they were visibly relieved that King Kong was switched back. At least enough time to breathe. All focus is on the real person. Dad and others blocked the real person's way. Although real people can be resurrected without limit, the magic power in the body is limited. He is far from reaching the level of the King of Curses, the double-faced Su Nua. Iron Man came quickly with Tanling. Falling to the ground, Tanling quietly raised 3 fingers. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. Time is running out. Let's go. Thanks for the reward of creating something out of nothing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Qianjuan Mailing Jiu monthly pass. 7 more hard work today, January 7th. Chapter 14. The rest of these people can only be consumed. Only greedy wolves can fight each other. Others know this too. Therefore, the greedy wolf can only be used as the main force to fight with real people. Revise. Revise. The moment the 2 people came into contact with each other, their abilities began to crazily modify each other's bodies. The palms of both hands softened like a solution, but the next second gradually recovered. They are constantly distorting each other's bodies, and at the same time, they are constantly recovering their distorted bodies. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, the 2 of them are like 2 pools of viscous brush paint, stirred together. White and black completely integrate. You include me, and I include you. How can you shoot? Mr. Greedy Wolf and Daoist have fully integrated. Father, can you do anything? We can only look at Mr. Greedy Wolf. No one can help them. Dad is right. In terms of soul control, only 2 people can do it. Others enter the battlefield, only to be distorted. As a result, The two people on the battlefield were like a Tai Chi cloud map. Yin and yang, white and black, chaos and order, constantly entangled, then resumed. And their images are also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye, like snakes, tigers, dinosaurs, toads, octopuses, and lizards. It was like the incomprehensible shock of Cthulhu's appearance when he met Cthulhu for the first time. From negative emotions +1 +1 +1. You have just mastered this power. Do you think you can win me? Shinran suddenly exploded with strength and pushed Tanling away. His body returned to human form in the blink of an eye from a pool of rotten flesh. But Tanling, who was pushed away by him, recovered very hard, as if every time he recovered, he had to expend a lot of strength. Mr. Greedy Wolf, Tony rushed over, wanting to check Tanlong's physical condition. Tanling regained his hand and waved it, indicating that he was fine. Then he supported the big rock that fell next to him, and his body and thighs gradually recovered. Hee, you're right. In terms of ability, even the two of us can't compare to you. So, unless I am crazy, I will not think of beating you in your best field. I don't need to beat you. I just need this. Tanling pulled out a scarecrow from his arms. The moment you see the scarecrow, the face of the real person changed instantly. He then quickly touched his body, and the scarecrow in his arms disappeared. UB*************** D. Gloomy. He instantly figured out why Tanling wanted to fight him in close quarters even though he knew he couldn't beat him. Because it's not like trying to beat him at all. The scarecrow was exactly the tool he used to attract little King Kong. The reason why he has been sitting firmly on the Daoyutai. It is because he has something that little King Kong cares about. As long as he holds that thing, little King Kong will automatically come to him. So even if he knew that these guys were delaying time, even if they could recover little King Kong, he didn't care. Because as long as the thing is still in his hands, even if he can't kill little King Kong today, he can kill him tomorrow. But that important thing was taken away. Then he is naturally not attractive to little King Kong. Knowing the truth, Tony shouted excitedly, "Well done. If you were a woman, I would want to kiss you hard." Positive emotions from Tony Stark +500. Tanling reversed his soul, and his body changed accordingly. A blonde girl in a bright red skirt was being twisted by him. Tony saw that the real person wanted to chase in the direction of Tanling and wanted to snatch it. Quickly shouted at the others, "Stop him." And others, even if they don't know what happened. But I also know what to do now. Especially Natasha Romanoff, just after receiving a call from Tony, knowing that the real person has something very important to King Kong. She didn't tell anyone, just because they are afraid that the news will be leaked. Now, it's time for them to fight back. Ghosts, goblins, go away. Goblins, go away. JRVS, maximum power generating beam cannon. Sir, your energy is low. Stop talking nonsense. Call the maximum power. Whoosh. Take turns to attack. The real person could only back up and was forced under the Stark building. With us here, don't even try to get close. You bunch of flies are really annoying. Now, the advantage is on Tony and his party. It is only a matter of time before the real person is defeated. When they were fighting, little King Kong came running angrily from 3 kilometers away. See the blonde transformed by the wolf. His movements were much slower. The original anger has also become gentle. Boom! Iron Man adjusted the power of his energy beam cannon to the maximum output, and the real person was hit hard by the impact and slammed into the pillar of the Stark Industrial Building. When the real person slipped from the stone pillar, his chest was burned and his head file-size wound was slowly healing. Obviously, the magic power in the body of the real person at the moment is not enough. Even the wounds on his body couldn't heal instantly. The blonde girl looked towards the sky, meeting the eyes of the giant orangutan in the sky. Staged the affectionate look between the beauty and the beast. "Oh, honey, you've come to save me." "Huh, honey." Tony heard the voice of the blonde beauty behind him, thinking he heard it wrong. A cannonball almost hit Steve, who was twisted into a sea urchin. Tanling said in surprise, "This beautiful woman seems to be pregnant. It seems that 2 people were saved today, and the family is finally reunited." Family. Tony looked back at the blonde beauty's physique, and the gorilla's physique hundreds of times larger. Like, not very good, is it? Negative emotions from Tony Stark +5, positive emotional excitement, and gossip from Tony Stark +150. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She was very curious. How did they do it? Uncle Long quickly covered Xiaoyu's mouth. Tong Yen Wuji. Lower your voice to teach Xiaoyu not to talk nonsense. Tony tried his best to shake out all the lingering images in his mind, then gathered the last energy in the palm of his hand, aimed at the real person. "You lost. I advise you to give up resistance." Just when Iron Man was about to give this guy another shot, In the collapsed line at the side, a villain in gold armor suddenly appeared, covered in golden light. You are really a waste. You can't complete such a simple task given to you by Master Dio. Although the real man was depressed, there was no sad expression on his face. Instead, he showed a smile. Don't say that. It's just a little bit of fun, and it's all over. Besides, twisting the little King Kong like this is not the goal in the first place, but killing him is the goal. Dio, it's Dio again. Tony has heard this person's name more than once, and there is his figure behind it all, and the purpose of the real person's words is not to distort the little King Kong, but to kill the little King Kong. Already like this, how can it kill? Does it have other means? Update February 7th. If there is data, continue to add updates tomorrow. Chapter 15. Tony suddenly had a bad feeling. That feeling of panic came. It's like standing behind a group of ninjas from the Shadow Legion, holding a knife and pestering him. They didn't win. Real people acted too easily. It doesn't look like the mission failed. Instead, there was still time for a joke. And most importantly, he has said that his purpose is to kill King Kong, not for transforming into a cursed spirit. After transforming into a spell spirit, there is no way to kill it in a conventional way. This conflicts with his purpose. Looking at the expressions of other people, Tony's brain was running wildly. Integrate previously acquired information. The real person didn't lie. His purpose of transforming little King Kong into a cursed spirit was not for the arrival of Skull Island, but purely for fun. As for the conditions for the arrival of Skull Island, they ignored the most important point. After thinking about this level, Tony quickly turned his head to look at the little King Kong behind him. How will little King Kong die? They worked hard and desperately to restore the little King Kong to a normal state. In fact, it made King Kong even more vulnerable. Danger, very dangerous. Little King Kong is in a very dangerous situation. No one else seems to have anticipated this. Fear from Tony Stark plus 1,000. No one realized that he had pushed little King Kong into a trap. Negative emotion fear plus 1,200 from Tony Stark. Tony opened his helmet and looked at the real person suddenly. What the hell did you do? Others looked puzzled when they saw the angry Tony. Tony? What's wrong? What do you see? Tony, we've managed to contain him, and it's over. The real person sat slumped on the ground, showing a relaxed smile. It's over? Really? Now do you still have the strength to stop what happened next? The words of the real person make everyone puzzled. But SHIELD's satellites detected some unusual signals. Shield. The originally calm interface suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, warning, please evacuate immediately. What happened? Before Hill Agent had time to take a break, he saw warning sounds all over the screen. That red flag almost overflowed the screen. The military, it's the military's actions. The agent quickly called out the signal source of the alarm. Through satellites, more than a dozen Tomahawk missiles were locked. And there are two B-2 bombers, loaded with megaton TNT-level bombs, flying towards New York. See here. Nick Fury can't sit still. He stood up with a bang. Mom F******K. Negative emotion anger plus 500 from Nick Fury. Negative emotions from Hill Agent plus 250 from thousands of calculations did not take into account the military's interference with the operation. When facing a guerrilla for the first time, the military conducted a wave of bombing with Tomahawk missiles and bombers. But because the guerrilla was transformed into a magic spirit, it was not killed. They saw the military bombers returning and thought the military had given up the bombing. But unexpectedly, they prepared a second wave of bombers with larger bomb loads for large-scale bombing. Get General Rob for me. Quick, quick. Nick Fury's eyes are almost glued to the screen. Seeing the bomber on the screen approaching New York quickly, he hated why the plane flew so fast for the first time. Military. Combat Command Room. General Rob, SHIELD is calling. Bye. Rob stared at the military satellite with a sullen face. At a critical juncture of the battle, there's no time to chat with anyone, let alone the SHIELD Nick who stopped bombing him earlier. A small organization is not a president in the White House, let alone his immediate boss. Still want to command him? The bombs loaded this time are quite sufficient. Can blow up several blocks. With a bombing of this scale, not to mention destroying that monster, even a bigger one would be destroyed as well. The military has noticed before that guerrillas can be hurt before they transform. Just kill him before he transforms. Solve the crisis in New York. So, don't miss this opportunity. If the army wants to win, it must grasp the timing. Big guy, let you taste the power of human beings. After Natasha Romanoff and Tony and Hawkeye all received messages from S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly dumbfounded. What's the situation? Seeing that the problem is about to be solved, the result? Air defense sirens sounded. Tony looked at clusters of flames that were less than 10 kilometers away. They arrive in the blink of an eye. JRVS. JRVS. Any energy interceptor missiles left? Sir, the energy can no longer support the interception. Sir, the energy can no longer support the interception. JRVS is also nearly depleted of energy. The sound is getting smaller and smaller. Tony had used too many power uses before, and now the power source in his chest was dry. And the ability copied by Greedy Wolf is almost consumed. He has no way to use the only ability, because once it is used, it will destroy all life around it. That's an aggressive ability. Little King Kong heard the voice and looked behind him. Turning his head slowly, staring at the blonde girl with both eyes, he curled up and knelt on the ground, holding the blonde girl in the red skirt in his arms and protecting her under her body. Then he nodded to Greedy Wolf and them, signaling them to hide under his body. The meaning of Little King Kong. In an instant, all of them understood what Little King Kong meant. This kind gorilla decided to sacrifice himself to protect them. For a moment, complex emotions began to integrate and sublimate, and coalesce into a larger emotional throb. Positive emotions from Hawkeye plus 2,000, positive emotions from Tony Stark plus 3,000, positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 500, positive emotions from Nick Fury plus 200, positive emotions from Hill Agent plus 1,000, from positive emotions plus 10, from positive emotions plus 10. At this moment, Little King Kong decided to sacrifice his behavior, which made everyone's emotions tremble. Quickly hide under Little King Kong. Don't let Little King Kong's efforts go to waste. Tony suppressed the grief in his heart and waved his hands. 500 meters away, the falling bombs looked like black rainwater. After falling, a mushroom cloud of orange and red exploded on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion is getting louder and louder. At the end, an explosion sounded above their heads. They only saw that Little King Kong was completely curled up, completely blocking the surrounding light. Besides, they can no longer hear any sound. Can't see any light. Tony wobbled, feeling dizzy like hypoglycemia. Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 1,000. Today's update has been March 7th. The data is ready. Tomorrow will continue to explode. Trust the author's liver. Chapter 16. The second floor of the jewelry store. Looking out the window, it seems that I can feel the aftermath of the explosion. Although they are all in New York, they are more than 100 kilometers away from him. Hey, what a pig teammate. The military was not arranged by him. It was completely decided by those guys. However, it can be regarded as indirectly achieving the goal. It's a pity that this wave was going to harvest a big one, but it was not completed. There are still 1,500 creation crystals left, which is still not enough to create a complete Skull Island. However, some things on Skull Island can kick off some preludes. Let Godzilla go first. Let's try a small one first. Lin Tian unfolded it casually. World, reveal the truth for you. And Lin Tian was clearly sitting in the jewelry store on the second floor, but no one saw him. Even if someone passes by, he will even subconsciously ignore his store. Tony, how are you? Tony staggered, feeling like he couldn't hear other people's voices in his ears. Someone was talking, but he couldn't hear it. All he wanted to know now was how Little King Kong was doing. They have worked so hard for so long. Isn't it just to save Little King Kong? In the end, they were saved by Little King Kong. Tony staggered around, the surrounding sounds gradually reaching his ears. Uncle Long, Xiaoyu, Dad and his party. Father, are you okay? Aaron, thanks to Little King Kong this time. Xiaoyu is right. Xiaoyu. Uncle Long, I'm fine. Hawkeye, Greedy Wolf. Mr. Greedy Wolf, are you all right? Where's the blonde woman? Tony followed the line of sight of the two of them and looked to the side. The woman was weeping while touching Little King Kong's thigh. Apparently, the explosion outside did not affect those inside. Sir, the energy has been exhausted. The system will be shut down. Please leave the cockpit. Sir, the energy has been exhausted. The system will shut down. JRVS kept warning Tony that if there was no energy source in the cockpit, Tony would be carrying hundreds of caddies of weight, which would crush him. There are no more explosions outside. Listening to the disappearing sound outside, yes, the explosion sound is gone, but at the same time, Little King Kong is also gone. Those monsters from Skull Island are coming. Nobody knew what was going to happen. Iron Man Tony left the cockpit and walked towards the only place with a glimmer of light outside. He wants to see the outside world. Rumble. He heard the sound of the New York ground being torn apart. He heard the earth screaming in pain. He heard the cries for help. From negative emotions +1 +1 +1. From negative emotions +1 +1 +1. From these negativity reverberates constantly in the sky. Buzz. Shield Tricurve Wing Building, Meeting Room. Images captured by satellites are played on several glass lenses. In the place after the bombing, thick smoke billowed straight into the sky. The cloud formed was like the evil spirit exhaled by the skeleton after it showed a cruel smile. Subsequently, everything in the picture began to crumble. At the outline of the skeleton, it began to collapse. Then golden red light particles like magma are sputtered in those gaps. Straight to the sky. The mouth of the skeleton is darker in color, as if it is roaring at the entire universe. The skeleton gives people the illusion that it is not just a picture, but even has a life. Immediately afterwards, a coolness surged up, as if the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped to a few degrees below zero. It made people laugh and gave a chill. A stream of black air spit out from the devil's mouth, and then flew towards all parts of the world. 2 of the regiments landed in New York. Look, those black aura. Hill agents saw those black auras that seemed to have an evil aura rushing to all over the world, and quickly asked someone to take a screenshot of their appearance. But it's too vague. Can't see what they are at all. Just know that they flew to different places. Investigate the landing sites of all black auras, and make sure that the black auras at each location are paid attention to. There are more than 100 of these black auras, and we probably don't have enough manpower. But now they can only solve the current crisis. Then only monitor the part that can be monitored. Hill Agent can only issue this order. At the moment, Hill and Nick have their sights set entirely on New York, because 2 groups of black aura landed over New York. This is where they have been monitoring, and this is their main monitoring target. Kamartaj, Strange, who was studying with the teacher, suddenly felt a chill behind him. It was as if a piece of ice had touched his body. It was colder than the weather outside. The cold body couldn't help shivering. The Ancient One in front of him is rescuing a woman. Remind her of the precautions. But in the next second, like Strange, she also felt that coolness. What's this? Unlike Strange, she is curious about this power. As Supreme Mage, she has seen too much power. Even once saw the great eternal great God power. But none of this power is greater, more detached. Not dimensional power, beyond dimensions, beyond everything. Incomprehensible, incredible. Shock. Ancient One's heart was extremely shaken. Why has she never seen or heard of this kind of power? Ancient One wants to try to explore. Want to explore the source of power. But in the next second, she felt as if her soul had been severely wounded. An incomprehensible force prevented her from approaching. Just getting a little closer made her soul almost disintegrate. This shocked her even more. She is the Supreme Mage, the #1 mage in the 9 realms. Even she cannot directly watch it. Mage, you seem to have a nosebleed. Ancient One touched his nose. Blood. This is the blood of the common people. Seems like a small punishment from that source. Make her body briefly a common. Negative emotions from Ancient One plus 10,000. And in New York, Iron Man walked out from under King Kong. In front of my eyes, it has been completely reduced to ruins. Chapter 17. Under the dusty sky, the sight is the ruins. Groups of flames were crackling and burning, and the stench of burning was desperately drilled into his nose. Behind them was the huge monster protecting them. Look back. Even the bones were broken. The pale spine was raised, revealing the grizzled white skin and the burning smell mixed with the stench. Little King Kong is dead. The dead can no longer die. Perhaps each of them is the murderer who killed Little King Kong. JRVS, contact Pepper. JRVS, JRVS. JRVS has run out of energy and fell into a deep sleep. The other people who crawled out from below looked at the Little King Kong in front of them. One by one became extremely decadent. Unexpectedly, they worked hard for a long time, but they pushed Little King Kong to death again. Perhaps they shouldn't have turned Donkey Kong back. But Donkey Kong will destroy New York if Donkey Kong is not transformed back. No matter what they do, they lose. Think here. It's no wonder why the real people have always behaved in a mediocre way and didn't take the initiative to target them, because they were playing with them, and they were playing. Regardless of whether Little King Kong returns unchanged, for others, the ending is doomed. Pajun was helped over by George Stacy and others. There are several curse seeds hanging on his body. Fortunately, Tamlang can reabsorb Huayu's ability through the seeds. Although it takes an hour before it can be used, it can only wait for an hour now. Iron Man turned to ask Dad. Pop knew the most about these things. Little King Kong is dead now. What they can do is to minimize the difficulty of subsequent crises. Father, what should we do now? Dad stroked his chin, thinking seriously. The most troublesome thing now is the coming of the magic energy and the coming of the rule. I just used magic to find 2 sources of the magic energy nearby. The faster the magic energy recovers, the weaker the monster's strength is, and the slower it recovers, the more they will die. The more frightening it is, you still hope that these 2 demonic energy will recover as soon as possible, Fortunately, the two demonic energy here in New York are not strong. Demon energy? When Iron Man came out, he saw several black aura rushing out of the ground, rushing towards all parts of the world. Maybe that's what the old man was talking about. He can't imagine. With so much magic energy, how many terrifying monsters will be born. But Daddy said those things would be scary. That's absolutely terrible. After all, Dad didn't even feel afraid in the face of a real person who could modify the soul. Greedy Wolf came up and asked Dad like Iron Man. But, Dad, what is the rule that you said came down? Rule? Hearing this question, Dad fell silent. Sighed. Only then did he speak slowly. Rule, just like a real person with spells, when it touches you, it can distort your soul and keep your soul in its distorted state, which cannot be reversed. Unless you use his power to reverse things back, no other force can produce an effect. This is called a rule. For example, I took a look at you, but the rule is that if I see you, you will die. No matter what ability you have, you will be killed. Dad's words are creepy. If you look at it, you will be killed by the rule. Then how to play? Is it too domineering? Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 300. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 300. Negative emotions from Hawkeye plus 150. Father then went on to say slowly, and this kind of rule can't be killed under normal circumstances and can only be suppressed by a higher rule. If you really encounter it, then ask yourself for blessings. I hope you don't touch their killing rule. Iron Man's scalp tingled when he heard it. However, he still noticed what his father said, and there are two important points that cannot be killed. Dad, what do you mean by them? What do you mean? And they can't be killed? Are they life? Dad nodded. That's right. However, you can understand them as ghosts or some kind of ghosts. In the bodies of these ghosts and ghosts, there are those rules. Military, combat labs. Rob looked at the footage captured by the drone. Under the bombing of the B-2 bomber, the monster was successfully destroyed before it transformed. The gorilla is dead. A big hole was blasted in the back. Half of his pale bones were exposed. Good job. There was a smile on Rob's face. Switch teams, act. On the streets of New York, a fully armed military mechanized troop equipped with at least 300 weapons dive forward. Among them is the War Machine, Iron Man's familiar friend, and Steve's friend Falcon. On their way forward, some people's distress cries for help can be heard everywhere. Help! 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 Rob stared at the screen, frowning. Under the illumination of the light, they saw a stone pillar blocking the front. It is not appropriate to say that it is a stone pillar, because judging from the appearance of the other party, it looks like a doll with short hands and short feet made of reinforced concrete, and the round head is sprayed with weird paint to make its expression. War Machine said strangely, "What is that? Why are there pillars on the road?" When Rob saw it, he quickly ordered, "Move it away." Just when Rob gave the order, a voice came to the ears of all the soldiers. "I advise you to keep more than 2 people staring at it." Some soldiers subconsciously turned their eyes to the speaker, and in the next second, countless screams came from the camera. Then the camera moved to the monster's head again. Dozens of soldiers in front of them all had their necks broken, and all died tragically, falling to the ground. As for the concrete pillar that was tens of meters away, at the moment is less than half a meter away from Falcon. That terrifying height, and the bloody smile on his face seemed to be mocking him. Negative emotional fear from Falcon plus 500, negative emotions from War Machine plus 100. I told you to stare at him, but you won't listen. And I want to tell you one more thing. That is, don't blink. As long as there is no one staring at it for a moment, it will kill you. It's the rule. Even the rule I can't change, so I keep my eyes on it. Now you guys are here. Thanks, I can leave. Rob was terrified. What kind of monster is this? By the way, my name is Kishai Bluhan, and I'm a manga artist. Updated May 7th today. Thank you for creating something out of nothing. Ooh, for the reward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the monthly pass of Bad News Magic. Thanks, Ha, for the monthly pass. Thank you, Zalthi, O, for the monthly pass. Thank you, 17866, for the monthly pass. Thanks. Thank you so much. Duh. Chapter 18. Cartoonist? What cartoonist? Is such a calm person really a cartoonist? And had this guy been here staring at this monster before they arrived? Wait. Don't go. Clarify things. Falcon wanted to call someone over, but the footsteps became faster. As if finally getting rid of the trouble, he started to run wildly. Damn it. Think of us as scapegoats. But now he dared not blink. Not even daring to look away for a moment. Not even subconsciously glancing at the cartoonist from the corner of his eye. Because this monster is only half a meter away from him. With a height of 2.5 meters, the other party just looked down at him. Obviously, it looks like a tightly wrapped adult toy from a long distance. But when you get close, It feels like the other person's face is alive. Sober, sane. Falcon, stay sane. Falcon kept admonishing himself. Then I thought of a way. War Machine, and you, keep an eye on him. Even if you blink, report in advance. Yes. 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 Listen to the voice of the soldiers behind you. Falcon breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a common man, he wouldn't dare to hand his back over to those people. But these are not common people. These are military men. Then, he can trust the other party. And there only needs to be one person staring at him. There are at least 100 of them. Falcon moved back slowly, for fear of disturbing the monster in front of him. But it is also strange. The monster that just killed so many soldiers, at the moment is like a dead thing, lifeless. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. But it was this feeling that made him palpitate even more. This thing is too disguised. Without being reminded, no one will realize how terrifying this thing is. Wait until I give the order, then attack. Falcon doesn't believe anything. Just stare at him, and you'll be fine. He still has work to do. Can't keep looking at each other. Therefore, in the face of such ghosts and monsters, he chose to clean up with hot weapons. Thermal weapons doesn't believe in carbon-based life. And he didn't believe it anymore. Could a peanut man made of concrete turn upside down? After retreating to a safe distance, Falcon glimpsed out of the corner of his eye the green-haired man in a white suit, who claimed to be a cartoonist, and had almost disappeared. Fuck. This guy really used them as cannon fodder. However, the other party is not bad. At least it reminded them of the other party's weakness. Feeling that the distance is almost there, Falcon held his breath, then gave the order in a deep voice. Shot da-da. The sudden flash of gun flames in the night made people close their eyes subconsciously. And this subconscious action of his own immediately alerted Falcon. He just made a serious mistake. I forgot that the firelight produced by the gun will interfere with the line of sight and cause a momentary inability to lock the target. Falcon's adrenaline surged, and a rush of blood rushed to his brain. It made him feel bad immediately. Sure enough, the peanut man disappeared. Disappeared directly in front of them. When they reappeared, they only heard a sound. Boom. A body fell in the dark. The peanut man's speed made the others flustered. Don't run. Everyone don't run. Find the target, lock it. Falcon quickly cast his gaze to cover everything around him. As long as one person notices the peanut man, they can keep the other person still. Now eyes are their greatest weapon. Stare, 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 30 degrees counterclockwise to the east. A group of soldiers looked in the direction of Peanut Man. Peanut stop. Still, and the Peanut Man's hand has already touched the next target. If not in time to stop, I'm afraid another soldier is going to die. There are lessons learned from others. This time, no one dared to move. They all stared at the Peanut Man. They have all seen the price, just now. Although the Peanut Man was shot, it didn't leave the slightest wound on the Peanut Man. Their guns can't hurt peanuts. Although they don't know if the more powerful artillery fire can kill them, they dare not try it lightly. Sweat dripped from Falcon's temples, and his back was wet. The bravest and most heroic Special Operations Forces. Today, however, I was stopped by a strange Peanut Man, who dared not move. Negative emotion from Falcon +50. Negative emotions from +3. Negative emotions from +2. This is really a sarcastic joke. This kind of opponent is completely different from the previous ones. Without flesh and blood, there is no way to deal with it, so you can only stand in a stalemate with the other party. And Rob, who has been watching the video, has a gloomy face. Fuck. Fuck. How could such a monster appear? What happened in New York? Just when Rob had a headache, the subordinate said to him again, General Rob, SHIELD Director, is looking for you. Again. This time Rob didn't refuse to answer the phone. Because of this kind of trouble that cannot be solved, you may need the help of a special handling organization like SHIELD. It's just that Rob is bitter about SHIELD's interruption. Here Rob, pick up the phone. Nick Fury tried to calm his anger. Tell yourself he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Those who don't know are fearless. Negative emotions from Nick Fury +17, +16, +15, +14. Say something quickly. I don't have time to argue with you now. As soon as Rob's words were spoken, Nick Fury's blood pressure went up. Negative emotions from Nick Fury +40, +45, +50, +55. Damn fuck. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Rob, what happened in New York, you are responsible for it. Responsible? Rob frowned as he listened to rage from SHIELD. I already told you to stop the bombing. We SHIELD can solve the problem. Why didn't you answer my call? Now do you know what kind of monster you released? Rob was also an unyielding lord, and he said righteously, I just followed the orders of the White House. The order to bomb was given by the White House, and I'm just a soldier. Mom F***K. Nick Fury couldn't bear it anymore. and spat out a mouthful of swear words. A bunch of idiots. Pig teammates. Taking a dog is better than taking you. Dogs know that lying down wins. You bastards, scum. Definitely, Nick Fury just cursed those. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 100. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 100. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 100. From Nick. Updated today, June 7th. Chapter 19. After Rob heard what Nick Fury said, immediately understood what a big disaster they had caused. Originally, SHIELD had already taken control of the scene. Just send little King Kong back. It's over. It's all right. As a result, they had to get involved. With their friendly help, destroy the little monsters that invaded New York successfully undermined the efforts of those people. It even killed more than half of the SHIELD agents. Not to mention civilians. Not counted. And now, he also finally knew where the monster facing the team in front of him came from. They made it themselves. General Rob would not dare to report to Secretary of State Ross and others. Once they find out, even if their skin is not stripped off, they will have to be demoted. After all, those decision makers will not pay for their own decisions. And as the actors of the order, they will inevitably take the blame for them first. You have to find a way to throw the pot out first. Is there a way to deal with this monster? I don't know. You'd better pray for a solution, and you'd better pray that there's only one rule creature in New York. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 70 plus 69 plus 68. After Nick Fury scolded the other party from the bottom of his heart. Visibly less emotional. It's just that he doesn't want to cooperate with the military in his life. So F asterisk 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 G stupid. Don't be afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. It's people like Rob. But he also knew that a person like Rob was a thug pushed out from above. If things are done well, it is because of their leadership. If things are not done well, it is because they are greedy for merit. After retracting the line of sight, Nick Fury focused on investigating Black Aura. After all, Dad said it. The Black Aura descends. The faster one wakes up, the weaker one's strength is, and the slower one wakes up, the stronger one's strength. He definitely hoped that the monster would wake up immediately. Only in this way can the monster's strength be weak. Easy to deal with. Under Stark's industrial building, the ground shaking became more and more intense. Under their feet, a torrent surged. Every now and then the ground is lifted. We have to get out of here quickly. It's not safe here. Iron Man looked at the building. Although it was built to prevent nuclear bombs, Pepper was still inside the building. Feeling the vibrations of the ground, the underground Asgardians will come out at any moment. The defense that can prevent nuclear bombs does not mean that it can stop the wrath of Asgardians. The Asgardian he had seen in his vision was too tall. What kind of damage will be caused if such a big mountain falls down? He dare not bet. Tony rushed towards the collapsed Stark building, which contained not only Pepper, but also a backup energy source. As long as he has a backup power source, he can still reawaken the Iron Man battle suit. So Tony only brought one arm part. Hey Tony, what are you up to? Save people. Now the building is about to collapse. Do you want to die? You guys leave, don't worry about me. Just as Tony rushed in, figures of huge amounts have appeared outside the surrounding red and gold light particles. Through the light curtain, they could barely see the tall titans. Some of the titans at the front are only 3 or 4 meters high, but the titan following behind is 7 or 8 meters high. Their eyes were blank, their bodies were naked, and they staggered towards them. And there are some corpses on the ground that seem to have been roasted. A scalding heat began to appear, evaporating. Titan, why is there a titan? As far as the eye can see, dozens of titans are walking towards them. A medium-sized titan with a fat belly. As if it saw something delicious, its speed increased dramatically, its eyes widened and almost popped out of its sockets. Grabs a survivor abruptly, then grabs the victim's foot and puts it in his mouth. Pop, click, click. Even from a distance, they could hear those titans chewing. And around, new titans are constantly appearing. Tony naturally saw those titans too. The original Asgardian crisis was pressing enough for him. Now there are man-eating titans around. But now he can only bite the bullet and rush towards the Stark building. It was impossible for him to let Pepper go. One by one, the titans grabbed the corpses on the ground, swallowed them alive, and then looked at the next target, as if their stomachs were always hungry. There are too many titans, and few living people can eat them. So they were targeted. Because of the influence of Skull Island, human beings will undergo various changes. Now we must leave quickly. I don't know how many titans will be here. Seeing Tony breaking into the collapsed Stark building alone, Uncle Long quickly threw Xiaoyu to Dad. Daddy, I'll help him. Uncle Long, be careful. Xiaoyu shouted at Uncle Long. After Tony saw the Titan, he rushed directly into the Stark building. and the only stairway leading to the second floor was blocked by stones, and the door was twisted and wrinkled, making it impossible to push it open at all. He tried to open the door to the stairs that was squeezed open in front of him, but his strength is not enough. Without the battle suit, he finds himself nothing, unable to even open a door. Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 200 FAQ. Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 200 F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. Tony angrily smashed on the iron door with its folding fan motionless. If he has enough energy, he can fly up. If he has enough strength, he can push the door open. It's a pity that there is no if. He has no energy now, and he doesn't have enough strength. Now Xiaojiao is waiting for rescue on the top. He has no battle suit and can't even save a woman. Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 1000. Tony exhausted all his strength, but the door still didn't budge. Hearing the sound of clattering upstairs and the continuous peeling of the wall skin, the sweat on his forehead almost fell and the Titan outside the door approached after hearing the noise he made. A head with huge amounts of lying on the ground, big, empty eyes staring at Tony's back, mucus dripping from his mouth. Tony pried the door forcefully with an iron bar. Almost. The Titan from behind started scratching his back. Almost when that hand was about to touch his waist, a missile exploded on the Titan, and Tony felt the door suddenly slam faster. Uncle Long next to him had a classic smile. Hey, don't be in a daze, keep pushing. And Dad, we're here too. Seeing that these people are willing to take risks with him to save lives. The strength in Tony's body increased a little. Thank you. You are my forever friends. Positive emotions from Tony Stark plus 1000. And in the sky outside, an angel-like figure appeared in the sky. Pink wings, Pink's long hair, and a ring of cannons around her. Target locked, attack. Updated number July 7th. Chapter 20. Pop went up to the second floor. Looked through the broken window to the angel in the sky with pink wings and a huge halo above his head. She was the one who saved us just now. It seems that our luck is good because Skull Island is alive and the magic energy has increased. In order to balance the magic energy, an ancient hero was awakened. Heroes from ancient times? Then are we safe? What are you thinking? The stronger the recovered hero, the more terrifying the crisis we are facing. The others listened to their father's words and looked outside. I want to see the person in the sky more clearly. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of face approached the window. Wandering eyes led everyone startled. Oops. Fact. Negative emotions from. Plus 15. Negative emotions from. Plus 15. The old man hurriedly took a few steps back, away from that big face, scared the old man to death. The others also followed Dad back, all the way to the stairs on the second floor. Hawkeye drew a common arrow and shot it into the Titan's eye. Whoosh. An arrow pierced the Titan's eye hard. Knocked the Titan's back. Tony and Uncle Long from at the moment are almost halfway through the climb. Now the Titan strikes. It's not safe to hide outside. Dad turned around and counted the number of people, except for the few who had been fighting before. There are a few more policemen around, but only one person was missing. Dad looked at the others. By the way, have any of you seen the blonde? Before, everyone's attention was focused on other people, and they didn't notice the blonde girl at all. After Dad reminded them, others remembered that there was another one of her. The blonde? Everyone glanced at each other. It seems that there is no impression. Only Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff were more impressive. She was crying at the time, and when Natasha Romanoff went up to comfort her, she said she wanted to calm down. So Natasha Romanoff followed the others out. After seeing the devastated scene outside, she just forgot about the blonde. Now think of it, she should still be under that corpse. We must save her, Tanling said suddenly. His words made everyone look at him. You also know that when I restored her, I saw her soul, and there was a small soul wrapped in her soul. You mean? Both Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye looked at him oddly. At that time Tanling said that the other party was a family. They thought Tanling was joking. When Tanling talked about this matter again, the others all looked at him with the expression of an old man looking at his phone in the subway. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake when you modified your soul? Greedy Wolf coughed. I'm just saying that she will give birth at any time, and it's dangerous for us to leave her alone. We won't let a pregnant woman wait there to die, right? Pajun gritted his teeth. I still have some strength. I'll go and rescue her. But the curse seeds on Pajun's body have not been lifted, including the curse seeds on those policemen. Although Pajun is the only person with a special ability, he can't guarantee that he can save that woman before he is drained by the curse. Obviously, it is not appropriate to go to Pajun. But Greedy Wolf's 2 skills were cooling down, and he didn't dare to use the only instant kill skill. Dad wants to look at Xiaoyu. Let me come. Hawkeye grabbed the bow, but Natasha Romanoff held down his hand. Forget it, let me go. If she's going to give birth at any moment, you're not a good fit to be there. As an agent, Natasha Romanoff knows almost all skills, including delivery. This is also one of the things I have learned. Okay, I'll help you cover. Boom, boom. Several explosions made the whole house shake violently. Outside world, Queen of the Sky, Carlos. As a strategic universal robot. Said to be a robot, more like an artificial human. Carlos' battlesuit is mainly silver and white, with black patterns attached. The upper body wears a costume similar to a modified corset with winged pendants at the bottom, and the lower body wears a pleated skirt with light blue knee socks. The shoulders, arms, and legs are equipped with armor. The body of Carlos completely simulates the characteristics of creatures, but the combat system of the space compression device is implanted in the body. Before evolution, using Artemis, permanent rear-tracking air-to-air missiles, one is comparable to the power of a 100,000-ton TNT bomb on a B-2 bomber. So when Carlos faced these titans, he was completely crushed. Whoosh, whoosh. A few rear-facing air-to-air missiles of the size of a thumb shot towards the ground. Boom. Boom. A wave of explosions sounded. The explosion formed huge amounts of flame halo, like the light purifying the world, instantly engulfing all the titans within hundreds of meters. They didn't even have a chance to run away. Instantly evaporated. Shield looking at Carlos, who kept flickering and disappearing in the screen. Only when she stays can her movement track be captured. Its information is then documented. No information about her can be found. Sure enough, I can't find it. Although Nick was prepared in his heart, he couldn't accept it when he heard that the information about this person could not be found. Is there SHILD such a waste? Can't find any information? SHILD also needs to save face. Hill agent said to Nick. There is news from Natasha Romanoff that this may be a helper in recovery. We're calculating her average speed and power level. According to Natasha Romanoff, the stronger the recovery, the bigger the crisis we are facing right now. The crushing power she's showing now means it's not about balancing these titans. Instead, Hill agent's words stopped here. An agent suddenly stood up, took the materials, and said, Captain Hill, we have initially calculated her speed and combat level. Hill nodded, say, after our calculations, when she moves, she can reach Mach 24, which is equivalent to 29,000 kilometers per hour. If it is converted into seconds, it is 8 kilometers per second. 8,000. Nick and Hill looked at the agent. Did you calculate correctly? You can't make a mistake. We used ultra-high satellite shooting, 240 frames per second, too. Nick and Hill's faces darkened when they heard this. You must know that the speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. And this revived hero reaches 20 times the speed of sound. As long as she wants to, there is currently no missile on this planet to catch up with her. And her combat strength, just a few anti-air missiles, destroyed dozens of titans. What is the purpose of this kind of combat power to deal with it? Just when the two were thinking, one agent yelled, Shark, shark, sharks on the ground. Thanks for the reward of out of nothing. Grateful. Woohoo. Thank you so much. Thank you, White Dreams, for the monthly pass. Thank you, Yaya Love, for the monthly pass. Thank you so much. Duh. Chapter 21. Shark, are you out of your mind? Why are there sharks on the ground? Nick Fury yanked the back of the yelling agent's head. I have been an agent for so many years. Can I not make a fuss when encountering something? I've even seen Skull Island and saw a shark. Mommy Falk, this shark actually has feet. The agent sitting on the seat looked resentfully at Nick Fury above his head. He didn't lie. Negative emotions from Magenta +2, +2, +2, +2. New York, Brooklyn streets. On the ground, a fish fin is swimming underground. The cars that blocked him along the way, as well as the buildings, were directly torn apart by its exposed fins. It was like treating the earth as seawater, and where he swam, it returned to its original appearance. And the exposed fins alone are at least 3 or 4 people high. If it weren't for this agent's sharp eyes, they might not have noticed the shark fins that suddenly appeared on the ground. After all, the focus of the satellite photography was the Stark Industrial Area 30 kilometers away, not Brooklyn. The shark has been wandering towards the Stark Industrial Area. The speed is almost the same under the soil and in the water. When it was close to a titan, it slowly surfaced. At this time, people who use satellite observation can notice its huge size. Its mouth was huge, larger than that of ordinary sharks. There were at least a dozen layers of interlaced teeth in its mouth, and the gradually exposed body length even reached more than 50 meters. And in the middle and rear part of the body, there are even 2 dinosaur-like thighs. Stepping on the ground, The ground sank several meters in an instant. This monster weighs at least tens of thousands of tons. The ground shark opened its mouth and bit the titan. Huge amounts of mouth swallowed the 7 or 8 meter titan vertically. Snapped. Under the strong bite force of the shark, the titan instantly turned into a puddle of mud. And the surrounding titans, compared to him, it's more like a group of newborn rats facing an adult cat. Carlos in the sky noticed the shark in the ground, changed direction and flew towards the shark. And a horn on the top of the ground shark's head lit up and then burst out a dazzling blue ray. As it shakes its head, that ray of blue light swept across several 100-meter-high skyscrapers in an instant. Slicing those skyscrapers in half was as easy as a hot knife cutting through butter. Carlos used his speed to avoid falling glass and collapsing buildings from the sky. Adjusted the angle of air-to-air homing missiles. Dozens of them were fired in a row. Missiles like drones rotate in the air, automatically bypassing defenses. Then hit the shark in the ground. Boom! The missile exploded instantly on the shark. The heat that can flatten the snow mountain and melt the 1,000-year-old snow axe on the sharks in the ground. Thick smoke billowed up. Exploded a mushroom cloud of black. Blue's laser shot out from the mushroom cloud and shot towards Carlos. Carlos moved at 20 times the speed of sound to avoid the blue laser. A cloud of smoke disappeared. The subterranean shark was left intact. Explosives equivalent to 100,000 tons of TNT explosives cannot cause any damage to the monsters in front of them. This means that even if humans use bombers, they cannot be killed. Nick Fury feels more stimulated today than in years past. Sooner or later, I will die because my heart is not hard enough. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 20 plus 20 plus 20. Director Nick, the previous magic energy has been analyzed. Explain. We analyzed one of the magic chi, restored the photo, and found that the shadow wrapped inside seemed to be a shark, and its landing area was near Brooklyn. Magical energy? Is this guy born from magic energy? The slower the recovery, the stronger the strength. Are there any other recoveries? Currently, only the magic energy monitored has recovered. That means this guy is actually the weakest of all demonic energy. But even the weakest one can easily withstand 100,000 tons of TNT explosives. If the other monsters revived, he suddenly couldn't imagine how terrifying the strength of those monsters should be. Not to mention those monsters that contain rules. We need to build a shelter and use a certain method to contain those monsters. In the sky, Carlos' eyes completely transformed into Red's fighting mode. Air-to-air homing missiles, totally ineffective. Then only more powerful weapons can be used. Connect. Around Carlos, virtual walls appeared one after another, and her pink wings emitted a blue light like a stream of data. Insert those shadow interfaces. Those things seem to be in another world. The Queen of the Sky System, also known as the Uranus System or the Uranus System, is Carlos currently the largest arsenal. The ultimate weapon, Apollo. Carlos stretched out his hand, and a blue prism-shaped light shield appeared in front of him. While protecting herself, a thick gun barrel appeared on the top of her head. Apollo under the Uranus system can easily destroy a country, even from the Earth to space. The connection is successful. Adjust the angle. Natasha Romanoff below looked at the dazzling sky, feeling inexplicably dangerous. Maybe when that is over, New York won't have any problems anymore. Although the surrounding titans were almost cleaned up, there were still sporadic titans running around, so she had to be extremely careful. Found it. Natasha Romanoff gets under King Kong and finds the blonde unconscious. Wake up. Natasha Romanoff's hand touched the woman's thigh and suddenly found that the woman's thigh was bleeding all over the place. She quickly took off her clothes and put them under the woman. There is no other way now, although the surrounding environment is very bad, let alone a sterile environment. Her life may end at any time, but only she can help this woman. Wake up, I will help you. Natasha Romanoff slapped the woman's face to wake her up. Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 plus 13. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 20 plus 19 plus 18 plus 17. Her moods are constantly changing. As an agent these years, she has killed many people. This is her first contact with new life. Especially new life in this environment. Trust me, I will keep you safe. So just keep going, okay? Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 20 plus 21 plus 22 plus 23. While the two were talking, the vibration of the ground became more intense, as if something had broken through the cage. The woman cried out in pain, accompanied by something slipped into her hand. A hand came out from the ground. That unimaginably large hand directly grabbed the 50-meter-long ground shark and dragged it into the crack, as if holding a toy. And in the picture taken in space, in the mouth of the skeleton, A pair of blood-colored eyes lit up. Then he opened his mouth with his hands. Roar. That is Asgardian. Neither the military nor SHIELD can sit still. Chapter 22. With a slap, the shark in the ground was turned into a pulp. Not completely exposed, only one hand, and that hand alone is almost the same as a 50-meter-long underground shark. If it appeared on Earth, its Hill agent of SHIELD recalls the hallucination she has seen. That little King Kong was looking at huge amounts of mountains. Fear. The gorilla seemed to have torn open the skeleton's mouth, trying to get out of the skeleton's body. The ground was raised high, Asgardian, revealing half of its head. It was a naked orangutan with extremely long hair. Deep green eyes, in stark contrast to its full body hair. It seems to be covered with dense stones and trees. From behind, it looks like a mountain. He saw the dead little King Kong. His eyes were dull. Military, combat labs. Rob looks at the huge orangutan in the picture. Squint. With such huge amounts of combat power, if used by the military, the White House should agree. Please call Secretary Ross of the White House immediately. I have important matters to report to him. Rob gave a brief report on the current situation. However, he concealed the order from the White House and the crisis caused by his bombing, but described the matter as being deliberately disturbed, which led to the accidental death of King Kong. After Ross listened to Rob's report, since he is an Asgardian, then he should help us eliminate the crises brought about by him, send people to contact him, and let him cooperate with us. I believe he, an Asgardian, will not be so irrational. Understood, sir. Wait, and before our people arrive, no force is allowed to contact him in advance. We will make the first contact. Ross not only saw the crisis this time, but also saw the secret of Skull Island. For such a powerful creature, even if it is just a potion made by extracting their genes, it is possible for them to train a powerful warrior. Not to mention, there are other secrets on Skull Island. What are those villains trying to open Skull Island for? Is it simply wanting to destroy the world? Certainly not. Still want something from Skull Island? As the first country to explore, this is obviously an opportunity to enhance its strength. It's just that he is used to being superior and looking at people with a gesture of charity. Forgot one thing. Skull Island is not a weak country that can be bullied and dare not speak. And he just blew up someone else's kid. How can others cooperate with him because of love and peace? Hang up the phone. General Rob actively sent armed transport planes, plus a whole special operations force, to make the first contact with King Kong. Shield Tricurve Wing Building. General Rob sent another troop. Mommy Falk, this idiot, is he afraid that human beings will live too comfortably? Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 1,000. Nick Fury's blood pressure, which was finally lowered, rose again. This time, the blood pressure flooded into the brain in an instant. Give me General Rob. Director Nick is connected. Nick picked up the phone, unable to vent his anger. Damn Falk. This time he cursed out loudly. The previous aggrievedness was completely released at this moment. Cool. Positive emotions from Nick Fury plus 500. What exactly do you want to do? Do you think life is not exciting enough and you want something bigger? Rob comforted Nick Fury with ease. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion this time. We are not bombing this time. We have a vision of peace and want to cooperate with him. Since he is an Asgardian, he is definitely not an evil creature, so we can cooperate with him. We can help him take back the monsters that ran to the earth, let him perform his duties, and he can also help us suppress those threats, so that they keep coming out and doing it. It's a win-win for both parties. After Nick Fury heard it, his blood pressure soared. You just killed someone's child. Now you talk about love, peace, and responsibility. Why do people cooperate with you? Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 1,500. Rob said in a cold voice. This is different. People cannot be resurrected after death. I believe that he should understand our choice. Besides, we have great sincerity. This time, we won't hurt him a single bit. Nick listened to the hang-up over there. The gas intestines are about to explode. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 5,000. He doubts now. Seriously doubt it. Robert is just a ball. Our asterisk. Every decision made will lead mankind to the abyss. Too self-righteous, too headstrong. Director, Chief, wake up. Don't faint. Bring something exciting. The other side. Lin Tian, who was observing the battlefield and adjusting the details, suddenly noticed that the negative emotions from SHIELD Nick Fury skyrocketed. There are dozens and hundreds of others. But he is an increase of 1,000 and 1,000. It even jumped to 5,000 at once. He is almost on the verge of becoming his #1 brother. Nick can't die. This is a little fat sheep. Let me see who made him so angry. Lin Tian saw Luo Bai, a middle-aged man, just with a thought. After watching his performance. Silence. Silence. 6. Originally, he also wanted to create a few interesting characters to persecute Nick Fury. But unexpectedly, Nick Fury has been persecuted so badly by his own people. I'm all P*********** D off. It is estimated that without his intervention, Nick's lungs would be blown. Yes, it is a talent. I remember you. Rob really wasn't created by Lin Tian, but something that exists in this world. As for why such a person can become a general of the army, he can only express. Sometimes, reality is often more outrageous than creation. With the talent of Rob, let's have a little explosion. Nick Fury, let me lower your blood pressure first, and be careful not to get a cerebral thrombosis. Nick suddenly woke up. It felt like I was walking around on the death god's scythe. Mommy fuck. Who's stinky socks? Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 300. Where's Rob? New York. Live footage of New York. Several heavily armed transport planes headed towards the gorilla. The person above held a military loudspeaker and shouted towards the bottom. I'm the Chief of Naval Operations at Mei Li Jian, Admiral Rob. We love peace, and we have no intention of hostility with you. We've all lost important people in this war, but we can't go on. We need a peaceful. With the military shouting, even the people below felt the air freeze a lot. Which pod is not opened, and which pod is lifted? Are you courting death? Oops, the director has lost his temper again. Chapter 23. Inside the Stark building. The few people who were avoiding the Titan heard someone shouting from outside. The sound of the loudspeaker travels far. Even at a distance of several thousand meters, you can still hear clearly. Dad and Xiaoyu looked at Hawkeye. Which clever idea is this? Want to influence Donkey Kong? Are they your friends? Hawkeye quickly shook his head, vetoing it. I'm out of the military. Negative emotions from Hawkeye, plus 100. At the moment, even Hawkeye was embarrassed for each other. Just killed someone else's child. Now you say you are here for peace. Peace UA. Negative emotions from Hawkeye, plus 100. At the moment, everyone could feel the anger of the half-headed Asgardian. Rumble. The earth shook. Then the ground cracked a series of blood-colored gaps. Collapse. In an instant, the ground looked like a battlefield ravaged by scions, and the land began to disintegrate on a large scale. Like a mountaintop, huge amounts of stones floated directly from the ground. And in the mouth of the gorilla, it seems that a blue ball of light has gathered. Roar. The gorilla roared angrily towards the sky. Blue sphere of light turned into a beam of light. All the glass within 1,000 miles of him was instantly shattered. This beam of light is like opening the sky, break through the earth and rush to the universe. Seen from outer space, this blow directly hit the earth in the middle. White's clouds, the forks hit by his energy cannon, and the hurricane at sea were even annihilated directly. But the ground was only slightly affected by the scalding energy, forming a large, deep pit tens of kilometers long and as deep as a chasm. And that blow, without any accident, vaporized those armed transport helicopters. Silence, 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 just an angry attack. It actually caused such tragic damage. SHIELD and the military were completely shocked. Mom F******K. They thought about how terrifying the other could be. But I didn't expect it to be so terrible. This combat power completely surpasses that of Earth. As for cooperation, that's just nonsense. People don't need to cooperate at all. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 1,000, and in a manner. Professor X looked at the space gliding above the sky, just about to use his consciousness to spy on what happened. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His face paled in an instant, like an old man who was dying of illness. Professor, what's the matter with you? Wolverine looks at Professor X and takes his hand. New York, New York. Negative emotions from Charles Francis Xavier plus 2,000. Wanda looked at the aurora-like sky. My heart was shaken again. What happened? Sister. Something terrible. Negative emotions from Wanda plus 500. Kamartage. Several mage looked at the dazzling light across the sky. There was a lot of discussion. Ancient One walked out, looking at the light in the sky. Haven't recovered yet. What kind of power is this? This kind of rule that overrides everything. You have to hurry up and recover. Encountered such a domineering rule. Ancient One can only admit cowardly first and investigate slowly later. Strange. Let him enter the study. This magnificent scene was naturally discovered by many forces in the world. In New York, the root of everything. It's almost there. It's not time for you to appear on the stage yet, so go down first. And another Rand group in New York. A charming man with gold hair dangles a glass of red wine. Strike a flamboyant and glamorous pose. What a wonderful power. It's wonderful, it's so wonderful, it's so beautiful that I want to sing it. The man restrained his next expression and looked back. The man is holding a white mask in his hand, and there seems to be something missing on the white mask. Kneeling beside him was an old woman in a white shirt. It is Mrs. Gao, who cooperated with Jean Bing to sell drugs for the first time, and is also the boss of the Hand in society. But the Hand and meeting were changed hands in just a few minutes. Mrs. Gao couldn't understand the horror of the man in front of her at all. The other party is almost like a ghost. In just a few seconds after walking in from the outside, all the men turned into vampires, and the ninja she asked for help was turned into one weight after another by one person. Then she saw the fighting break out in uptown New York, especially the last beam, light up the whole of New York. From Dio's casual leaks, she seems to know what Dio wants to do. I want to get something, make up for his flaws, and then complete the final evolution. It seems that once he completes the evolution, he will be able to exert the power he had just now. That's why he is so excited. Master Dio, I'm back. Mrs. Gao, who was kneeling on the ground, heard someone walk in behind her. The heart trembled suddenly. This time, it felt even more different to her. If those transformed vampires want to suck her blood, then the voice behind it seems to be able to suck her soul. Everyone around Dio gave her an unimaginable pressure. Negative emotions from Mrs. Gao plus 100 plus 102 plus 103. A real person. Dio turned his face sideways, and from the corner of his eye, he looked at the real person behind who was being supported by Hannah Yubak. Speechless. Cool. Silence. Dio's silent. The temperature in the entire room dropped to freezing point in an instant. Even those vampires transformed by Dio dare not make the slightest sound, for fear of being heard by Dio. At this moment, it seems that breathing has become a sin. It's oppressive. A strong sense of oppression from the king of villains. Mrs. Gao felt her throat was blocked. Fear for Mrs. Gao plus 150 plus 170 plus. Chi. Dio appeared in front of the real person in an instant, and put his hand on the real person's face. I hope there will be no next time, understand? Drops of sweat dripped down the real person's face. I see. Skull Island appears. I need you to help me get the red stone. Hearing that Dio gave him a new mission, Masato breathed a sigh of relief. At least he won't die this time. Even Madame Gao breathed a sigh of relief. Under the influence of Dio's personal charm, there are not many people who are willing to follow and treat it like a god. Moreover, there are quite a few people who have been rewarded with abilities by him and can kill real people. And they are all rule abilities. The real person casually glanced at the short mother-in-law and the two brothers who were gambling. Everyone has the power of the rule, especially Dio. No one knows what his strength is, but they all showed him absolute respect. Thank you 14797 for your reward. Grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Feng Mo Sherwang. Grateful. Thank you so much. Chapter 24. The eyes of the world are on New York. Curious what the hell is going on in New York. And Rob is being yelled at by the Secretary of State on the phone. Let you get in touch with the other party, and look at what you've done. The White House phone, the president's phone, is about to explode. Now you are fully responsible for this matter, and what happens is your responsibility. It's over. The black pot cannot be thrown away. Done. Negative emotions from Rob plus 3. Negative emotions from Ross plus 200 inside the Stark Industrial Building. Tony is obsessed with rescuing Pepper. He also heard the shouts and roars from the outside world. It's just that he doesn't have time to pay attention to those guys now. The roar of the Asgardian King Kong not only shattered the glass, he also slammed him directly into the wall. Almost broke his guts. Mom F *** K. Feel the wetness of the inner thighs again. He knew that the wound on his buttocks had burst open again. Negative emotions from Tony Stark plus 300. Uncle Long was bumped. His eyes were squeezed and turned into cross-eyed. Stand up and take a few steps. It feels like the whole world is shaking. Uncle Long quickly patted his temple hard. Clap. After shaking it a few times, Uncle Long's eyes recovered. Hurry up. We have to save people quickly. Wait a little longer. The building will collapse. At this moment, Tony was extremely fortunate. Thankful that the construction team he had found was reliable enough. Otherwise, after several consecutive earthquakes, the Stark building would have collapsed long ago. Tony struggled to get up from the ground, push away the office on the last floor, and return to the innermost floor. It was a mess on the outside, but it was still clean inside. This is the damper he set with the foresight at the beginning. Able to cushion earthquakes. Guaranteed smooth. Tony opened the door of the room and pushed it open, and Pepper was standing inside, a little overwhelmed. See Tony's feet bleeding. Pepper hurried forward, then covered her mouth. Tony, oh my God, you're hurt. Pepper looked at the blood on Tony's body, and then at Uncle Long. I don't know, I didn't do it. After seeing Pepper, Tony's last consciousness finally couldn't hold on, and he fell softly in Pepper's arms. Pepper was completely out of ideas. The panicked negative emotions from Pepper plus 40. Replace him with an energy source first. He has no electricity now. Yeah. Pepper tried to keep calm, and under the reminder of Uncle Long, he helped Tony, who was seriously injured in the buttocks and lost too much blood, replace the energy in his body. JRVS, replace the energy source. Fortunately, Pepper was a Boy Scout and participated in training when he was a child. Know some first aid knowledge. Hold on to Tony for now. The outside world, under the body of little King Kong. With the unremitting efforts of Natasha Romanoff, a new life was born in her hands. In her hand came the first cry. Sound. Natasha Romanoff quickly took off a vest and wrapped it around the baby. Pass it to the blonde in front of you. And the body of the little King Kong on top of the head slid in one direction, and Natasha Romanoff quickly used his body to protect the two people below him. Wait until little King Kong's stomach, chest, and head leave above them. The two were exposed to the outside world. It's daybreak. Natasha Romanoff looked at the sky around her, and she slowly raised her head while protecting the woman under her. I saw the figure that completely covered the sun, and the Asgardian who was surrounded by a faint gold light. She stood up slowly. It was like King Kong and the blonde looking at each other back then. Make eye contact with each other. Then, the ground rumbled and shook. A huge amounts of heads trying to get out. But in the next second, Donkey Kong let out a roar, raised his fist, and smashed down on that head. Hum. A punch hit the huge amounts of monster, setting off an air wave of tens of kilometers. The center is more like a sandstorm. Little King Kong's body was dragged away by Asgardian. Even the monster was pushed to the ground together. There was a rumbling sound on the ground, and occasionally several terrifying rays came from the gaps, tearing apart skyscrapers in an instant. When Natasha Romanoff met the other's eyes, she seemed to understand what he meant. Second floor. Greedy Wolf saw Asgardian sinking. Asgardian is leaving? Pajun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is a good thing, and it escaped the catastrophe. The old man looked at Pajun. A good thing? This is not a good thing. The old man picked up the dried puffer fish. Originally, we could ask Asgardian to help us take back the magic energy, but now it seems that, let alone taking it back, even if someone wants to step into Skull Island, there is no chance. Everyone, it's best to pray that those demonic auras don't contain those existences that only Asgardians can deal with. Pajun rubbed his head. Then what Dad means is, it seems that I can only rely on myself. Tanling patted his chest. Father, don't be so discouraged. Didn't you say that there will be sleeping beings that automatically balance the power of both sides? The premise of balance is that they have to show up. The old man sighed. It took so long for the war to show up a revived hero, which means that not everyone is willing to fight. The old man looked out, and the ice Carlos in the sky disappeared. Come on, maybe the only one is gone now. As soon as Dad's voice fell, Hawkeye fell into deep thought. Dad sees far away. That's why I worry about the future. And Hawkeye followed Dad's thinking, and also worried about the future. How mighty is that ground shark? Even tens of tons of explosives could not injure him. This is the first one to recover. What about the others? How powerful will those monsters be? Even if someone comes forward, help them in the most critical time and balance their disaster. But can they really count on the help of others? Dad also said that those people may not be willing to stand up and save the Earth. They may be left alone. Negative emotions from Hawkeye plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. Fighting would be dead man's after all. Fighting isn't playing a game. Although the cracks in the ground were not closed, the light in the cracks was much dimmed, as if the power of Skull Island had dissipated in New York. The ground stopped shaking. In the east, the sun is slowly rising. It was as if a new life had been ushered in. In New York, except for the smoke of war, and some surviving small titans are still being destroyed. It seems that at this moment, New York can be considered to have reached peace. But Natasha Romanoff et al. Know. The real war has just begun. Thank you, Poplar Treehouse, for the reward. Woo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, White Dreams, for the monthly pass. Thank you, Supreme Master Ling Donglai, for the monthly pass. Grateful. Thank you so much. Chapter 25. Asgardian, King Kong disappears. After waiting for a long time, the sun has begun to rise. There was no movement in front of Stark's mansion for a long time. There were no earthquakes either. No screaming either. Like after the storm, it returned to calm again. Gazing at such a quiet picture, many people do not understand. Will that thing come back? An agent in SHILD seems to ask others, but also seems to answer himself. Will you come back? No one can tell, and no one can guarantee. After all, his own children died at the hands of humans. Is it possible not to retaliate? But if it really takes revenge on humans, can humans stop it? The shot that was spit out directly combed the earth in the middle. If he came out from there, he might tear the whole Earth into pieces. More than half an hour. The scene was quiet. It was as silent as if the whole city had died. Only the surviving Titans were constantly looking for food in the ruins. The military can naturally see the tragic situation in New York. In this operation, the military lost the most people. Almost few of the people sent out could come back alive. All were treated as cannon fodder. Enter now, there should be no problem. Although the underground shark and King Kong have disappeared, but there's still a Titan wreaking havoc inside. The army needs to clean up the remaining monsters. General Rob, Director Nick of S.H.I.E.L.D. Come in. Rob takes Nick's call. I'm sending people into New York City. Rob could feel the resentment from Nick's side. Don't get excited. There are still Titans in the city. Maybe there are other monsters that need to be cleaned up. Didn't you say that New York City still has magic energy? When Rob said this, Nick suddenly became nervous. What do you want to do? Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 500. What do I want to do? The city was destroyed. Such a big thing must not be hidden. The most important thing now is to save the living. Listening to Rob's words, Nick always felt something strange. For the first time, saving the city and blowing up King Kong, the city was almost destroyed. The second time, to save the city and talk about cooperation, the Earth was almost destroyed. The third time, this time, he's going to save the planet again. Wait, your people don't move? Wait for our people to arrive. Nick Fury was scared. This guy must never be allowed to act alone. At least give him an assistant. Otherwise, maybe he unknowingly pressed the button of the end of the world. Nick hung up the phone and looked at Agent Hill. Tell me, is there a possibility that General Rob is a rule or another evil spirit? Hill agent felt that Director Nick's head was a little abnormal due to the blood pressure. Now everyone looks like a demon, and everyone looks like a rule. Definitely, it's not impossible to rule it out. After all, what General Rob did was really not a human thing. The sun gradually rises. The team led by Falcon is still in a stalemate with the Peanuts. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. After some hard work, they finally figured out the pattern of this Peanut Man. This guy, though, is fast and indestructible. But there are also weaknesses. That is, you can only do it to one person at a time. As long as they don't panic, their eyes should be fixed on each other. With special action rules, it's not too difficult to solve these things as long as you find the knack. Target found. Foundation. Team B, Fire Phoenix team, take action. Just when Falcon was thinking about what to do next, it seemed that his channel signal received a combat signal that did not belong to their command center. Human soldiers found around the target, authorized to execute target amnestics. What? What amnestics? Who is speaking? Hearing this, Falcon quickly flew into the air vigilantly, looking around. He was also flying with War Machine. Apparently the War Machine heard those people too. Falcon flew into the air and saw a black force suddenly appear on the ground. A black force that resembled an armed force quickly surrounded him, but they dropped a spray first, and the billowing mist soon covered his entire force. They act efficiently and decisively. The style of acting is sharper than that of special combat troops. This made Falcon frown quickly. What do you mean by containment? How do you feel that they are familiar with these things? Who are these people? What are they going to do? General Rob, General Rob. Falcon found it impossible to contact Combat Command. You can only hide and observe first. If the opponent wants to attack their team, he can also sneak attack and counterattack the opponent. Falcon speculates that it may be signal interference, causing his own signal to be connected to the other party's channel in series, so he can hear the other party's voice. While Falcon and War Machine are hiding, they found out that the people who appeared out of nowhere didn't harm the soldiers. They just knocked them unconscious, which should be what they call amnestics. Immediately after that, a group of 3 slowly approached the Peanut Man. Unexpectedly, the monster was like a clay sculpture, motionless during the whole process. 3 people completed the task that so many of them could complete. The target has been contained and is waiting to be transferred. Authorize redeployment of amnestics. This team moved very quickly, from grabbing the containment to disappearing in less than a minute. After the smoke below disappeared, the 2 slowly landed on the ground, watching each other's disappearing figure. They didn't stop, because their teammates were stunned by some kind of stun potion. So they can't shoot at each other indiscriminately, fearing that the other party will jump over the wall in a hurry. However, the other party mentioned the Foundation. What is that? And containment. It seems they know these rule creatures well, so contain these things? After they left, his signal also came back. Reconnected with General Rob. General Rob, we've encountered a special operations force called the Foundation. Foundation? Rob frowned instantly. He had never heard of this organization. Besides, this is a battlefield, and their satellites are monitoring it in real time. If there is a troop breaking in, it is impossible for them not to know. Negative emotions from Rob plus 200. It seems that because of the appearance of Skull Island, all kinds of monsters and ghosts have been attracted. Don't know what's next. Third force, enter New York, clear those titans, beware of rule creatures. Titan is not the most dangerous, rule creatures are the most dangerous. Before all the rule creatures are cleared, this place will become a restricted area for humans. Chapter 26. Where King Kong disappeared, Natasha Romanoff looked at the blonde with the baby in her arms. Silence, when other people are near. Also notice the child in the woman's arms. The girl in the red dress is not holding a human being, but a newly born orangutan. This absurd scene made the scalps of those who rushed over go numb. Although Hawkeye is single on the surface, in fact, he has a happy family. But now seeing the girl in front of her holding a baby that is not human, I still feel a little incomprehensible. From negative emotions plus 15 plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. From negative emotions plus 15 plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. From negative emotions plus 15 plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. After all, few people can accept this kind of picture. Under Pepper's care, the Iron Man upstairs recovered a bit and took advantage of Titan's absence below to go downstairs with Uncle Long downstairs. Of course, I also saw the blonde girl. The original Tony was very hostile to King Kong. After all, this little King Kong ruined his party and destroyed his building. It even made New York like this. But thinking that he did such a crazy move for a beloved person, it doesn't seem so hateful, just like himself. If Pepper is caught by a real person, he may be as crazy as the other person. There is nothing to forgive and not forgive. It's just that everyone stands in a different position. Tony walked up to the blonde and noticed the child in her arms. Although that was different from human beings, he felt warm. Positive emotions from Tony Stark plus 1,500. This is their crystallization. Positive emotions from Pepper plus 500. We will help you raise him up. I haven't asked your name yet. The blonde woman raised her head, revealing Blue's eyes. My name is Belle. And what's his name, Belle? Caesar. His name is Caesar. Natasha Romanoff stepped aside, called the others over, and said to the others, perhaps it is really a lucky thing that King Kong's child is still alive. What's so lucky about that? Natasha Romanoff shook her head. Don't forget, Asgardian didn't attack the Earth. I tried it with him and saw its determination to destroy the world, but we didn't do it in the end. Hawkeye said quickly, you mean little King Kong? Seeing other people looking at him with strange eyes, he quickly said, I know his name is Caesar, but isn't little King Kong more suitable? Well, pretend I didn't say it. Hawkeye had a rare moment of humor, but found that no one understood his humor at all. It's so difficult. Xiao Yu quickly said, so raising Xiao Xiaojin. Bah, raising Caesar is also an opportunity for us. Negative emotions from Hawkeye plus 100, that's right. Natasha Romanoff's words immediately cheered up everyone else. That's right, little King Kong is gone. But little Caesar is still alive. If little Caesar could be willing to help humanity, then Asgardian will eventually choose to help mankind solve the crisis that human beings cannot solve. Because little Caesar lives in human society, then it is impossible for Asgardian to let the crisis go. That's why the Asgardians didn't break through the ground and crash into Earth in the end. In the final scene, they had seen the Asgardian push back the head of a monster. In comparison, there must have been a lot of monsters running out of Skull Island at that time, even trying to get out of the cracks in the ground. But in order not to let them run out, Asgardian returned to Skull Island to fight those monsters and block the way to leave Skull Island. After figuring this out, positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 2,000, positive emotions from Hawkeye plus 2,000, positive emotions from George Stacy plus 250, positive emotions from Police Officer A plus 2, from. So, the Asgardians haven't forgotten about Earth, nor left everything alone. In fact, on the contrary, it was he who solved the greater crisis that mankind was about to face and suppressed those monsters. Otherwise, the moment those monsters tore open the prison, they would be able to destroy the entire world. But what humans are facing now is just those devilish chi. Hawkeye explained what he understood. Find the next way to go. The old man looked at other people looking at him, coughed. You are right. After everyone understands this, the burdens on each of them will become clear. First things first, take care of little Caesar. Negative emotions from Hawkeye plus 50. And the second thing is to deal with the descending demon energy. Actually, the task of taking care of little Caesar, I believe it is not difficult for everyone. Definitely not simple either. Everyone, don't forget that the forces behind the Skull Island have always wanted to open it. They have not disappeared. This time, they have not failed in their mission. Now that the Skull Island is half open, they have a way to get in. Therefore, I will definitely try my best to return to this place and re-enter the interior of Skull Island. The best way for them to enter Skull Island safely is to use Little Caesar as a threat and ask Asgardian to open a passage for them. After all, they lured Little King Kong to leave Skull Island. Asgardian must remember their smell. Definitely there are other ways to smuggle people, but there are definitely other threats. In short, the crisis has not been resolved, and Caesar is still very important. After the others listened to what the old man said, I understand the importance of Little Caesar even more. The Little Caesar now, to put it seriously, is the last hope of the earth. Looking at Little Caesar in Belle's arms, much cuter than before, and the soldiers sent by Rob's army rushed towards Stark Industries. Falcon and War Machine will flight. So relying on the advantages of flight, they rushed to Tony and others one step ahead of schedule. Falcon glanced twice. Didn't see Steve. Where's Steve? Did any of you see Steve? Falcon and Steve are good friends. Their relationship is like Iron Man and War Machine. Several people heard Falcon calling Steve. I suddenly remembered. Steve's sea urchin, which had turned into a spell, hadn't recovered yet. At that time, when Tanlang gained the power of a real person, the time was only 10 minutes. After recovering King Kong, he fought with real people so fast that the last time was only enough to recover Belle and Little Caesar. But he didn't notice that there was another Steve beside him. Not to mention anyone else. Even Hawkeye forgot he marked Steve with an arrow. He didn't remember until Falcon shouted. At the moment they noticed. A battered sea urchin was hiding in a corner, slowly healing. The magic spirit's near undead ability allows him to recover no matter how badly he is injured. And Steve, who was twisted into a sea urchin, has been bombarded after losing his mind. Only when it was broken into slag was it remembered. Chrysalis, chrysalis, chrysalis. Swallow a little to heal the wound. Instinct drove him towards the corpse. However, Steve, who wanted to devour the corpse to recover from his injuries, was grabbed from behind. Catch him. The idea is a bit hard, it's tricky. Chapter 27. The military's cleanup force arrived. For ancient humans, those titans may be an irresistible crisis of extinction. But for the mechanized, automated, and informatized armed forces, it is not enough at all. Those titans, they don't have the hard skin of the shark monsters of the earth. There is no ability to restore ability like a real person. So in the face of machine gun fire and artillery bombardment, can only be beaten passively. As a result, scenes of Titan being chased by the army can be seen everywhere. At this moment, it seemed that luck finally belonged to the human side came. Let mankind fight a happy battle. Positive emotions from +3. Positive emotions from +2. Positive emotions from Rob +55. Positive sentiment on the military side was surging. Before facing all kinds of outrageous monsters to the sky, he was completely helpless when he was beaten by the opponent. Now they finally encountered a monster they could beat. That's a rave party. Da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. Blow it up. Along the way, Rob's army was unimpeded. Positive sentiment also rises with all boats. Although a person has very few positive emotions, but the number has increased, which is also very impressive. The correct harvesting method can't just focus on these superheroes. These common people are also harvesting points, especially if the number is large. That's impressive. The man on the second floor muttered to himself. Downstairs, a pink-haired man in casual decoration passed by, holding a bag of watermelon seeds in his arms. Rob's army. After advancing for dozens of miles, I haven't encountered a monster that is more difficult to deal with. But Rob at the moment has always been careful. In order to prevent him from messing around, SHILD told him an important message. Today's battlefield is not safe. There is another crisis on the battlefield that has not erupted for the time being, but it may erupt at any time. And the longer the delay, the more terrifying the crisis. So Rob ordered his lieutenants to rush to the battlefield, focusing on cleaning up the lives that might mutate first. As for monsters that cannot be killed, they can only be detained temporarily. Definitely the most important thing is to find out the events that may trigger the crisis. In order to avoid the outbreak of the crisis, he ordered the lieutenant to clean up those abnormal units in advance without reporting to him. As for what SHILD said, they will act when they come. Rob just ignored it. After all, the first closest unit of SHILD was wiped out. It is estimated that it will not be until the next day when the second force arrives at the scene. Now the military won't wait that long. Along the way, tanks, armed transport vehicles, passed by Tony and others. Many people looked at the baby in Belle's arms with strange eyes. Hawkeye took off his jacket tenderly and covered Caesar. This prevents some people from snooping. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. The lieutenant saluted several people. Then he raised his gun and pointed at the sea urchin that was bound and grinning behind Tony. Looks like you need help. The lieutenant looked towards the iron cage behind him, where two cursed spirits were being imprisoned. The two cursed spirits bit each other like hyenas, and the soldier in the car scalded the body of the cursed spirit with a cigarette butt. Tony waved his hand. No, no, no. This is my friend. The other party just smiled and teased. I hope that when he eats you, he can think of you as his friend. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to leave, Natasha Romanoff stepped forward and said, We belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding him. We will have a solution, and we don't need your help. Let them go. The lieutenant seemed to hear a message from above in his earphones, and replied, Yes, sir. Finally, he sneered at several people. They have all become monsters, and they are reluctant to kill them. Although the lieutenant's attitude made people feel dissatisfied, but now few people have no strength. They don't want to fight another battle with the army in front of them. That doesn't make sense. Just as the lieutenant left, Rob noticed the child in the arms of the blonde woman through the switched shots in the laboratory. Sensitive as a general, he immediately felt the importance of that thing. Because of the positions of these people, take a position that protects the opponent behind you. Wait, switch back to the third action group, the scene 10 seconds ago, and play it again. In the camera, he saw the sea urchin behind Tony, a rich man in New York, and also noticed the blonde woman who was deliberately protected behind him. Strangeness. Why are these people protecting that woman? And the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was clear to Rob that S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't told them all their secrets. After all, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. are just a partnership. It is far from intimacy, let alone intimate friendship. If the military finds something that will improve the military strength, it will definitely not tell S.H.I.E.L.D. The same goes for S.H.I.E.L.D., the third action group. Don't leave for now. Check what the woman in the red dress is holding. There are so many people, all in a secretive way. There must be something wrong. The lieutenant, who was about to leave, returned again, this time directly picking up the gun and aiming at Tony. Tony's heart skipped a beat as he watched the lieutenant go back and forth. When he saw the opponent's movement of raising the gun, he became even more nervous. Know that Pepper is still behind him. Once you fight, gentlemen and ladies, for the sake of safety, I think I still need to check what the lady is carrying. See the lieutenant aiming his gun at the girl behind him. The armor on Tony's face snapped shut. He raised his finger to the lieutenant. A bright red light appeared in the palm of his hand. Sorry, you don't need it. Hawkeye also took out his arrows and drew his full bow. Natasha Romanoff, Daddy, Uncle Long, Tanlang, and Pujuan also put on a posture, ready to attack. And their posture of readiness makes the military even more convinced that they must be hiding something. The lieutenant's voice was much duller. Gentlemen and ladies, one warning. For the sake of safety, I need to check what that lady is carrying. I said you don't need it. Tony and the others really didn't want to fight the military, but it's impossible for them to hand over Little Caesar to the military. Although they don't know how the military will react when they see Little Caesar. Will realize the importance of Little Caesar. Will it be snatched? But they couldn't risk handing over young Caesar to a power that had killed his father. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff, plus 150, from Tony Stark. Stop. I'll show you. As Bell spoke, he lifted off the clothes that had been changed on Caesar's body. Show that face of Caesar. The lieutenant immediately showed disgust on his face. And Rob also frowned. It's just an orangutan? Orangutan gorilla. Although I don't know what connection the orangutan in the woman's arms has with those gorillas. But he instinctively felt that the orangutan was important. The chimpanzee stays, the others can leave. The lieutenant said in the words of General Rob. The chimpanzee stays, and the others can go. Chapter 28. Did they know the secret of Little King Kong? Tony raised his other hand, aiming both at the army. Mr. Soldiers, we are not enemies. We don't want to have a war with you. Just at this extremely tense moment, there was a burst of intense gunfire from the lieutenant's intercom. ZZ. Then there was a cry for help. Support, request support. Repeat one side. Ask for support. Block 30. The lobby on the first floor of Ward Building A of the hospital. Need support. Need support. Repeat again. Ah. The lieutenant's face turned cold instantly. He naturally heard the voice on the intercom. And Block 30 was the closest to his team. What happened? Team 7, please answer. The lieutenant didn't take his eyes off Bell's body, but he answered the call for support as he switched on the intercom. Dead silence. 7th team, please answer. Dead silence. Could it be dead? Suddenly, a terrible thought popped into the lieutenant's mind. They saw the Titan thrown away by them. This seemed to make them forget how dangerous the city was. Titan is just one of the weak creatures. After a long time, a voice that sounded like a madman came over the intercom. I'm a doctor, so what if I instill the patient? What about the patient? All my patients are here, listening to the crazy laughter on the other side, from deep to excited, then to crazy. And then there were shots of gunshots and screams again. The lieutenant suddenly felt his scalp go numb. What happened to that squad? Such a terrifying scream actually happened. The ones behind should be the support team. Damn it. Negative emotions from +10. Negative emotions from +10. Negative emotions from +10. In a hospital, a tall, purple man was standing in the corridor. He was wearing a white coat with a series of Mundo letters written upside down on his chest. Turning around, facing the soldiers behind him, a fat blue tongue flicked around in his mouth, accompanied by a weird laugh. Hey. His mouth was constantly drooling. In his hand, he tightly held a surgical saw blade. All the soldiers around died in a disgusting way. Even if the butcher walked in, he would vomit because of the horror around him. Only the rookie soldier who just heard the scream and came to support him. A person is still alive. At the moment's rookie soldier, his calf was trembling. His legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they were so heavy that he couldn't lift them. The rookie soldier gritted his teeth. Damn it. Get away from me. Monster. Hey. F***K. 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 Negative emotional fear from +20. Fact. Da-da-da. The soldiers shouted and fired the bullets in their hands. But those bullets only briefly repelled Mundo in front of him. For Mundo, these injuries make no difference. Mondo looked down at the wounds on his body that healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he looked at the soldier in front of him with weird eyes. Then he uttered another sentence with a maniacal laugh. You are sick and need to be cured. Immediately afterwards, Mundo threw himself on the rookie soldier. Like an anatomy, Mundo sawed off the rookie soldier in front of him one by one, put back the internal organs that he thought were wrongly placed, and spliced them indiscriminately, trying to save the sick patient. After just a few minutes, the rookie soldier has no human form at all, and even the corpse can't tell what it is. Mundo looked at the motionless corpse and stood up regretfully. As a professional doctor, he was very sad. I'm sorry, Dr. Mundo has tried his best, but there are always accidents in surgery. Mundo grabbed the wreckage and shook off the soldier's tattered body. Then regain your smile and confidence. Because although this operation failed, but it doesn't matter, there are still many patients outside waiting for his treatment. This is really a good place for medical research. Everyone here is sick. Mundo slammed the door open. Looking at a large group of patients outside, the smile on his face became more and more crazy. I'm here to treat you. Shooting. After entering the central area, the soldiers' cleanup plans were hampered. It can even be said to be difficult. Except for a soldier who was chased by Mundo. There was another army that lost all its blood and turned into mummified corpses. There is even a team that was swallowed by a huge amounts of human-face centipede while chasing and killing the Titan. The closer to the center, the more dangerous. It's the Titans. There are colossal Titans near the center that can't be dealt with by artillery fire for the time being. Common guns and bullets are useless against those Titans. After a minute of stalemate between Tony and the original army, the group of soldiers had to set off to the battlefield to support the front line. Seeing that the battlefield was once again in crisis, Tony saw that they were not equipped enough, so they could only retreat temporarily and make plans. Fortunately, the military can hold on for a while now, but the forces behind the real person will definitely act again. I just don't know when the forces behind it will make a move. Father, what should we do next? Well, next, Dad will go back to Dad's antique shop to make some items that seal the magic power, super-level spell spirits, which are definitely impossible to kill with your ability, so the best way is to use magic to defeat them. Magic, Greedy Wolf said to Pajun. Pajun, don't go back to the VV Academy for now. The curse seeds on your body need to be cleared for you, and those curse seeds continue to absorb your power. You should not be able to hold on now. Chisa, I have insisted on not. Snapped. Pajun's body suddenly shrank, transformed into a little baby in a loincloth. Tanlang couldn't help scratching his head when he saw that Pajun had turned into a child again due to excessive use of his ability. Explain to everyone. Sorry, because the abilities we developed have some side effects. Mr. Pajun has contributed too much this time. Please help take care of him. Natasha Romanoff nodded and picked Pajun up. Okay, leave it to me. As it happens, Natasha Romanoff just helped Belle deliver a baby and is now in love. Sister, hungry rice. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff +100 from Natasha Romanoff. From. Tanlang grabbed Pajun's ear. Don't be fooled by him. He just looks smaller. Pajun cursed. Stinky boy, you are just envious. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff +500. Chapter 29. Hell's Kitchen. A A fierce man was using an iron fist to severely teach the subordinate who betrayed him. The muscles like iron lumps all over his body have reached the extreme of human beings, reaching an incredible level. Riots broke out in uptown New York yesterday, almost destroyed everything he had worked so hard to build. As for the goods he traded with Mrs. Gao yesterday, he has not received the final payment until today, and even Mrs. Gao cannot be contacted. So he caught the trade partner, Mrs. Gao's younger brother Brand. He seriously suspected that this little brother had embezzled his goods. Boss, please forgive me, I didn't take it for myself. Oh. He grabbed Brand's head with his iron hands, and with both hands, Brand's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, blood pressure surged, and White's eyeballs turned blood red. Jean Bin shouted again in a deep voice, "Where are my goods? Where is Mrs. Gao?" In the dim warehouse, a lamp flickered overhead. Almost all the teeth on Brand's face were smashed. Mouth full of blood, the mouth is numb. The veins on the top of his head popped out. It seemed as if his head would explode in the next second. Jean Bin, there's no need to be so cruel to my people. Just at the moment, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Hearing the sound, Jean threw it away, and Brand was thrown on the shelf in the factory like garbage. Bang! The weight on the shelves slammed down on Brand, squeezing his last breath from his lungs, squeezing them dry. Mrs. Gao? I thought you were going to hide. Where are my goods? Jean Bin is the most powerful guy in the New York gang. No one dares to swallow his goods and can live such a nourishing life, not even Mrs. Gao. Mrs. Gao is wearing White's suit, with White's silk gloves on her hand, and a scepter in her hand, but it is also his weapon. Hiding. Madame Gao had a smile on her face. Jean Bin, do I need to hide from you? And this time I came with a mission. The Lord needs me to unify the underground gangs in New York, so as an old friend, I found you, so don't be too thankful. Jean Bin clenched his fists instantly. Jean Bin, a mob boss conquering New York's underworld with his fists. Someone actually wanted to conquer him. Isn't this a big joke? You're joking, I don't like it. Madame Gao tapped the ground with a scepter. For a moment, in the dark of the factory building, several ghostly figures emerged. The ninjas around him just wanted to take precautions. In the next second, several wounds appeared on those people's bodies. Blood gushes like a fountain, gushing out. Oh, some people even had their throats cut on the spot. Why so fast? It is impossible for a normal person to have such a fast speed. Jean Bin's expression tensed up. Look around. Listen to all directions. The moment a black shadow flew towards him in the air, Jean Bin punched out. This fist can punch through the iron plate and hit the opponent's body, but it just knocks the opponent back heavily, without the feeling of piercing through the flesh. Such a solid body. The black shadow flew out backwards. Coughing up a blood clot. Then he raised his whip leg, and without time to recover, he swept it behind him. Like a cannonball fired. With a swift speed, the black shadow behind him was swept away by more than 10 meters. And this time, his men, except for Vulture, were wiped out. All lay on the ground. Vulture right. Vulture felt hairs on his back, as if a pair of red eyes were staring at him in the dark, looking at him like a cat and a mouse. Snapped. Kim threw his fist again. Years of fighting skills have allowed him to fight against superheroes, so he is naturally not afraid of these annoying vampires. Bomb! A yellow thing in the air hit Jean Bin. Jean Bin immediately felt that this thing seemed to be corroding himself, but he didn't have time to check it out, because those people whose ribs and sternum were broken by him stood up again. Even those who were killed by the black shadow stood up staggeringly, and when they looked at him, they showed cruel, red eyes and crazy smiles. Negative emotions from Faith Grams plus 15. Jean Bin's heart has been trained to be extremely strong. But at this moment, he couldn't suppress the hair in his heart. What the hell is this? Vampire? And Jean looked at the yellow liquid stuck to his hand, like a mass of slime that was constantly corroding his fingers. Negative emotion from Faith Gram plus 30. Madame Gao, this guy. Jean Bin wanted to quit at this moment. I want to leave for a while to avoid the edge. But the surrounding vampires blocked his way. Let him have no chance to escape. Jean Bin took out the lighter and wanted to burn the things in his hands. But the moment he encountered the fire, the slime that was originally only a little doubled in size in an instant, and it was about to cover the entire palm of his hand. And the sudden stabbing pain made him feel like his arm was about to disappear. What the hell is this? Negative emotions from Faith Grams plus 100. Will the fire get bigger and bigger? Do you have to use ice cubes? Okay, yo. Behind Mrs. Gao stood a handsome man. He has black, fluffy, long hair, gold shining pupils. It also has slender eyebrows, well-proportioned and strong muscles. It's just that there is a cherry in his mouth, dancing on his flexible tongue, making people look at him and want to beat him madly. How is it, Jean Bin? Have you seen the power of the people behind me? This is just one of the adult subordinates. Mrs. Gao looked at Jean Bin, whose arms were wrapped in yellow restraint. As long as you assist that lord and complete the mission, the Lord can give you the happiness of going to heaven. Jean Bin, don't you want to bring your family back? Family. Mrs. Gao's words immediately gave Jean a sudden pause. Family. When Jean Bin was a gangster, he had a period of peace. At that time, he had a wife and a son. It's just that he never left the gang. In an accident, his wife and son saw the scene of him punishing his subordinates. Only then did his wife and son know his identity. So the wife and son chose to leave, and then an accident happened, and the wife and son left him. So this has always been a thorn in his heart. Madame Gao continued, Jean Bin, the Lord behind me exists for the happiness of all mankind. Even if you don't help that Lord, as long as someone knows the great purpose of that Lord, they will devote themselves to it without hesitation. I have completely joined that adult. Do you still want hesitation? Shock from Faith, plus 100. He knew Mrs. Gao's pride. The other party is a proud and ruthless woman. She even dared to do it to the military, and even he, a gangster boss, refused to accept it. Today, she would actually admire such a person so much. You must know that using coercion, it is impossible for her to surrender to the other party so convincingly. But now Mrs. Gao looks like a fanatical believer in her eyes, as if she is completely fascinated by that person. What kind of charm is the person behind her? Chapter 30. What happened in New York shook the world. All forces want to know what happened in New York eagerly. Someone was sent to check. Kamartaj. In front of the Ancient One Supreme Mage stood a black man. It is Baron Mordo, whom Ancient One trusts very much. Baron Mordo, like the king, is the successor originally chosen by Ancient One, but both have their own shortcomings. Some flexibility is missing, but now, Ancient One can only send one to New York to inquire about news. Mordo, the mage holy place in New York has been destroyed. I need you to check it out. This incident, the crisis, is very serious. I heard Ancient One say that this incident is very serious. Baron Mordo's heart sank suddenly. Ancient One has always been calm and breezy, and has never been as dignified as it is today. There is a feeling of having to explain the funeral. Make him flustered. Baron Mordo suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and asked cautiously, Don't even you know what happened? Negative emotions from Baron Mordo plus 15 silence. Watching Ancient One Mage fell silent. Baron Mordo's heart was cold. It feels like I'm going to escape from death this time. Ancient One saw the psychology of Baron Mordo, and knew that what he had shown made Baron Mordo lose confidence. Ancient One just shook his head. It's not that I don't know, but I don't know much. Go there this time, and be more careful. Some things have surpassed time and rules. Don't be rash when you encounter problems. Baron Mordo finally looked better. At least the Supreme Mage didn't say that he would die if he went there, but listening to Ancient One's words, he also knew the seriousness of the problem. So he nodded gravely. All right. Even Ancient One Mage felt tricky. This crisis, he really had to be careful when he went. I went. Careful. Ancient One sighed. His eyes seemed to pass through layers of space. Great power. The supreme rule. She didn't dare to peep directly, but just thinking about it, she felt very terrifying. As if there was some kind of wandering rule, as long as she touched it, it could kill her. And there seems to be a bigger rule inside, which doesn't appear. Negative emotions from Ancient One plus 10,000. It is precisely because of its strength. So I can feel that fear even more. New York, Westchester. Xavier School for Gifted Youth. Professor X's private plane flew from California. Some of the X-Men came down, including Wolverine and Cyclops, Beast. After seeing what happened in New York, these three people were hurriedly summoned to investigate the New York incident. At the moment, school is not over yet. Those teenagers with peculiar abilities use their abilities to do some pranks. There are boys who can blow hair, playfully use it to lift up girls' miniskirts. And the girl will use laser-like eyes to burn a big hole in the boy's pants. Some people control the water to pour water on girls to achieve the effect of getting wet. So the girl will spit out fire to fight back, burning the other party's pants. It can be seen that these people have a good relationship. Everyone held back their strength, and at the same time making pranks, they also tried their best to prevent people from dying. Instead, it turns to make people socially dead. It seems that the school is good. The ability level of these students is not high, so it will not explode because the ability is too large to be controlled like Qin. These students study here and constantly master their ability. These warm scenes warm their hearts. Positive emotions from Scott Summers plus 100, positive emotions from Henry McCoy, plus 100, positive emotions from James Logan Howlett, plus 100. So, this mission must ensure the safety of the children. Hank nodded and agreed with him. Although the school in the Westchester area is 100 miles away from the ruins, the border of Westchester is close, and when I came here, I have already discovered that the military issued a new according to the news. Westchester has been listed as a level 2 dangerous area, which means that there will be things that threaten children at any time. So we have to enter the ruins to find out the truth, and it is best to eliminate the threat. What happened in New York is estimated to attract the intervention of various forces. It will definitely be very lively. Several people did not take this crisis seriously. After all, they didn't really touch the battlefield. And the military and SHIELD keep things in New York very tight. I am afraid that if the matter is leaked out, it will cause a global sensation. However, how can there be an impenetrable wall in the world? The more you cover it up, you don't want others to see it. Others are more curious. Although distant areas cannot enter New York. But the radio stations and newspapers around New York have gone completely crazy. In order to broadcast the news, know the secrets inside. It has begun to not only be limited to candid shots on the periphery, but want to get first-hand news, get scoops. So in order to get news, these people sneaked in secretly or flew helicopters into restricted areas. There are even some Facebook celebrities who sneak into the city's interior from the sewers in order to gain traffic. Shield Tricurve Wing Building. Nick Fury looks at the surveillance camera on the screen. The person next to him reported to Nick Fury. The first batch of agents has already rushed to New York. The Hill agent will lead the team. The second batch of agents is being drawn back from all over the world to join this operation. The third batch is the newest employees. Nick Fury got the third list, and the first page was a woman, Sky. What follows is her profile introduction one after another. Keep going. And keep monitoring New York. Keep people away from the ruins of New York. He learned from the survivors that he saw a ruled organism taken away by the military and disappeared. I hope that what the military takes away is not a particularly powerful rule creature. Military Combat Laboratory. Rob's face turned purple. The camera was destroyed, nothing was captured, and then everyone died. So what happened? Hey, what did you see? Tell me, is there no one alive? Sizzle. The sound of signal jamming came from the helmet camera on the destroyed battlefield. Group B, authorized by the Foundation Mobile Task Force, call the Ghost Team for assistance. Mission target, a shy person, target characteristics. Whoever sees the target will be killed by him. No immunity, no immunity. Repeat, no immunity, no immunity. The site is not allowed to keep any information, photos, paintings of the target object. Repeat, the site is not allowed to keep. Sizzle, use containment, sizzle, to contain, sizzle. ZZ. Rob of the Combat Laboratory sat down on the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead. Chapter 31. Afterwards, the soul seemed to be pulled out of the body. Drops of cold sweat trickled down his temples. Negative emotions from Rob plus 200. Negative emotions from Rob plus 200. This sound. Falcon has also reported that when facing that rule creature, he heard the sound of electric current disturbance. Also, they call themselves the Foundation. Definitely, it's not this kind of thing that scares Rob. Rather, what they say cannot be exempted. If you see him, you will be killed. You must know that there are a large number of reporters outside who want to break in, being pushed out by them. Only some people were allowed to enter the fringes to shoot. There are also many people who want to know what happened in New York through the live broadcast. So sneaked into New York secretly. Originally, he thought that even if he was photographed and made news, it wouldn't matter. It's a big deal to clean up afterwards. But if it is true that the things they said were photographed and made the news, or live broadcast on the internet, what will happen then? A shy person who will kill his target if he is seen. He seemed to know how his men died. Negative emotions from Rob plus 500. Negative emotions from Rob plus 500. If you say the only lucky thing. Only the team's camera was broken, so they didn't capture it. Wait, did you get a picture? Rob's brain was desperately recalling whether he had seen the other party. But his brain desperately warned him not to recall, not to recall. The more warning, the clearer the memory. Negative emotions from Rob plus 300. This situation made his brain a mess, like mud. Delete the video record. Just in case, Rob chose to delete the recording of the video, and even asked people to store all the backup videos, and they were not allowed to view them. Wait, why am I so stupid? How can I be scared by myself? How can I bear such a horrible thing by myself? Moreover, even if there is a scapegoat, others have to bear it together. Now Rob has a lot of scapegoats, but he knew that the more he was blamed, the safer he would be. Because something went wrong, he had to be blamed. The blame has already been taken. He will never resist this kind of psychological pressure alone. Rob puts on the call. On the other side, Nick Fury is carefully observing the sexual movements of the people in the video, including the agent. Director Nick, General Robb is on the phone. That guy? Nick Fury hesitated at first. He always looked for him by himself, but it was the first time General Robb looked for him. Although I don't know why, but he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that the other party might have nothing good to come to him. Think for a while. Nick Fury decided to listen to him first. After all, SHIELD and the military are now considered a cooperative relationship. He also can't get too stiff with each other. Hi, this is Nick Fury. I'm Robb, and I apologize to you for my recklessness yesterday. Apologize? It's okay, it's all over. Nick Fury picked up the phone and looked at it with a frown. You won't be concerned about this, will you? I'll tell you one thing. Don't be afraid. Robb's voice was quieter, but Nick Fury sounded like his hair was blown up. One thing. Do not be afraid. Special code. What did this pig teammate do again? Drug, medicine. Nick Fury had a lot of blood pressure medication prepared for him, just to prevent such accidents. Last time he was so angry. The agent next to him was carrying a large bag of medicine and putting it on the table. After preparing the water and the medicine, Nick Fury swallowed at this moment. The voice trembled slightly. Say, let's go. With these medicines, he believes that no matter what mess the military makes, he will at least guarantee that he will not be mad at the other party after listening to it. It's just that we found another creature that might be Rule S**X. Another. Nick Fury, whose blood pressure has been soaring by the military, is very uncomfortable. A rule creature? That's it. I thought you could bring some great news. The result is this kind of bad street news. Oh, Nick Fury gave some unremarkable feedback. Even a little bit depressed. After all, every move of the military before has had too much impact. Hearing this kind of news now, Nick Fury even has an absurd feeling. Is this news to you? Too disappointed. Medicines are prepared for nothing. Robb heard Nick Fury's reply. There is only one, huh? I already understand this rule. Let's talk. Nick Fury felt that the rule that even Robb knew was definitely not a particularly powerful advanced rule creature. After all, even the military knows. It shouldn't be too bad. At most, it's about the same level as a monster contained by the military. Although it can hurt people, the way to deal with it should be very simple. This creature, I can only temporarily confirm that it appears within the scope of our Plan D area. Oh, its rule is similar to the previous one, and the trigger condition is sight. Oh, after this one is seen, it will not stand still, but will kill the person who saw it. This is an inevitable result and cannot be exempted. Oh, interesting. It also has a rule. That is, seeing it through photos or the internet will also trigger the rule, even if you accidentally glance at the other party. Nick Fury, who was watching the big screen and scanning the battlefield, froze. Mom F***K? Robb continued to say to Nick Fury. Now there are hundreds of journalists who have entered the ruins of New York, and there are also many internet celebrities who are live broadcasting on the internet. The whole world is paying attention to the events in New York. So, Nick, are you there? Are you listening? Nick, are you listening? Mom F***K. I hear you. Nick Fury stood up with a jerk. The whole world is watching. Hundreds of reporters entered the ruins, and a group of internet celebrities broadcast live. It would have been nice to see it. Nick Fury was stunned for a moment. Can't finish killing at all. He knew it was no good meeting Robb. And now it is. Once uploaded to the internet by a person, will it mean that everyone in the world will die? God, why let him know such a collapsed news? Fact squid. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 2,000. Hear the manic voice over there. I feel much better. Positive emotions from Robb plus 1,000. Chapter 32. Nick Fury listened to the sound of the phone being hung up. He was panting heavily. He quickly poured down a medicine and pushed it into his mouth. Take it with water. Robb nearly sent his blood pressure skyrocketing. Who are these people? This B*********** D thing was definitely on purpose. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 1,000. Nick really wants to ask the military now. Call Robb back. New York really can't go on being tossed about by him like this. Although this time it really wasn't Robb's fault. But the news he brought was unbearable. Robb on the other side not only told Nick of SHIELD about it. By the way, I told the current Secretary of State Ross together. Ross, who was watching the video of their action, smashed the computer in front of him with a fist on the spot. Mommy Falk. Negative emotions from Ross plus 500. But because of this, Robb managed to divide the black pot into 3 parts, and each of them carried a part. Now all 3 parties know that there is such a terrifying rule monster under the ruins of New York. That must be dealt with. And now the Secretary of State can only kill General Paul Bow and use a tough attitude to issue orders to drive out all those who entered the ruins. The reporters who entered the ruins of New York were all sent back before they had time to take pictures. Their cameras were smashed and burned on the spot. This rude behavior immediately aroused the anger of journalists who did not know the truth. They severely criticized the military's tyrannical behavior and accused the military of deliberately concealing the truth. Some angry reporters even wanted to violently rush into the ruins. But it just forced the military to fire a shot. As for the reporters who had already sneaked in, Ross gave the order. Once found, they can be shot and killed directly. This is to prevent the possibility of rule creatures being leaked. Although most people are stopped by the army, the military cannot guarantee that everyone will be stopped. Killing people who enter the danger zone is the best solution. Although these have been advertised, warnings have been issued. But there are still a group of people who successfully sneaked into the ruined city. Eddie Brooke, a cunning reporter from one of the newspapers, managed to evade the military's interception and used the city's sewers to enter Area D, which was listed as a restricted area by the military. The normal shooting, recording, and broadcasting of at the moment has long been banned on the internet. And Eddie is using an illegal shot, live streaming through illegal software. Now there are thousands of viewers in his live broadcast room. Eddie lifted up the manhole cover on the ground, looked at the devastated D area and the cracks in the Grand Canyon that went deep into the chasm, and he was extremely shocked. Everyone, I successfully slipped in. Now everyone wants to know what happened in New York, but only you know. Next, everyone can feast their eyes. Once Eddie entered, he started wandering around. When he saw the corpse, he slapped him wildly. All kinds of shocking monsters and shocking scenes have been photographed by him a lot. And such a stimulating picture also successfully attracted many viewers for him. And as his filming progresses, he finally sees a squad of blacks, seemingly in action. They seem to be approaching something. Let me get closer and take a picture for everyone. He followed quietly. Get ready for a face shot. However, just as he was following far behind, a gun suddenly hit his head. Stop filming. A rough voice suddenly shouted angrily from behind. Warning again, stop your filming. Eddie raised his hand, indicating that he was not threatening. Don't shoot. I'm just shooting. I didn't do anything out of line. Please don't shoot. You don't understand. What are you filming? Whoever sees him will be killed by him. Are you filming? You are holding a bomb. Delete immediately. Even no photos are allowed. Eddie turned around, and the other party saw the constant comments from the bottom of Eddie's phone. The other party realized. This is not filming. It's live. Oh my God. Ruined. Warning. Target containment failure. Warning. Target containment failure. Warning. Target containment failure. A few piercing sounds came out. Immediately afterwards, Eddie saw a distorted monster suddenly appear behind the man in front of him, twisting the neck of the strong man with one hand. Then his pale eyes turned to Eddie and Eddie's phone. Slightly. Eddie was also instantly killed. The phone fell, and the camera captured Eddie's broken neck. Negative emotions from the audience +5. Negative emotions from the audience +5. Negative emotions from the audience +5. Die at the side of the picture? When the video was shot, most of the audience saw that face. This time, the audience panicked. Definitely some people scoffed. Kill. How can it be? Can he know where I am? I just watched it. What's the matter? I have the ability. He suddenly noticed a figure reflected on the computer screen. But he lives alone. And the military, which was connected in series with the opponent's signal, got the news immediately. Nick. The target failed to contain it, and someone broadcast it on a mobile phone and released it. Hearing this, Nick collapsed to the ground. Damn, he doesn't even have the strength to curse now. Forget it, destroy it. Tired. They all warned them, but they didn't listen, and they all thought they could do it. Then what can I do? Negative emotions from Nick Fury +500. Hill agent entered the ruined city and also received a message from Nick. Rule creatures. Another one appeared. However, he has escaped and is currently missing. I don't know if I will kill all those people. Hill frowned, analyzing the current situation in the temporary war room, and a male agent was summarizing all the information. At least before going to work, they need to sort out who their teammates are. Who is their enemy? In order to move smoothly in the next action. Agent A summarizes information against the projector. The one force that can be identified now is the force behind the real person. The purpose of this force is to unlock Skull Island and enter Skull Island. Although I don't know what their ultimate goal is, but with their attitude towards human beings being killed at will, they are definitely not a force with good intentions towards human beings. Therefore, it can be clearly listed as a hostile force. Currently known characters. Real people. Ability is to modify the soul. Huayu. Ability is to control the growth of plants and plant seeds on people. Gold creatures. Ability and strength are unknown. The second force is the original force of Skull Island. The forces of Skull Island are not unified. At least for now, there are two forces, Asgardian and the Suppressed. Asgardian, currently only one is known, is the gorilla whose son was killed by the military. It may be his grandson Caesar. He is currently by the rich man Tony's side and can be listed as a cooperative force for the time being. Focus, Caesar and his mother Belle. Other than that, the rest are all suppressed, including demonic energy, Titan, and the newly discovered Mundo, as well as various rule creatures. They don't help humans, nor do they help the forces behind Taoist. They fight with all therefore. It is listed as an absolutely hostile force and must be eliminated. Currently known, Titan, Titan within 3 to 13 meters, Psychopath Mundo, rule creature. The third-party forces are the most mysterious forces. Chapter 33 7 Dragon Balls, satisfy all your wishes. Mysterious force. The agent waited for a while before continuing. That's the balance of power that the person who called himself Daddy said, including the angel that suddenly appeared before, and the foundation that suddenly appeared. Judging from the rules that they acted quietly and then left quietly, they don't want to be with you. There are too many entanglements with other human beings. Therefore, it is very likely that it is a third-party force, and it can be listed as a cooperative force. The following are speculations by third-party forces. Battle Angel, characteristic, extremely high combat power, with explosive power above nuclear weapons, speed above 20 times the speed of sound, and suddenly appearing when a crisis breaks out. The possibility of a third-party force is 80%. VV College. It is currently known that Mr. Greedy Wolf, the right hand of God ability, can copy 3 copies of ability. Mr. Pajuan, ability to control the earth, characteristics, information temporarily unable to query, suddenly appearing when a crisis breaks out. The possibility of a third-party force 50%. The Foundation, human troops, or possibly non-human troops, have characteristics, move strangely, quickly, and have special means to target rules. And when rule creatures suddenly break out, the possibility of third-party forces is 90%. Dad, Uncle Long, Xiaoyu. After investigation, I found that Dad is the owner of an antique shop in New York. He knows some magic and knows a lot. The information can be queried, and the third-party influence is 10%. After the agent analyzes it, Hill agent roughly sorted out these forces. Although there are still some doubts, at least the target and target have been determined. The agent continued to introduce Skull Island forces. Our Natasha Romanoff has successfully contacted Caesar and Belle and maintained a good relationship. Father and others have investigated the information and are very low-key. If you ask him for help, he should not refuse. We can cooperate with him first. The VV Academy and the Foundation are currently unknown and need to be contacted further. The above is a summary of the current situation. Hill nodded after listening to the agent's report, then stood up and took the controller from the opponent's hand. What you said basically covers the information we currently have, but it misses an important point. That is the third-party force, the most fundamental and essential one, the one who balances the world. If a third-party force can be turned into a circle, then the person who leads this circle. Hill agent held the remote control to turn on the laser pointer and clicked a point on the pattern of the third force, then spit out a few words. That's the most important thing. Tony's company is destroyed, but he doesn't care at all. After all, he has enough money. Destroy one company and build a few more. As long as Pepper is okay. As for his battle armor, although he lost almost the same amount in the last battle, but as long as JRVS is still there, as long as his industrial system is still there, then he can continue to produce. Natasha Romanoff, Tony and others left from the ruins of New York and did not go directly to SHIELD or the military to report the situation. Instead, take Belle to the hospital for a checkup. At the same time, let Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Pajun stay with them to prevent the forces behind the real person from suddenly appearing. Moreover, both of them have experience in dealing with real people and can guard against real people. Tony and Pepper followed Papa back to Papa's antique shop to find some solutions. Chinatown, an antique shop. Pop knocked on the door. Hey, true, Pop's back. Tony surveyed the surrounding buildings curiously, listening to the people passing by saying hello to the old man. All of them looked very enthusiastic. It made him feel that his father should be quite famous here. This makes Tony, who is used to seeing the coldness of high-rise buildings, see the smell of fireworks here, and Tony feels that this place is more warm and more suitable for living. It's no wonder that Dad looks ordinary, but he hides his secrets. The small hermit hides in the wild, and the big hermit hides in the city. Dad is really low-key. Father, Uncle Long, I'm going out to play. Xiaoyu, don't cause trouble. Understood, Uncle Long. In the antique shop, a strong man opened the door. He was more than 2 meters tall and had strong muscles. Tony squeezed his arm, and the other's arm was almost catching up with his 2 thighs. I don't know how long it is. Don't just stand there. Come in and have a seat. With his hands behind his back, the old man walked towards the inside. It was the first time for Tony to enter this kind of antique shop. In the past, he had entered some venues for auctions, which were all about high-end atmosphere, unlike Dad's shop, where all kinds of antiques were displayed, just like a wholesale market. One of the fist-sized balls flickered when Tony walked by. A yellow ball with 6 5-pointed stars inside. Father? What is this? Tony grabbed the yellow ball and shook it. It was quite heavy. The old man glanced back and said casually, Dragon balls. Once you gather them all, you can summon the dragon and make a wish. Basically, any wish can come true. Any wish. Tony didn't care at first, but after hearing the old man say that after collecting all the pieces, you can make a wish, and any wish can come true, so you quickly grabbed it with both hands, for fear of breaking it. Dad wouldn't lie to him. Yes. Besides, there are 7 Dragon Balls on Earth, and the number of stars on each one is different. Although there are only 7, only a handful of people have collected them since ancient times. If you want it, you can take it yourself. Let's put this thing here with Dad, and Dad is just selling it as an antique. This is too precious. Tony couldn't put it down. It's okay. If the Earth is destroyed, maybe it can be used as the last guarantee. Dad's words made people feel a little lost. Looking at the old man walking towards the study with his hands behind his back and his rickety body. Positive emotions from Tony Stark, plus 500. Dad, don't worry, I will fight for the Earth until the last second. True scratched his head, as if he had forgotten something. When I saw my father walking towards the study, I quickly took out a letter from under an antique. By the way, Dad, I almost forgot. When you were leaving, someone came to you, and he said, yes, your junior brother, then asked me to hand you a letter, and left in a hurry. A letter from my junior brother? The old man turned around and frowned. What do you want me to do? Bring it to me. Chapter 34. A letter opens. Immediately, pieces of gold's words floated in the air. Tony was slightly taken aback. The text in front of me seems to be projected by high technology, which is very magical. It's just a piece of paper, but it looks like high technology. Magic, as expected. I really need a magic device. Tony noticed that Dad's expression was very serious, as if something terrible was about to happen. Daddy, Dad suddenly asked, True, what's the date today? Father, July 15th, what's the matter? Dad slapped his head. I actually forgot such an important thing. July 14th, the gate of hell is open, and ghosts travel at night. True touched his head. Isn't that July 14th? Today is July 15th? July 14th has already passed. Time zone. The time zone is different. The old man explained with a hatred of iron and steel. So today is July 15th. In fact, according to the time, it is also July 14th. Watching the old man run to the study room, he took out a thick classic. The father's face became more and more gloomy. On July 14th, the Ghost King went out, and then the ghosts walked at night. Skull Island is the closest place to the Gate of Hell. Now that Skull Island is opened, the Gate of Hell is loose. The 8 demons and the 100 ghosts will appear. Even the blood demon in the Yuquan Tower in the demon locking tower will come. So now we have less than 12 hours. Father, what are the Ghost King and the 8 demons you are talking about? And Yuquan blood demon? Listening to his father's words, Tony couldn't help becoming nervous. Although I don't know what it is, but it feels inexplicably dangerous. The life-threatening kind. The king of ghosts is the kind of ghost in the stories you've heard since childhood, and he's the most powerful ghost. And the ghost you heard can only be regarded as a motley army. The existence of cannon fodder and the night walk of the 100 ghosts mean that this night is a feast of killing. Wherever the ghosts pass by, there are thousands of miles of red land and no grass. They will wreak havoc for a whole night before leaving. The old man paused, and then continued. Definitely, there are more than 100 ghosts, maybe 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, or even hundreds of millions. Mom F*****K. Even a real person is so difficult to deal with. Encountering hundreds of millions of ghosts? Tony from at the moment is almost assimilated by Nick Fury. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 1,000. Negative emotions from Pepper, plus 1,000. The old man shook his head. So, the exact scale is impossible to speculate. These activities of the night walk of the 100 ghosts have not appeared for almost 1,000 years. And these guys have not started the night walk of the 100 ghosts for thousands of years. True heard this. Dad, I think we should move away quickly. These are not easy to deal with. You can't touch them. They can hurt you. and they can swallow your soul. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 2,000, a real person, modifying the human soul. Another bunch of ghosts came and devoured people's souls. Thinking of the previous Shadow Legion, Tony quickly asked, "There won't be any ninjas from the Shadow Legion this time, right?" "That's not certain." Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Tony wanted to change the subject, the injury on his but was finally healed, but don't burst it again. "Father, what are the 8 evil spirits you were talking about?" 8 great demonic chi. Dad fell into deep thought. "This is too much trouble to explain. You just need to know that it is related to the 8 immortals, and the 8 immortals are equivalent to the gods you often talk about in Western mythology." Pa went on to say, "The weapons of the gods were contaminated with demonic aura, sealed up by the gods, and thrown into hell. The 8 demons were then sealed by the gods in the depths of the gate of hell. If the gate of hell is opened, the 8 demonic auras will flow out of it. Come out, legendary, and gather the power of the 8 great demons, and you can easily destroy the entire world. These demons have nothing to do all day long, thinking about destroying the world every day. Tony is tired. What about Yuquan Bloodfiend? This doesn't sound like a very powerful one. Of these 3 new forces, there must be one who is the weakest." "Not great." Dad glared at Tony. "This guy is a devil who cultivates blood god scriptures and soul banners. If he catches you, just wait for your soul to be trained into his weapon." Arms. Seeing that Tony didn't believe in evil, the father continued. "In terms of strength, Yuquan Gorfiend can smelt hundreds of ghosts, and is the natural enemy of all ghosts, and it is very possible that all the ghosts are the vanguard driven by him, just to resurrect himself." Listen to Dad's introduction. Tony's throat feels dry. He thought he was a genius. Created a suit of armor and created the artificial intelligence, JRVS. Before meeting his father, he was full of confidence. The world is so big. Is there a place I dare not go? But now it seems. Don't dare. The monsters you encounter become stronger and stronger one by one. How to play this? Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 100, plus 101, plus 102. Don't be so disappointed. Toru comforted Tony. Don't forget father and brother. Yeah. Tony perked up immediately. Dad is so awesome, and his senior brothers are not too bad. Moreover, the father only found out about this matter after receiving a letter from his junior brother, which meant that someone had noticed it before the father. The letter was written by my brother Baimei Taoist. He predicted the appearance of the Ghost King. It seems that another demonic energy that descended on New York was transformed by the Ghost King. Once the Ghost King opens the gate of hell, thousands of ghosts will be killed. It will come out of hell, and the 8 great demons will also appear. So the most important thing is the soul-refining banner that exists beside the Ghost King. That's easy. Just drop a nuclear bomb. The original Tony didn't like to use nuclear bombs as lethal weapons. Too powerful and uncontrollable. But now, he gradually understood the fun of Mei Legion's government. No wonder everyone likes to use nuclear bombs to solve problems when they are in trouble. Because of simplicity, a nuclear bomb was dropped. Whatever trouble you have. With a bang, the problem was all solved. If you are not afraid that Skull Island will be completely opened in advance, you can try using a nuclear bomb. The old man was not afraid of hitting him and continued. Definitely, if you really use nuclear weapons, then the happiest thing is the power behind the real person. Tony also just said that he definitely knew that a nuke was used. At that time, let alone solving the problem, it may cause even bigger problems. Slowed down for a while. Tony frowned. Since the nuclear bomb is useless, what should I do? Find a priest. Father is not bad at dealing with demons. It seems that I have to call my senior brothers to help. Chapter 35. Fellow. The second floor of the jewelry store. Lin Tian used the creation crystal to modify the entire building. Although it still looks like an ordinary shop on the outside, there is a lot of space inside. The whole environment becomes very open and has a vast flat floor, equivalent to alter reality, directly cutting out an independent space. Looked at the income of the creation crystal. 1,500 creation crystals. Although some of the negative emotions created by the Chaos Camp have been extracted, but it is a pity that there are still a lot of magic energy in the Chaos Camp. As a result, there are very few positive emotions on the human side, and it is difficult to achieve a balance. If things go on like this, there will be no need for a few major events. The evil energy will completely overwhelm the righteous energy. Then you can't control it. Therefore, Lin Tian needs to regulate it. Humans need light, need hope, and the light. Looks like it's you. After Lin Tian chooses, build a brand new event again. This time, a world similar to a sand table appeared in front of him, which was a 1:1 replica of the World of Ruins in New York. But this time the replica is no longer New York, but a state next to New York, some distance away from New York. With the appearance of the plane map, a pyramid appeared inside the mountain, and from the outside, nothing could be seen. Then, Lin Tian began to add details of the big event. In the glowing pyramids, 3 Titan statues stand, as if sleeping. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light was simulated in the air, shaping. An optimistic, friendly, laughing human appeared. It only takes 1 Genesis crystal to create 1 human. This is because he creates only 1 medium. Power has not been loaded yet. Therefore, less creation crystals are consumed. If the finished product is directly created, then there will be a lot of creation crystals that need to be consumed. Just like Donkey Kong before. It has not been fully created. It is enough to create some phenomena and scenes. This is also the reason why Lin Tian created the Skull Island incident, but not so many monsters appeared all at once. Including the flying magic energy, it is all in preparation for the later loading of monsters. We're almost ready for the second big event. Lin Tian looked outside. The sky was clear. Now, just wait for the night. Outside the door, a bald man ran past. As if aware of the crisis in New York, he looked towards the ruined city of New York. In another yard, a pink-haired angel was planting watermelons in the garden and looked towards the ruins with some perception. Although some people had already appeared, Lin Tian didn't directly let them participate in the big event. After all, there are only people who haven't loaded enough creation crystals to give them their original power. Finally, adjust the trigger conditions of the third big world. While Lin Tian was working on perfecting the next big thing, the second big event has already started to trigger. Gantz. Start up. Tony wasn't just waiting. He also tried to contact his armor manufacturing factory and let them hurry up to manufacture the armor. There is not much time now, only 12 hours are left for them. At the same time, from Dad's side, ask about the means to deal with ghosts. Father, how should we deal with the ghosts after they appear? Are all ghosts like real people, and our means can't hurt them? Or are they like demons, who have to pronounce each other's name in order to expel them? Or throw salt expulsion? If it's the last one, I can buy the entire melee sword and spread the salt over the ruins. The corner of Dad's mouth twitched. Treacherous and inhumane. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems for Tony. Ghosts can be destroyed by energy, such as being killed by lightning, or a strong magnetic field can trap them, which is a good way to deal with them. It's not invincible. The monsters Tony dealt with before were too desperate, but now that he heard that ghosts can be destroyed by energy, he still feels a little empty in his heart. That's it. The old man pushed his glasses and finished assembling the magic weapon in his hand. It's just a ghost, not a rule monster. It can definitely be wiped out. Why do you look so disappointed? Don't underestimate the other party. Inflation and underestimation will harm yourself. Knowing about my father, I will find a way to deal with all the ghosts and prevent the blood demon from Yuquan from descending. If there is a way to address it, then there will be a solution. Since the magnetic field can trap these ghosts, build a huge amounts of magnetic field in the ruins of New York. Definitely. This requires the cooperation of the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. need to find Natasha Romanoff and contact S.H.I.L.D. first. Coincides with at the moment. S.H.I.L.D. analyzed the information of the second magic energy. Director, the second wave of magic energy that landed in New York has been analyzed and landed in the safe zone. Give me. Wait, isn't this thing a rule creature? Probably not. He was a little scared after the last rule creature escaped from New York. This rule creature is absolutely sure to kill. Fortunately, in the follow-up cleaning process, that kind of rule monster did not reappear. In Nick's view, since there are special organizations to contain those monsters, there is no need for them to meddle in other people's work. Those rule-like creatures should be contained by those who call themselves the Foundation. They S.H.I.L.D. are dedicated to dealing with them the power behind real people. The military is responsible for dealing with the monsters running out of Skull Island, cleaning up the entire city, and drawing clear boundaries. Now New York is rezoned by the military. It is divided into safe zone, buffer zone, and dangerous zone. The buffer zone was set up 10 miles away from the ruins, and a 10-kilometer buffer zone was reserved outside. The outside of the buffer zone is the safe zone. The danger zone is ABCD graded according to the degree of danger. Area A is the area where the army is stationed and S.H.I.L.D. is located. The monsters are basically cleaned up and the danger level is low. Area B has only been cleaned once, and there may be omissions. Area C is the area being cleaned, and there may be more monsters. Area D, the area where rule creatures appeared, but because of the reduced level of danger, it was listed in Area C, and Mundo was also a creature that appeared in Area D. Area E, the most central part, is also the most dangerous area. There are a large number of colossal titans and evolved magic spirits. Fighters will be detonated when they enter. The second magic energy is in the safe zone. What is it? Like a flag. A strange flag. And in another place. Outside a mall a dozen blocks away from them. Two girls in short skirts passed by several members of the X-Men. One of them walked in front with shoulder-length brown hair, brown pupils, unyielding eyes, and a pretty face that didn't need makeup. Definitely her bust is pretty miserable. Even the bust line is indistinct. And behind him, a girl who is slightly shorter than the average height of ordinary girls, has brown hair and a double ponytail tied with a bow. The girl behind caught up with the girl in front, and then suddenly lifted the skirt in front. Hey, my sis. Oh, I'm disappointed. I'm wearing such boring underwear again today. Sunspot, what are you doing? Chapter 36 Soul Pollution. My lord, it's hard to go out for a trip, so just relax. Look, I reserved a big bedroom with a double package and a hot spring for two. Misaka Makoto looked at Shirai's Sunspot in front of her and couldn't help but want to punch her in the head. When she went on a trip, she actually encouraged her to go to the hot springs and live in a love hotel with a big bedroom. Are you going to travel or play with her? Just when Misaka Makoto was about to reprimand Shirai's Sunspot, the ground suddenly split open. ZZ. Immediately afterwards, streaks of black lightning emerged from the gap. ZZ. What? And a flag suddenly drilled out near the crack. Red's triangular flag with distorted human faces, like evil spirits stuck to the flag. With a distorted appearance, it ferociously wanted to climb out of the banner. What's this? Help! Help! Shirai's Sunspot quickly put on her disciplinary committee sleeve. Then use her space skills, flash to the flag, and rescue those who are close to the flag one by one. It's just that it's not just Misaka Makoto and Shirai's Sunspot who are close to the flag, but also the passing X-Men. Logan, Storm, Hank et al. When they heard the cry for help from the people behind them, they also turned around quickly, just in time to see the panicked crowd running away. It's just that they were a little far away, and it was too late to save people. Negative emotions from passerby, A+1+1+1. The black lightning around the red flag seemed to be condensed into the hands of evil spirits. Those sharp palms had traces of blood and red, and then they grabbed Shirai's Sunspot's ankle fiercely. Sunspot originally wanted to take people away, but found that his soul was about to be drawn into that banner. Ability is no longer available. Sister. Misaka Makoto turned cold, although Shirai's Sunspot often harassed her. But Shirai's Sunspot is her best sister. You are not allowed to bully her. Misaka Makoto took out a coin from her waist, and then countless electric currents appeared around her body. Give me. Misaka Makoto, who can control a billion-volt electric current, pops out the coin in her hand. Let her go. There was a surge of electric current. An electromagnetic cannon with lightning and anger exploded towards the big black hand. The electromagnetic gun drew a deep trace on the ground. Snapped. The ejected coin, carrying lightning, instantly shattered the black arm. And gliding hundreds of meters on the ground. Black's arm shattered. Shirai's Sunspot's soul returns to the body. Flickering. Shirai's Sunspot walked away from the range of the banner, holding a little girl she had just rescued. And those who didn't have time to save, their souls were dragged into that flag. Several people from X-Men rushed to the scene and heard the conversation between Shirai's Sunspot and Misaka Makoto. My lord, be careful. That thing is not pulling people, but devouring people's souls. Don't be caught by those black hands. You will be pulled in by it. Swallow soul. Logan, Hank, Storm and others looked at each other with solemn expressions. Negative emotions from Logan +50. Negative emotions from Hank +100. Negative emotions from Storm +30. Both Logan and Hank are hand-to-hand combat. If the soul is dragged into it by that thing, they were afraid that they would not even be able to resist. Natural restraint. But Storm can control storms and thunder and can attack from a distance, so it's not very scary. No wonder the professor said it's dangerous here. Let's be careful. Are they mutants too? If it's mutant, maybe they can be admitted to Mutant Academy. Misaka Makoto looked at the flag in front of her with serious brows. Because Red's banner just started to produce new changes because of her attack. A black aura is constantly generated around it, like a black mist, and in the black mist, one black hand after another constantly appears. Those hands stuck to the ground, desperately crawling towards the surroundings. Shirai's Sunspot's cell phone rang. After receiving the call, Shirai's Sunspot's expression changed drastically. My lord, something big is going to happen. The Academy informed that creatures above level 5 are about to come, and it's in New York. Over LV5 level. Misaka Makoto's face was serious. Smash it. Never let it fall. Red's banner wafts a disgusting stench and blood. It seems that because of the coming of the flag, the clear sky began to become gloomy. Storm, don't look at me. I didn't do it, but I can try to expel it. Storm has the ability to change the weather, manipulate the weather, and create storms. Storm spread his hands. His eyes turned silver. Try to manipulate the weather. She could feel that the changes in the world just now were due to the appearance of that flag, but it is not deliberately manipulated. And when she floated into the air, integrating her power into the heaven and earth, she wanted to control the weather and drive away the dark clouds above her head, but found out in horror. The storm between heaven and earth is completely out of her control. This does not seem to be the power of the storm. It is a kind of intertwined spiritual power which condenses the painful wailing of resentful spirits. At this moment, she seemed to see a scene in the real world through the illusory world. In more than 20 places in New York, a terrifying tornado storm emerged. They seemed to drain the surrounding power and finally gathered in the center of the ruins. Under her spiritual vision, she saw the huge bloody vortex upside down in the sky. Below the vortex, there seemed to be countless wraiths struggling to get out of the bloody vortex. She can't control it. That's not a storm. It is a twisted spiritual storm formed by the gathering of countless resentful spirits. If she tried to fight against it forcefully, it might tear her spirit apart in an instant. Approaching her nearest banner, those evil spirits seemed to have seen her spiritual world and crawled towards her. Painful. Help me. I am in so much pain. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. Kill me. Kill me. I want to get out. Please, let me out. Those ghosts grabbed her arm, and the place where her arm was grabbed immediately seemed to be polluted. Black's handprint, printed on her shoulder, if you look at it with a magnifying glass. The mark of Black is composed of tens of thousands of Black's arms overlapping each other, and each Black's arm is composed of tens of thousands of Black's arms. The more you stare, the more you can't see the end. The more you can't see the end, the more you can't look away. Just get in touch with the other party's spiritual power. Storm covered his head. Fall from the sky. Fear from storm plus 2,000. 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 Something incomprehensible. That kind of thing was an abstract creature she couldn't comprehend at all. Just being touched by the other party, she felt that she was about to collapse. The palms of countless resentful spirits almost pulled her soul out of her body. Alalo, what's wrong with you? Chapter 37. Logan catches the falling storm. After he and Hank see storm rise into the air. Result: not a few seconds yet. Not even the overcast clouds in the sky have changed in any way. He immediately lost his strength and fell from the sky. Fortunately, Logan caught Storm. Otherwise, this time, Storm will have a hard time falling. Watching Storm sink into pain, the two were a little overwhelmed. She should have seen something she shouldn't have seen. When Logan and Hank didn't know how to help her relieve her pain, Shirai's Sunspot said this to them. See something you shouldn't see? Yes, there may be some the power of rules above LV5 and above, and if the level is too low, if you use spiritual power to spy, it will be affected. Logan looked at the pain storm. What should we do now? Shirai's Sunspot checked her body, and then breathed a sigh of relief. She was lucky. She was only touched a little, and was not polluted in a large area, so she can recover her sanity in a few minutes. If she is completely polluted, even those of you who come across him will become a source of pollution and must be cleaned up. Negative emotions from Hank, plus 200. Negative emotions from Logan, plus 100. Hank was relieved to hear that Storm was fine. This time he and Logan led the team out. If their teammates died, they would have no face to go back and explain to the professor. By the way, who are you? Why do you know so much? Shirai Sunspot. Hee. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before you ask others? While the three of them were talking, Misaka Makoto fired another electromagnetic cannon with huge amounts of power. This time, even the ground was almost lifted off. The electromagnetic cannon pierced through countless Black's hands and came to the red pennant. ZZ. The electromagnetic gun seemed to have hit a barrier. Then explode. ZZZZ. The electromagnetic cannon burst out with lightning-like power, flashing dazzling light instantly. Damn it. It's still close. What the hell is this thing? Misaka Makoto's terrifying power directly shocked Logan and Hank. If that kind of force hits a person, it may tear the human body apart in an instant. The flickering light, the hurricane-blown dress, and the unyielding eyes are like a tough Valkyrie. Strong, stubborn, belief, never give in, again. Destroy it for me. ZZ. A billion volts of electricity formed the blue space around her. Blue's light made her eyes sharper. The coin bounced, spin countless times in the air. It makes people seem to see that the weight of fate is about to fall. The stimulation brought by the electromagnetic burst made Logan couldn't help but close his eyes. Block the storm with your arms. It seemed that a gust of 10th level wind was blowing, making them completely unsteady. Boom! The railgun knocked that coin out. Before Thunder's strength calmed down, the black hand that had been torn apart did not heal and hit the surrounding barriers that protected it again. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding buildings were all shattered together, and even the ground was shattered into slag. Misaka Makoto's powerful blow easily destroys everything around it. Let the whole street be exposed to the dazzling light of lightning. Collapse. The barrier shattered and Red's pennant was hit. The electromagnetic force instantly tore apart those intertwined souls. Sister is great. Come on, sister. Come on, sister, come on. Shirai's sunspot acted like a child, looking at this powerful older sister with admiration. When Shirai's sunspot heard the sound of the red flag cracking, he jumped up happily and cheered for his sister. But Misaka Makoto's expression was not very good-looking. It took so much force to destroy this flag. This is just one of them. Logan and Hank next to him were already shocked by Misaka Makoto's power. A little girl has mastered this terrifying ability with ease. Hey, let me introduce to you. This is Misaka Makoto-sama, the highest LV5 among the 7 students in Academy City, and the 3rd-ranked one, and I, Misaka Makoto-sama, who is closest to me. We sleep with each other every night, Miss Shirai Sunspot. Misaka Makoto came over and hammered Shirai Sunspot's brains out. If you talk nonsense again, I will seal your mouth. Misaka Makoto apologized to Logan and Hank. I'm sorry, my sister likes to joke very much. Let me introduce. My name is Misaka Makoto. She is Shirai Sunspot. She is a student of Academy City Middle School, and she is visiting New York. Academy City? Shirai Sunspot came over and posted with Misaka Makoto. Yes, my sis is the 3rd in the school, and I am the discipline committee member in the school. When encountering such a thing, I definitely have to draw my sword to help. Hank looked over Shirai Sunspot's shoulder, a green sleeve. Although he can't read, but with his super high IQ, he conducted a complete analysis of the identities of the two in an instant. Academy City, ranked 3rd, will exceed ability, well controlled. Is your school also teaching you to learn super abilities? It turns out that not only Professor X opened a mutant school. Are there other mutant schools in this world? And according to what they mean, they have rankings and seem to have formed a cult rule? That's right. I became a disciplinary committee member only because of my good grades, and my sis was, Sorry, Sunspot can't talk. Misaka Makoto stopped Shirai's Sunspot to prevent her from talking too much. We are actually common people too. In Academy City, everyone contributes and helps each other. Don't worry about it. Logan and Hank glanced at each other and immediately became very interested in this Academy City. Listening to the conversation of the two and the way they talked to a group of strangers, it seems that they have never experienced the kind of time when they were hunted down by humans and cornered. Could it be that you are not afraid of being arrested by humans for using super abilities so blatantly? Shirai's Sunspot put his hands on his hips. Arrest? How could you be arrested? As long as you don't destroy public property. Oh, my sis is too bad. You seem to be destroying public property again. My lord, you don't want this matter to be. Misaka Makoto didn't bother to pay attention to her, but looked at the two of them. Hurry up and go. I have to deal with several other sources of danger. Not a few, but 24. Storm, who was originally in pain, stood up at the moment. Chapter 38. Storm rising from the ground. At the moment, I still have lingering fears. What she saw before was somewhat beyond her comprehension. At the moment, she quickly looked at her arm. At the moment, the traces of being caught in the mental state are no longer visible. This gave her some relief from overwrought emotions. But even so, she still felt creepy, feeling like ants were crawling all over her body. Are you all right? It's okay, but what is that thing? Negative emotions from Storm plus 50 plus 55 plus 50 plus 54 plus. Follow Storm's line of sight. There is only a plain red pennant with a black border on the ground, and the surrounding streets seem to be broken into gravel as if the 10 meters centered on it. Crushed. Misaka Makoto tapped her chin with her finger. It's a little strange to say, I don't know why, I just hit it, but the buildings around it seem to be connected to him, so if I'm not careful, it's all broken. Seeing Misaka Makoto's embarrassed face, Logan and Hank also twitched their mouths. I don't know why, but I always feel that the other party's words seem to be showing off. Sure enough, he was still a child. But they are very curious about the college that can educate such excellent students. You know, in their mutant academy, students often form gangs at every turn. Or school bullying. It's better now. A few years ago, or 10 years ago, There were incidents of friction and bleeding in schools almost every day. And most importantly, they can live in harmony with the common people. This is very rare. If Professor X knows that there is such a college, I will definitely think of the other party to conduct some investigations. Positive emotions from Hank plus 200. Positive emotions from Logan plus 100. Negative emotions from Storm plus 40 plus 45 plus 40 plus 47 plus. By the way, Storm, just now you said you saw not just a few, but 24? Storm propped himself up on his arms, barely standing up. She nodded towards Misaka Mikoto. Right. In my previous state, I saw a total of 24 storms, all of which were connected to the center of the ruins. Although I couldn't see it in the real world, I could see it clearly in the spiritual world. There were all souls there. Think about what you saw before. Storm's scalp tingles. Negative emotions from Storm plus 50 plus 51 plus 50 plus 53 plus. Looks like we'll have to pull down another 23 flags, Sunspot. Harry, let's go. Miss, please wait. Logan glanced at Hank. Hank, you take Storm back first. I'll see if I can help. Although Storm Girl was afraid of the flag in her heart, she still stood up in the absence of manpower. Wait, I will help too. Don't push yourself. Hank looked at Storm. Storm took a deep breath. It's okay. I'm already fine. Besides, as long as that kind of thing doesn't touch those ghosts with mental power, it will be fine. The big deal is that I can control the storm from a farther distance. You are not strong enough. You need my help. Seeing that Storm was determined to go, Logan pondered for a moment. I can only nod in agreement. She was right. After all, only Misaka Mikoto among them has the ability to attack from a distance. The others didn't even have a chance to get close to the flag. The melee ability doesn't work at all in front of this kind of soul-attacking monster. After SHILD received Tony's message, the entire SHILD was tense again, up and down. The last time I was so nervous was when I heard the news that the rule creature had escaped 2 hours ago. But some agents feel like it happened last year. It has been such a high-intensity work. I'm so tired that I can't tell the real time. The crisis on Skull Island has just passed, and now there is a night walk of ghosts, and there are still 8 evil spirits behind, and the blood demon from Yuquan descends. Nick always feels that someone is catching the leaks in New York and pulling them hard. He stroked his hair subconsciously. Fortunately, I have no hair. Otherwise, I should have lost a lot of hair today. Haha, that's great. I'm so lucky. No hair. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 300 plus 301 plus 302 plus 303. For those subordinates, Nick's cardio has improved tremendously in the first few workouts. After hearing the news of the night walk of the 100 ghosts, it didn't have any effect, and he was even in the mood to make a joke. Let the agent under him admire for a while. Director Nick is finally crazy. Not only Director Nick is going crazy, but I am also going crazy. Negative emotions from Agent A, plus 2 plus 2. Negative emotions from Agent A, plus 2 plus 3. Negative emotions from Agent A, plus 2 plus 4. Director Nick, the 24 flags have been locked. According to Dad, as long as the 24 flags are destroyed before midnight, the gates of hell can be prevented from opening. It seems quite simple. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 10. That is, what is it? Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 410. I just want Director Nick to rest assured that the task will be completed this time. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 9. Hey, this guy won't play badly, right? Good news comes with negative emotions. Tony went to Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye after explaining things. Start spending money to arrange magnetic field devices. Magnetic fields and lightning have a great restraint effect on Hyakuyakin. Therefore, as long as the layout is completed, there is a certain chance that those ghosts can be successfully prevented from descending. The so-called magnetic field device, which is an electromagnetic coil made of very large electronic equipment. It can generate up to 100,000 times the magnetic force of the common magnetic field. There are 8 in total. They are respectively placed in the safe range of D area. In order for the electromagnetic coil to have the greatest effect, a very high-power electric energy is required for manipulation, so the working time will not be too long. And there are soldiers guarding around the wires. These are just some preliminary plans. After all, the main stage now is to destroy those 24 flags. Out of universe, in the endless deep space, on a biological battleship with huge amounts of, Loki and Thanos finally came to a final agreement. The Titan lent Loki a division of troops, and then gave him a magical scepter capable of manipulating the mind. But the price is that Loki has to help him take Earth. The purpose of Loki's borrowing of troops is to attack the Earth, and then get back the place. With so many troops, isn't it a piece of cake to fight the Earth? Earth, here I come. Thanks for the reward from students out of nothing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you 15815 for your reward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Short-Tail Ingwe. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Wei. And thank you for the monthly ticket of number 5 Black Panther G. Thank you so much. Chapter 39. After the first banner is destroyed, the same changes as the first banner appeared around the other banners. Climb out from the various colored banners with black claws and red streak lightning. Grayish shimmers of twisted spirits hovered around the banner. There were basically no survivors within 20 meters around the flag. The ground was littered with corpses whose souls and blood had been sucked out. And outside the safety range of 30 meters, there are still some people who are not afraid of death with their mobile phones to take pictures. There are even some people who desperately squeezed forward in order to obtain first-hand information, regardless of the obstruction of the warning line. The patrolman who maintained order shouted at these people to leave. But these people turned a deaf ear as if they hadn't heard it. Leave quickly. It's so dangerous here. Stop shooting. Fact. The big black hand inside adjusted its direction again, rushing outward to expand its territory. 20 meters is no longer within its domain, but 30 meters. The onlookers saw the erupting black hands grabbing towards them. Just remembered to run away. But at the moment, there is no time to run away. Black's big hand was like lightning, fast and violent. ZZ. Ziz. In the opposite direction of their running. A blue electromagnetic cannon leaped tens of meters in an instant. Boom! Through the palms of those blacks. But in the next second, the pierced palms closed again and grabbed towards the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a larger electromagnetic cannon blasted out. Oh, ziz. People in the crowd felt that their eyes were going to be blinded, and they were completely purified. The powerful electromagnetic cannon and the strong magnetic field even make people feel that every inch of the cell is moving towards it. Boom! The short skirt swayed violently, and dust rose from the venue. Only the lock of hair with the hairpin, and her unyielding eyes remained motionless. It's great, my sis. This is the second one. Shirai's sunspot shouted happily. But Misaka Makoto's face is not very good looking. I don't know if it is an illusion. This time it is a little harder to destroy than last time. Misaka Makoto's complexion changed. It made Hank's heart sink, always feeling that something was wrong. But it's too late to think about it now. 22 regional flags remained undestroyed. They have to hurry up. How long is this? The field of flags began to expand. Let's go to the third place next. Isn't it difficult to destroy these 24? The more relaxed Shirai's sunspot behaved. When the others saw the expression on Misaka Makoto's face, their hearts became more solemn. Negative emotions and worries from Hank, plus 100. The other side. After communicating with Iron Man and others, Dad, accompanied by Tony and Hawkeye, found the flag closest to him, and first went to study how to remove these flags. But Uncle Long and True went to look for Xiaoyu, mainly because they were afraid that something might happen to her. On the first floor of a wool chain mall, because of the weekend, there are a lot of customers. So after the flag came down, there are too many people on the first floor. The corpses are already full. They are all in the posture of running away and lying down in the direction of the outside. And a smoke-like soul floated in the air, roaring hoarsely. That is their soul. Seeing this, Tony raised his hand to attack the flag. Dad, let me blow it up. Don't be impulsive. If you attack rashly when you don't know the state, you will be injured. Hawkeye nodded aside. Be careful. It looks very difficult to deal with. Tony is now wearing his newly modified anti-ghost mark, 17. Confidence is soaring. And not long ago, he has been suffering under the magic power of the real person. He still doesn't believe it. He is a majestic scientific genius. Can you still be deflated every time? This time, he was prepared in advance. It's not just the arms that have been reworked. It also absorbed the characteristics of the electric current whip of the whip, creating a lightning 5 consecutive whip. At the same time, Iron Man's outer armor has an electric current protective layer, and the outer armor will always release high-voltage electric current. This is a complete anti-ghost mark armor, although the energy consumption will be greatly increased. But it has strong damage to ghosts. Look well, Ghost, your dad is coming. However, when he started the whip, he turned into Teacher Ma. The range of that flag suddenly expanded by half. ZZ. Black-Red's lightning electric current directly enveloped Tony, and Black's big hand instantly broke through the shell of the anti-ghost armor he was proud of, grabbed Tony's body, and separated his body and soul. What's going on? Isn't there a protective device? Why is it invalid? How is it possible? Tony was dumbfounded. This is the anti-ghost armor he developed, specially designed to deal with ghosts. Didn't Daddy say that lightning is the killer of ghosts? Voltage reduced, no protection possible, warning, Warning, electrons have been hacked. Electrons have been hacked. Short circuit, external connection has been shorted. Listening to the voice of JRVS, Tony bit the bullet and tried to control his body. But he found that he seemed to be an outsider, unable to control his body, let alone the Mark armor. The feeling of the soul being pulled out of the body is like squeezing the last drop of blood out of the body. Pain, despair, shrouded in the heart. Chill his soul, like falling into an abyss. Fuck. Father, I was wrong, Father. Help. Tony stretched out his hand and called to Dad for help in the air. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 500. I told you not to be impulsive. Wait a minute, I'll take some talismans. Watching my father slowly take out a few pieces of yellow paper, Tony felt the spirits tugging at his thighs all around him, and his heart went cold. Dad, come on, Dad. Help me. Seeing his father's slow movements, he really wanted to speed up his father. Slow down, and I'm going to pull the pull into that flag. The ghost knows what kind of inhuman abuse they will suffer if they are pulled in. Hawkeye just pulled the arrows around the flag and plugged in the arrows that released the electric current, trying to stop those ghosts from rushing towards Tony. Dad put the yellow paper on Tony's forehead. Putting a pose with both hands, the body suddenly exudes the light of gold. He took out the puffer fish, used the puffer fish as a sword, pointed it between his eyebrows, and pointed towards Tony. Ghosts, goblins, go away, goblins, goblins, go away. A faint golden light shone, stinging the black's claws and loosening Tony's soul. There was joy on Tony's face. Freed. Positive emotions from Tony Stark, plus 600, ghosts, goblins, go away, goblins, goblins, go away. At the moment, Tony felt like his body had turned into a toilet bowl, and a powerful suction was acting on him. He was sucked into the body instantly. After slightly regaining control of his body, he immediately put the JRVS on autopilot, leaving the enveloping range of the field. Tony, who was rescued by his father, was honest. It's just that he can't figure out what's wrong with his anti-ghost armor. Obviously, lightning is the nemesis of Ghost. He also created a thunderbolt-like device for defense. Boom! A red monster with wings suddenly appeared. Chapter 40. The moment the monster appeared, it smashed into the wall of the shopping mall. Finally, he slid on the soles of his feet and stopped at the railing on the second floor. The size of the monster is 3 meters high, red all over. It has devil's horns on its head. There are 2 white wings on the back. Looking at Tony, with some anger. Be careful, that's a big Tengu. The old man's face was solemn. It is recorded in the book that its strength is second only to the Ghost King and Dog God. Dad, will he suck my soul? That's not true. Although he is a ghost in theory, he is actually a demon and will not harm your soul. Understood. Tony regained his confidence. If I can't beat those things, can I still beat you? Dad, leave it to me. You can concentrate on studying that flag. Hawkeye next to him popped out a shackle and bounced to the 4th floor, and the shackle flew him to the 4th floor. A shooter needs a wide field of vision. Also, he felt that he might be involved with Tony. Tony raised his hand. The energy in the palm of his hand gathered, and the next second, he blasted towards the big Tengu's abdomen. Energy beam cannon. Tengu was hit by the light cannon and retreated a bit. Go on. 5 lightning strikes. The electrified whip lashed at a Tengu's body. The whip under high pressure could easily cut through a car, but it only seriously injured the Tengu and didn't cut the Tengu in half face to face. Even the big Tengu couldn't hold the high-voltage electric current, kneeling on the ground and twitching all over. Sure enough, it was just a wrong demonstration just now, and now it is the correct operation. Tony has been suffocated for so long, and now he can finally get his revenge. I, Tony, a technological genius. How can I be bullied by you all the time? Let you bully me. Resentment from Tony Stark, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Streams of beam cannons burst out and blasted towards the big Tengu. Although Tengu was able to heal the torn wounds on his body, Tony's attacks were too intensive, and the high-voltage electric current suppressed him and made him unable to move. Let it be beaten passively. No, Tony, get out of here. The flag is stronger again. Enhanced? Tony wanted to pull out the whip for the first time, but the next second Red's big Tengu grabbed his whip. Those eyes were fierce and full of hostility. Very brutal. Hatred. The field of the banner expanded again, enveloping the red Tengu. The big Tengu grabbed a soul and bit it down. One mouthful after another. Crushed, chewed. It's like eating meat. A soul was chewed and swallowed by him. The soul swallowing at Tengu began to regain its strength. Scarlet eyes, angry wrinkled nose. Every inch of skin exudes mania from the inside out. Woo woo woo. Oops. The big Tengu grabbed Tony's whip and pulled it suddenly. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 1000 bang. Under the effect of inertia, the fists of Tengu and Tengu collided firmly. Bang, bang, bang. Big Tengu picks up Tony like Hulk picks up Thor. He fell heavily on the ground several times. Hawkeye's delayed concussion arrow just hit Tengu's head. Beep beep. Boom. The delayed concussion exploded, hitting the Big Tengu staggeringly. The angry Big Tengu threw Tony towards the outside of the mall and then aimed at Hawkeye. The armor on Tony's chest was shattered, and the armor on his face was even more shattered. Drowsy eyes. In this case of possible concussion, Tony felt as if he had met his grandma. When he flew out, at the brightly lit gate that was broken by the Big Tengu, a figure became clearer and clearer, more and more. The savior is here? Positive emotions from Tony Stark, plus 100. Green skin. Wait, it's greens? Hulk. Hulk. However, after he saw Hulk in an angry state. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 100. Boom. Hulk didn't catch him at all, and he flew out anyway. For Hulk in this state, not giving him a direct slap is considered kind. Hulk's target was on Red's Big Tengu. Over the past few months, Hulk has been evading the SHIELD military and the Abomination's pursuit. Hiding and hiding. I heard that there is a magic in New York that allows him to control his anger, so he came. It's just that as soon as he arrived in New York, before he had time to find the person who told him that New York had magic, a flag was planted in front of him. Then, the strength of the flag suddenly increased. From the sucked blood of those men, a Red Titan was born, about his size. As soon as the Red Titan showed up, he started killing people and causing chaos. Hulk couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't control the anger in his heart, so he turned into Green Hulk and scuffled with the opponent. Fortunately, the area where the two fought was not within Xiaoqi's range, and those ghosts didn't attack him. So the two fought from the previous flag to this shopping mall. The younger brothers summoned by Tengu were all killed by Hulk. The streets along the way were destroyed in ruins. The buffer zone has really become a buffer point for war. Papa exited the confines of the mall. Tony, are you okay? Iron Man was a bit miserable. His face was bruised and swollen by the Big Tengu, and his arm was broken. Fortunately, Dad, he is still alive so far. Tony was speechless. Why has he been beaten these days? Listen, Tony, I see why the flag keeps expanding its territory, and you immediately stop others from destroying the flag. This kind of banner is a kind of formation. If you want to destroy it, you must destroy it at the same time. Otherwise, every time you destroy one, it will increase the strength of the other banners. If there is one left in the end, then with our ability, basically there is no way to smash the flag. During the conversation, the strength of the flag has once again grown. Strands of black lightning burst out within it. In the sky, the inverted vortex gradually became clear. Hawkeye grabbed the shackle and broke through the fourth-floor window. Swing to the side of the two, and Hulk and Tengu fought from inside the mall, like rampaging tanks, and both sides punched to the flesh. The battle was at a stalemate. But Daddy, how to dismantle it? There are two methods of demolition. One is violent demolition, which directly destroys the flag and the surrounding environment, and the other is to use formations to destroy it. But the second method is handed over to my upcoming brothers. You still use the first one way. Tony nodded. JRVS, contact SHIELD and military. Evacuate as soon as possible. If it is violently removed, that's really nothing. After all, the military is best at violent demolition. On the other side, SHIELD and the military received Tony's message. Positive emotions from SHIELD. Plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 plus 15 plus 2 plus. Negative emotions from SHIELD. Plus 5. Positive emotions from the military. Plus 2 plus 1.5 plus 3 plus 1.4 plus. Positive emotions from the military. Plus 2,000. Chapter 41. Sister, come on, sister, come on. Shirai Sunspot got the cheerleading streamers from somewhere, cheering for Misaka Mikoto behind her back. Actually, when Misaka Mikoto was destroying the second one, Storm sensed that she was struggling. Then, the third one, the fourth, were destroyed one after another. Misaka Mikoto was already panting. Only Shirai Sunspot still heartlessly cheered for Misaka Mikoto, thinking that her sister is the most powerful and powerful. Sister, come on, my lord. When they reached the fifth area, there are no living people around there. All corpses. Not only the soul, but even the blood was drained. Maintained the state of terror before his death. Storm saw Misaka Mikoto's exhaustion. Do you want to take a break? Sir, this is Sunspot's function drink. Misaka Mikoto took a deep breath. We still don't need to rest. We have to destroy these things as soon as possible. Their areas are expanding. Drink. Misaka Mikoto flipped a coin again. The dancing of the coin at the fingertips is eternal. Blink. Hum. A beam of light exploded again. Even Misaka Makoto felt really tired this time. The throbbing in Storm's heart returned. That feeling was like the feeling that my spirit had been touched by an evil spirit before. Negative emotions from Storm plus 50 plus 100 plus 150. Damn it. Something was born. Just when Storm keenly sensed that some terrible creatures descended in the middle of the ruins. Iron Man rushed to them with his tired body. Stop attacking. Now every time you destroy one, it will increase the strength of other flags. These flags will be destroyed by the military. You evacuate quickly and evacuate the surrounding common people. Although Iron Man didn't know the few people in front of him, but judging from the way they destroyed the flag, it should be the friendly camp. Even if it is not a friendly camp, it is at least a neutral camp. Anyway, it is impossible to be a hostile camp. Now he can only let the people around the flag leave as soon as possible, and then let the strength of the army destroy the flag. Great, sister, you have worked hard. Shirai Sunspot took out a wet tissue to wipe off her sister's sweat and got some oil on the way. Both Logan and Hank breathed a sigh of relief. At least, now the military has stepped in. They don't have to worry about that. Positive emotions from Logan plus 200, positive emotions from Hank plus 150, negative emotions from Storm plus 500. Tony Stark in the air, JRVS, connected to the city grid system. Sir, connected. Warning, please leave as soon as possible. The army will arrive soon. This place will become a war zone. For the sake of everyone's life, please leave as soon as possible. Please leave as soon as possible. Tony used the cell phone network to hack into the area and send these messages. After sending, fly in the other direction. After the arrival of Baron Mordo from Kamartage in New York, also met a man. Calling himself Okahachiro, he said that he is the strongest and best equipped in the Killing City. When Baron Mordo arrived, the opponent is fighting a bull ghost. That bull-like monster is wreaking havoc on the streets. Okahachiro is fully armed, as if equipped with an old mecha, but it is stronger than the mecha. On his mecha, the huge and thick arms are full of energy points, and the energy beams on the top of the head are like dreadlocks. The source, the speed and power that erupted, is simply like a monster. Under his special weapon, the bull ghost was cut into dozens of sections by him at an incredible speed. Immediately afterwards, Okahachiro raised his gun. A blue halo appeared on the bull ghost. Slap. There was a splash of blood. The entire bull ghost's body was crushed into powder. A puddle of mud hit the ground. Even the hardest skull was shattered to dregs. It's not over yet. A figure of Yulon floated up from the blood mud. Damn, guys, I remember your smell. You just killed the body I made with these corpses, but I will come back in the end. I will come to you again when the ghosts walk in the night. Baron Mordo saw the spirit of the Minotaur floating from the bull ghost. I want to stop the opponent with magic. But his magic didn't work and went straight through the opponent's body. The magic he learned in Kamartage is like warrior, which directly affects the human body, rather than spirit. It's like when Strange in the soul state fights with others, he relies on fists and feet, and he hasn't learned the magic of attacking the soul. It's not that I don't study. It is magic related to the soul, most of which are considered dark magic. It is a forbidden technique. After all, besides dark creatures, devils, evil necromancers, who do normal people play with souls. So the only non-forbidden art related to the soul is soul astral. After killing the bull ghost, Gang Hachiro stopped and walked towards the center of the city. Seeing an incredible Baron Mordo, he reminded, if you want to kill Hua Piao, hurry up, you won't have a chance to kill him when the ghosts walk in the night. After Okahachiro finished speaking, the equipment on his body suddenly flickered, and his body disappeared like 20 times the speed of sound. So fast. What a crisp power. And who is the slippery ladle he was talking about? What is the night walk of the 100 ghosts? It seems that Ancient One Mage brought me here for a reason. Negative emotions from Baron Mordo plus 100. Baron Mordo looked at the flag, and the originally intact flag, at the moment, had turned into powder just like the bull ghost before. Slipper. Looks like it's time to take a look. Baron Mordo wanted to open the portal, but found that the rules here seemed a bit different from the real world. But who made him have a solid foundation? Even if the rules are different, he can barely open the portal, spinning with a dazzling light particle. In front of Baron Mordo, there appeared a bunch of old butts. Great gift siete. Emodu felt like his eyes were going blind. Who are you? Help, help. Abrasius fell to the ground. He hastily closed the door. He clearly thought of the ruins of New York just now, but the reality is a bathhouse full of ants. Mommy Falk. Negative emotions from Baron Mordo plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus. Calm down, don't think wildly, and get back to your senses. When he closed his eyes and tried to open the portal again, his mind was full of Big Mom. Great gift shet. This kind of thought, like a meme infection, reverberated constantly in my mind. And as soon as I closed my eyes, the picture just now appeared. Negative emotions from Baron Mordo plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 plus. I need an oblivion charm. Chapter 42. Lin Tian suddenly noticed disturbances in the world. It seems that a force is about to descend on the earth. The observation scope of the creation system is expanded, and it is extended to the solar system, and then it is continued to be expanded to the universe. For a moment, all powerful creatures in the universe raise their heads and look towards the sky, but they feel as if they are being spied on, but just can't see each other, as if it was an illusion of my own. Ancient One Mage can't even watch it, let alone them. And as long as Lin Tian is used for observation, he doesn't do other things. The source of power affecting the earth was seen by him. That is the power of gemstones forged from 6 remaining powers in the universe at the beginning of creation. It turns out that there are cosmic gems about to arrive. In this way, Loki is coming to Earth soon. Lin Tian looked at the excess negative emotional energy. Store it in a small subspace first. All of a sudden, negative emotions grow too fast, which is not easy to control. Pull away excess negative emotions and throw them into the subspace. Then look to Loki. Smile slightly. That's a good treat. With one flick, several newly condensed and freshly baked creation crystals disappeared again, turned into a stream of light, and entered the depths of the vast universe. But no one can see them. Asgard, who is dreaming of Thor who recalls the gentle land of the earth. Suddenly a frost titan appeared outside the window, lying on the window and staring at him. This made Thor tremble and ended the battle prematurely. He even summoned his own meow hammer in a dream. Thor, who suddenly woke up, realized that he had just had a nightmare. Then the voice of his younger brother Loki suddenly sounded next to him. Thor, you should really see how you look, the majestic son of Odin. You are so cowardly, scared to the ground. Thor, with an angry face, knew instantly that he had been tricked. He thought the Frost Titan had attacked Odin's temple. In order to clean up the mess left by Loki, he has been fighting the 9 realms all these years. Even Jane can't see each other. This be asterisk 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 D. He still has the face to appear in front of him. Loki, I'm going to kill you. Loki smiled. You can come to Earth and talk. Are you on Earth? Definitely. Then the phantom in front of me disappeared. Thor at the moment has only one thought, to beat up his brother who went to Earth, and then bring him back. Another fat beating in Asgard. The other side. Loki, who got the scepter, couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Can control people's hearts. Maybe even Thor's heart can be controlled. Now he cannot be king of Asgard. To conquer an Earth. Not bad. He has so many Zeta Swiss soldiers now, and the supercarrier team. Conquer a tiny Earth. Isn't it easy for him? He wants to be at the highest place and let everyone witness his brilliance. Kneel down to his god. Pay homage to him. Wait, I seem to have provoked Thor in Asgard just now. Did I leave duplication there, under the influence of the event? Even if it wasn't Loki's doing. But he'll still assume that's what he did. Earth. New York ruins. The military has stopped intercepting people entering the ruins. Instead, special people are set to observe the central D and E areas. It is to prevent rule creatures from appearing and kill all the observers. As for not intercepting common people, I can't get my hands out at all. After the military region learned of the upcoming crisis, especially after learning about the upcoming incident of the flag, they began to arrange a bombing plan for the flag. Accurate calculations are required for ammunition, and events are required for the determination of the bombing plan, as well as the approval of higher levels. When General Robb received the approval document from his superiors regarding the bombing plan, General Ross offered a backup plan. Once out of control, the crisis can be resolved with a nuclear bomb, and the nuclear bomb has been prepared, ready to bomb. For the military, using nuclear bombs is always a simple and effective solution. Definitely, this is to be used without telling S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. The virtual image in front of Nick, the overall overview. The military has evacuated 13 of the current 24 flag areas, and the last 2 areas still need to be evacuated. Because the Hill agent cooperated with other agents, the problem of a flag was solved in advance, and War Machine and Falcon cleared a banner. 5 flags solved by Misaka Mikoto and 2 flags solved by Okahachiro. So, in the end, only 15 flags remain to be resolved. The military is finally able to do one thing. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 20. Obviously everything is going well. Why does it feel like the director is not in a good mood? New agent. The director has experienced big storms, This is called being prepared for danger in times of peace. Veteran employee, the director laughed, and that was the real problem. But even though the military has given a bombing plan, Nick is still worried. The main planner of the opponent's operation is still Rob. Think of Rob. Negative emotions from Nick Fury plus 200 blood pressure just soared. Take the Hill Agent channel. Nick ordered that someone be connected to Hill Agent's channel. Director, I'm preparing to evacuate. Don't evacuate now. I don't believe in the military. I'm worried that there will be accidents in this bombing. Don't forget that those guys haven't shown up until now. If they disappeared, I don't plan to do anything to Skull Island this time. I will never believe it. They have been planning for so long and will not stop, so after the crisis, they will definitely show their minions. Hill Agent was silent for a while. But we don't have enough bombs to blow up all the areas. So I can only gamble. How many can be blown up with the ammunition I have now? 7, barely enough. Then, lock 5 targets first, just in case. Although Nick gave the military the task of blowing up the flag, he was not at ease. So get Hill Agent ready for secondhand. If the military fails, their alternate plans might come in handy. Hope the alternate plan doesn't work. And on the other side, Mrs. Gao and Jean Bing, who took the initiative to accept the power of the vampire, saw their strength increase dramatically, and secretly transformed more vampires, quietly ambush. Quietly waiting for the night to come. The night will become their main battlefield. They have already prepared an ambush. Chapter 43. The area around the 14 flags has been cleaned up, and the last one is left, in the central E area of the ruins. At this moment, almost everyone has received messages from the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, Tony, and other Avengers. There are also War Machine, Falcon, and other military soldiers rushing towards the central area. It is very difficult to clear the last flag, so they have to clean up the surrounding threats in advance. The plane is out of control. Alarm, the plane is out of control. 061 out of control, 099 Sentry Tower, 061 out of control, making an emergency landing. Making an emergency landing. The sky suddenly darkened. It was as if endless black clouds were surging from all around. Dark clouds overwhelmed the city, the sun blocking the sky. The piercing sirens spread in all directions. Even in the deep mountains and old forests near the ruins, groups of birds flew towards the ruins. Immediately afterwards, military aircraft were uncontrolled in the air. They crash-landed one by one, hit the ground. Boom! There was an explosion. The life and death of the flight crew who made an emergency landing are uncertain. The skies are no longer safe today. There was even an ominous smell in the air. It seemed that at any moment there was a risk of losing one's life. On the city streets, tens of kilometers away from the ruins, full of people, they could still see the black clouds hanging over their heads. They have lived in New York for so long. I have never seen such a depressing black cloud, as if a stone is pressing on their chests, making people feel uneasy. Especially in the center of the ruins of New York, where the black clouds seem to be superimposed by millions, forming a vortex, and lightning is constantly flashing inside. Rumble. It gives people a feeling that something seems to be coming out of it. Negative emotions from plus 0.3. Negative emotions from plus 0.1. Negative emotions from plus 0.2. Negative emotions from plus 0.1. From, while others were still rushing to the area of the first flag, Dad rushed to the scene first. The flag is in the middle of that bridge. It was a broken bridge with charred cars on it after the explosion. The road is full of potholes, and occasionally there are stones more than 1 meter high and exposed steel bars. With a swollen nose and a blue face, Tony has completed the task. Father, is this the so-called night walk of 100 ghosts? To get to the bridge, you have to cross a street where ghosts walk at night. In front of that flag, faint soul particles floated on the ground, and the milky white ghost looked like a firefly in the night sky. It was unreal at first, but gradually began to appear as tangible creatures. They slowly emerged from the ground, and their figures became clearer and clearer. At the forefront are those monsters with strange shapes. There is a ghost with a single head that is as tall as a person, with 10 flames on his back, rolling on the ground. There are also short and bloated red devils with toothed faces and fangs, wearing loincloths, and laughing wildly while holding a sawn knife in the operating room. A human snake with a long snake body but a human face. There are also inagami who grow out of a human body but have a white wolfhound. There are huge amounts of toads, lizards, and other monsters. There are also flying-headed barbarians and fine mole crickets. There are also strange creatures like lantern demon and tomb fire floating in the air. As time goes by, more and more monsters emerge from the ground. A street, in the blink of an eye, is densely packed. There is no end in sight. As soon as these monsters came out, they enjoyed the fun of returning to the world in a parade posture. Talk and laugh. It looks like it's unrestrained. There is no evil at all. But in the place where the ghosts paraded the streets, there was no outsider in sight. Not even a colossal titan. It's as if the monsters around are avoiding them. Fear of their travel. Good news, it seems that there are no monster guards around the flag, so we can blow it up directly. Just as Tony finished speaking, a man also wearing armor appeared behind him. If you want to blow it up, maybe you should try to fly into the sky. Then you will know how stupid it is. Tony turned his head, saw the stranger in front of him, and frowned slightly. Who are you? I'm Okahachiro. You want to destroy the flag, and I need to kill the slide. So our missions don't conflict. But wanting to blow up the central flag with missiles is basically a dream. I often fight with them. Know them well. Those monsters next to you can stop your missiles. So if you want to blow up the flag, you better lure those monsters away. Distract them? Just kidding, hundreds of monsters. Tony glanced at his father. Dad, what he said is true or false? The old man pondered for a while. It may be true. The speed of the Ghost King is like a ghost, and the plane crashed here before. If it launches a missile, it may indeed affect the accuracy of the missile, but you can test it. Launch a missile. Tony didn't let the military launch. After all, the military's missiles were too noisy. He used his armor to fire a missile. But when the missile flew to a range of 20 meters, it suddenly seemed to be convulsed and shot towards the two middle school students running in this direction in the air. This suddenly made Tony gasp. Danger. Negative emotions from Tony plus 1,000. I come. A wolf-like man rushed over. The adamantium claws on his body sliced towards the missile. Bark. The small missile was cut into 3 pieces by him. The front explosives were not detonated. Uncle, isn't it amazing? Tony breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the people who had come were safe and sound. But then cold sweat dripped down the sideburns again. Even his missiles were out of control. If the military fires missiles, will it also get out of control? If out of control, then the missiles that bombed the ruins of New York will inevitably fail. All others exploded successfully. Only the flag here was not destroyed. At that time, all forces will be blessed on the last flag. They will never be able to smash this flag. 10 minutes left. JRVS. Contact the military. JRVS. JRVS. Stop shouting. The more you enter the central area, the more difficult it is to establish contact with the outside world, especially now that the ghosts are infected by powerful ghost power, let alone conveying information. It is a problem to go out. Okahachiro walked around in heavy armor. After finding a place that could easily avoid the sight of the ghosts, he continued. So, killing Hualao, or destroying the flag according to the time, is the only way to win. JRVS. JRVS. Natasha Romanoff. Hawkeye. Answer when you hear. Answer when you hear. In the signal, there is nothing. Try to change 20,000 words today, and try to put it on the shelves tomorrow. Chapter 44. They're coming towards us. Tony raised his hand and looked at his watch. There are still 5 minutes, and it will explode in 36 seconds. All bombs have a set detonation time. Will explode at the same time. Everything else will work, but here it will fail. Hateful. This is a result that no one expected. His brain was working like crazy. Desperately calculate various methods. But got a desperate fact. Banners here cannot be destroyed. That is even if he flew out and told S.H.I.E.L.D. The result is still the same. Couldn't fix enough dynamite to blow up the flag. He couldn't bring enough explosives in such a short time. Despair plus 1,000 from Tony Stark. Is that how it failed? Tony was a little reconciled. Even if the military throws nuclear bombs, it is useless now. Nukes can't get in at all. The detonation here must be detonated at a fixed point, and put all the bombs with a delayed time to explode. All the ghosts have already appeared, and they have no time to delay, because the Gorfiend at the fountain will break through the gates of hell at any moment. If there is any delay, until the ghosts start to wreak havoc and the blood demons from Yuquan come, even if they drop nuclear bombs, it will be useless. Wait, there is another way. While Tony's head was on high tension, Misaka Makoto, one of the 2 brown-haired girls who had just arrived, stood up. If you want to destroy that thing, I can help. If I hit with all my strength, I should be able to destroy the flag. So I need a space to display my strength. That is to say, you must lure the monster away. Tony has seen Misaka Makoto's strength and knows the level she can play. And she did destroy the flags in the street too. For Logan and the others, they believed in Misaka Makoto even more. They witnessed the power of Misaka Makoto with their own eyes. Destroyed 5 flags in a row. And she can attack outside the banner field. As for their arrival, it was because of the continuously deteriorating environment. Storm Logan and others were worried that the mutant school would eventually be affected, so they stepped forward to solve this crisis. As for Shirai Sunspot and Misaka Makoto, they claimed to be for credits. Are you sure you can do it? Tony seemed to have grasped the last hope and asked Misaka Makoto excitedly. It should be okay. I need a definite result. Misaka Makoto nodded with firm and decisive eyes. I, Misaka Makoto, can definitely do it. I also believe that my sister can do it. See the trust in Misaka Makoto. Tony took a deep breath. Storm also stood up. I will help too. I won't lose this time. Logan looked at Storm, worried. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. With a relaxed smile on his face, Storm looked at Misaka Makoto. When this time is over, I hope to live in your Academy City for a while. Shirai Sunspot smiled and held out his hand. Academy City welcomes everyone. Storm shook hands with the other party. Although the other party was just a child, Storm was very serious. At the same time, there was a gleam of light in Storm's eyes. Positive emotions from Storm plus 1,000. Now that it's been decided, Dad, let me tell you about the plan. Dad stood up. My brothers and sisters are expected to arrive soon, but we can't just wait for them, and you can't rely entirely on your support either. Therefore, I'm in charge of attracting most of the Hyaki. Father, listen, now is not the time to talk about emotions. I only attract some small monsters. The real big monsters don't care about me. Therefore, I need you to attract the second wave of monsters. These monsters are more dangerous. After the father finished speaking, he paused. Just as Tony was about to speak, Storm said, let me come for the second wave. I can gather the power of the storm and disrupt their formation. They will definitely attack me. The old man nodded, and then continued. The third wave is the more powerful monsters. Logan and Hank stepped forward. Let me. The last is the Ghost King. Okahachiro hugged his shoulders and said coldly, Sapphire is my goal, but it is very difficult for me to kill him, so I will try to entangle him as much as possible. Afterwards, you can help me solve Sapphire. Okay, Tony said again. Then Daddy, what about me? We need a substitute who can take over when anyone is about to fail, and you have the greatest mobility and are most suitable as a backup option when others cannot solve the trouble. This is the most important task. Once you cannot take over if you pass the mission, a chain reaction will be formed. Only then did Tony realize the weight of the burden on his shoulders. If any link fails locally, it will lead to the failure of the final result. Action. Only 4 minutes and 59 seconds left. We don't have much time. The action kicks off as Pa makes a magic trap. Although Tony is worried about his father's health, for now he can only wait patiently. This is the second time. Tony felt more and more powerless. Despair from Tony plus 1,000 at this time. He even hoped that he could believe in something. Let this battle go smoothly. Pa made rows of magic runes. Then say something. Immediately afterwards, the props on the ground began to flutter, connecting with Green's magical energy. And those hundreds of ghosts on the street that were originally bustling seemed to be suddenly irritated, showing hatred in their eyes. Even the gentle Inagami at the moment, dressed in clothes that looked like an onmyoji, was a little dissatisfied. The little demon below smelled the breath and ran towards the direction where the old man had set up the magic trap. Ahead of huge amounts of rolled over on the ground, staring at eyes as big as lanterns, grinning. He jumped up from the ground angrily, and then pressed towards the old man. And the little red-bodied monster, holding a saw knife, charged towards Dad. Seeing that all the monsters are coming, the old man pushed his glasses. Come chase Daddy. Dad turned and ran. The monster behind is chasing after him. This wave, Dad lured away at least 2/3 of the ghosts. But there are still some 100 ghosts who are still walking according to the established route. Storm, at the moment, flew up. The spiritual power once again controls the changes between the heaven and the earth, trying to tear the sky apart. The resulting storm instantly attracted the attention of another group of ghosts. Even the dog Shindu is attracted to Storm. As for Storm, who was in the center of the storm, the feeling from before appeared again. It seems that I can't go to Academy City to see it, but I hope you can. Storm endured the pain of being mentally polluted and began to control the storm. Like a tornado, it blew towards the 100 ghosts camp on the bridge. Far away, after seeing the power displayed by Storm, the army picked up speed, because they also found something wrong. Today's 20,000 word completion progress, 4.8K per 20K. Chapter 45. The storms created by Storm are huge. Can be seen even at a distance. Isn't that where the last flag was? What happened? Hawkeye, who was sitting on the transport vehicle, couldn't help standing up. ZZ, the signal is interrupted, unable to contact. We, too, have lost contact with the outside world. SHIELD and the military were also unable to communicate with the soldiers on the front line after the vehicle entered the ruins. Military combat labs. Rob stared at the completely blocked satellite image, his face very gloomy. Communications were down, as was the satellite. Now it's almost impossible to know what's going on inside. A colonel cautiously asked General Rob, "General, do we want to? Are you saying to stop the battle plan?" Rob took a deep look at the colonel and said firmly, "It can't be stopped. We don't have that much time. Start a backup plan. If it fails, start the backup plan directly." Rob's words cannot be doubted. "But we still have thousands of people just entering. But there are hundreds of millions of humans out there. Colonel, remember, you are a soldier, and your job is to follow orders." "Yes, sir." Starting the backup plan now is equivalent to cutting off the back route of the soldiers they sent into the city. From negative emotions +10. And the soldiers who entered the city hadn't expected what was about to happen to them. SHIELD also lost contact after seeing troops entering Area C. Nick couldn't sit still. The satellite view is now completely obscured by the storm. The city's power grid was completely broken again, and he had no cameras to use, so he had no idea what happened to the agent he sent out. Anxiety. Nervous. A variety of complex emotions made him tap the table with his fingers. The frequency is also getting higher and higher. The high-frequency sound made him feel even more anxious. He felt as if something was going to happen, but just don't know the source. Negative emotions from Nick Fury +200 +2, 01 +2, 02. The constant anxiety made his mood worse. After entering the range of City C, the oppression of the sky made people breathless. That feeling is 10 times greater than the feeling in the safe zone, more than 100 times. Just getting closer, I felt that an ominous sign was about to happen. Hurry up, it's coming soon. Group A, Group B, keep up. Dr. Banner and Natasha Romanoff were among the line of firearms-carrying lines. Natasha Romanoff persuaded Dr. Banner to follow them to this location. After approaching the storm created by Storm, they saw the Storm Woman in the sky lose her power and fall to the ground. Falcon flew towards Storm in the sky, but after he was lifted into the air, something went wrong with the mechanical wings of his body. But nervous, he still managed to fly to Storm's side. He hugged Storm, who was covered in pitch black, like countless fingers overlapping each other. But when he wants to ask the other party's status, only to find that the arm he was in contact with Storm began to be contaminated by Storm's body. He sat on the ground with Storm in his arms, his eyes filled with pain and despair. At this moment, he felt as if his arm had merged with Storm, completely indistinguishable from each other, and constantly spread towards his body. "Help me, help me." Falcon looked helplessly at Warrior beside him. A warrior saw Falcon and saw the black of his arms spreading continuously, as if countless hands crawled out of it, and then each of the countless hands was composed of countless hands. He touched it subconsciously, and at that moment, it seemed that hundreds of millions of hands touched his soul. At that moment, he wanted to indulge in this feeling of being touched. But after a shock, he felt fear again, the fear of being transformed by that power. "Help, help me." He subconsciously turned to those around him for help. War Machine flew in front of Falcon and just wanted to ask Falcon, but was immediately warned by Shirai Sunspot. "Don't go near them. They're tainted, and you'll be tainted if you touch them." War Machine looked at Falcon, who was sitting there motionless, and his outstretched hand stopped in midair. A second ago, he was joking with Falcon and said this. The next second, Falcon had an accident. He just saved one person. Why? Why is this? This is a battlefield, and there is no time for you to commemorate it. After Shirai Sunspot warned these people, he flashed away and followed Misaka Mikoto. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye, who rushed over, also saw Falcon's eyes asking for help. At this moment, they really can only watch their teammates die. Negative emotions from Natasha Romanoff +1000. Negative emotions from Hawkeye +1000. Negative emotions from War Machine +5000. Negative emotions from Falcon +1000. From Tony after seeing Storm fall. Originally, he wanted to catch the other party, but he saw his teammates get into a fight, and if he didn't take over Storm's quest, it would attract some of the monsters to turn on him. Then, Dad, the others will be killed by the monsters coming up. And he noticed that Falcon had gone to save someone. It's just that he didn't expect that his move would actually hurt Falcon. Negative emotions from Tony Stark +5000. Falcon's last outstretched hand felt like a blow to his soul. Warning, emotional instability detected. Warning, emotional instability detected. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he sacrificed a right-hand man. This is probably a very big blow to everyone. But like Shirai Sunspot told them, they don't have time to remember. Now a large number of monsters are raging on the battlefield. Logan, who was fighting with Inagami, saw the falling storm, and he also wanted to go back to save others. It's just that he doesn't have a free hand. An Inagami attack is very sharp. Hank is the same, facing a red ghost. There are hundreds of monsters chasing him around Dad. Everyone is under pressure. Once someone retreats, they leave their own line of defense. Then it all crashes. Negative emotion from Soldier A +2. Negative emotions from Soldier B +2. Negative emotions from Soldier C +2. From the soldiers who had just arrived shot at these monsters to relieve their pressure. But these monsters still seemed to be endless, clogging up the entire street. Roar! Roar! The angry green titan is here. Today's 20,000 update data is being updated, 7.0K per 20K. Chapter 46. Angry Green Hulk. Once transformed, the muscles erupting from under the ordinary body tore apart the shirt on his body, and every strand of the strong upper body muscles vented the anger in his chest angrily to the surroundings. Roar! A roar! It's like pouring invincible power into one's own body. Every muscle trembled, roaring with his rage. A monster with the body of a centipede came towards the Green Hulk. The surrounding soldiers are frightened by the huge amounts of centipede. The centipede had an evil face on its head. There is still a living person in its mouth. Green Hulk leaped forward angrily. He swung huge amounts of his fist and slammed it hard on the centipede's head. A punch had a penetrating effect on the centipede shell that could defend against bullets. That face was smashed by his fist. Destroyed the smile on that face, by the way. Immediately afterwards, like a bulldozer, the Green Hulk picked up the centipede as a weapon and pushed it towards the center of the battlefield. The scorching iron fist hit these monsters. One after another, monsters with strange shapes were smashed into a pulp by his fists, and the lantern monsters flying in the air were also torn to pieces by his bare hands by jumping up. The tyrannical Green Titan unleashes his rage indiscriminately among the monsters. Punch and kick, angrily and roaring. Even the ground was smashed by him. The monster as strong as a bull ghost was also punched tens of meters away by him. The weak ghost was blown away by his punch on the spot. But for the huge number of monsters, the monsters he killed were still not enough. The heavy machine guns of the soldiers on the ground fired bullets at the monster for free. The densely packed bullets formed a dense firepower net on the frontal battlefield. The corpses of those large and small monsters have filled the entire street, like a mountain of corpses. But behind the mountain, monsters are still constantly coming towards them. With anger, with screams. There seemed to be no end to those monsters. Weak, but huge in number. With the death of the corpse, those soul particles floating in the air seemed to be liberated from the body. It floated up from the sea of corpses. For every corpse, a soul is born. And they killed a lot of monsters. The souls that are born will be a considerable number. After the monsters die, they become ghosts in the state of souls. Common weapons are useless against them. All the ghosts that have lost their physical bodies seem to have regained a new life. While in this state, their bodies can no longer be hit by common bullets, nor can they be killed by common guns. A slain crimson imp floated towards a soldier screaming. He hugged the soldier's head and put his own face on the soldier's face. But the soldier clearly felt something grabbing him. But his hands just couldn't touch each other. There is no way to tear each other down. Red's kid sucks at him immediately afterwards. A large amount of blue light emerged from the soldier's 7 orifices. As if something had been taken away, the soldier's face quickly thinned out, and his body became extremely thin. A soul was forcefully pulled out from the body by the red ghost. Negative emotions from +5, negative emotions from +4, negative emotions from +5, negative emotions from +6. And when they thought that the spirits of these monsters would continue to come towards them, those souls that floated up all flew towards the direction of the flag. It was like being attracted by the power of the banner. Desperately got into the flag. On the ground, a 2-meter-high crack is slowly opening. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Tony glanced at the time. He looked back at the bodies of the hundreds of ghosts killed by the soldiers. Corpses floated up one after another constantly. Dad, the gates of hell are about to open. What to do? Tony flew at low altitude, fired 2 bombs, and blew up the monster in front of Dad. But the monsters that were blown to death slowly floated soul particles from their bodies. Dad yelled at Tony. The original 100 ghosts need to rush into the human world, cause massacres, and use human souls to open the gates of hell. But now there is no need for human souls. They will use the souls of all ghosts to open the gates of hell. You have to turn on your previous magnetic field device within a minute to delay the time for them to enter the flag. Otherwise, the gate of hell will definitely open before the explosion. Tony looked at the souls flying towards the flag, and he saw Hank, who was stabbed in the chest with a knife, Those soul particles floated from the ground like glowing raindrops and then drilled towards the flag. Warning, your body is not capable of high-speed flight. Warning, your body is not capable of high-speed flight. Shut up. Tony's face was gloomy, and he went to 4 places in 1 minute. Even when he was not injured, he couldn't resist the impact of that speed. But now, I can only work hard. Because everyone is working hard. Brother, I'm here. It's really hard to find you here. You have to take a plane, and you have to take a train, and you were robbed again. Stop complaining. Tony, my former seniors are here. With them, you still have at least 1.5 minutes. Several people in Taoist robes appeared beside the old man. One of the Taoists has a long beard, very prestigious among the crowd. This is the weather for the descending of the ancestor of all demons, and the gate of hell has also descended. No wonder you are looking for us. It's the first time for me, Zhong Fabai, to see such evildoers causing harm to the world. Let's go, the Taoist with the umbrella and the Taoist with the banner. As soon as Dad's senior brother entered the field, he began to reverse the situation. Eldest brother Shi Jian directly threw out the Ben Lei fist with his left and right hands, like the sky falling apart. A crimson kid who was about to take away the soldiers. When the other soldiers were at a loss, Zhong Fabai played out a piece of talisman and put the kid directly into the cloth bag. Watching the arrival of these mysterious Taoists, these soldiers couldn't help leaning quietly behind them. Unexpectedly, those evil spirits, which are difficult for them, are like picking something out of a pocket for these mysterious people. Positive emotions from +2. Positive emotions from +2. Positive emotions from +2. From. And in the center of the battlefield, where the flag is, Okahachiro has already played the second form of Slippery Demon. Female Body Meat Mountain. A feast of human bodies composed of countless female bodies. These female bodies are superimposed on each other, layer upon layer, densely packed, and a new human form is constantly born from the inside, forming a monster like a female titan. In this state, the female titan has full agility speed. And the other side, facing the flag, Shirai Sunspot led Misaka Mikoto to find the target. Waiting for the last time to come. Update 20,000 progress today, 9.3k per 20k, continuously updating. Thank you for the reward from Students Out of Nothing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Coachin, for the monthly pass. Thank you. Thank you so much. Coming soon. Chapter 47. My lord, there is still 1 minute. I need to gather strength. I need the last 15 seconds. The last 15 seconds. Protect me. Sister, Sunspot will always stand behind you. Misaka Mikoto's words will be conveyed by Shirai Sunspot. In fact, even if Shirai Sunspot doesn't convey it, others understand it. Because it is necessary to seize the opportunity to fire the electromagnetic cannon at a specific time to destroy those shells. This process cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, no matter whether the time is advanced or delayed, will lead to their failure. This means that Misaka Mikoto cannot receive any damage. Among them, only Misaka Mikoto has the power to destroy the flag. Tony risked his injury to take the initiative to call for someone to turn on the magnetic field devices located in the 4 directions of the D area. If there is no problem with the previous signal, then they can transmit messages directly through the network or satellites. Unfortunately, all signals are blocked, can only be turned on manually. Warning, your wound burst detected. Warning, Tony ignored the system's warning. For him now, the burst wound was the lightest injury. Turn on the magnetic field. Immediately, Tony rushed to the device of the magnetic field to the east. Immediately call someone to turn on the device. He didn't have much time to stay. Hear what Tony said. A soldier presses the button toward the huge amounts of magnetic field device, and under the cylindrical magnetic field device, a flashing electric current lights up. The device is like a hyperspace teleportation device in the world of Red Alert. The device starts up. Even the people around felt a tinnitus, as if they had been hit on the head with a fist. Then Tony came to the 2nd place and the 3rd place. 30 seconds left. Tony rushed to the 4th place without stopping. Just turn on the magnetic field device in the 4th place. Then they can use the magnetic field to temporarily fix those evil spirits. When Tony rushed to the 4th place, his body seemed to fall from the air uncontrollably, and then rolled on the ground for several weeks, hitting the magnetic field device before barely stopping. The soldiers guarding the magnetic field device tried to go over and lift Tony up, but he endured the pain of breaking his arm again and shouted, "Leave me alone. Turn on the magnetic field device." As long as the magnetic field device is turned on, his mission is completed. Yes. The soldiers quickly turned on the magnetic field device. A burst of invisible energy beams shone on the battlefield. After the 4 magnetic field devices became superimposed, their power doubled to the fourth power of 2. On the battlefield, those souls were frozen in midair as if they had been cast with a hold spell. Tony's vision, a success. Those on the battlefield saw hope and were all excited. In stark contrast to the desperation with which it was impossible to contend with before. He succeeded. Our counterattack has arrived. Boys F*** K these guys. Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff plus 700. Positive emotions from Hawkeye plus 1,000. Positive emotions from Logan plus 1,500. From positive emotions from soldiers plus 2. Positive emotions from soldiers plus 3. Positive emotions from soldiers plus 2. From these dense positive emotions are born after death and despair. Positive emotions from Tony Stark plus 1,000 finally succeeded. Yeah, it finally succeeded, hee. And beside the huge device Tony was lying on, a creepy sound was heard. Really, real people? Tony turned his head quickly and saw the real person. He also saw Mrs. Gao and Jean Bing behind the real person. Although he didn't know each other, it is definitely not a good person who can mix with the real person. You guys, what do you want to do? Tony used words to attract the real person's attention, and now there were only a dozen seconds left. It only takes 10 seconds to end. Then his task is completed, and the task of this device is also completed. It's okay, even if it's broken. But before the task is completed, this machine cannot be destroyed. You are protecting this machine, right? The real person showed a smile on his face. If it is destroyed, you must be very uncomfortable. Seeing that the real person's hand touched the machine, he had people reinforce these four machines. It's quite strong, but you don't necessarily need violence to break it. Just turn off the power. That's it. Spicy red chili. Where the machine was sparking, a yellow creature appeared. The yellow creature with the magnetic field device in its hands grinned evilly at Tony. I know that you may have installed a backup battery in it. Even if the power is cut off, there is no way to stop it from continuing to run. Therefore, I sent a substitute who can absorb the electric current. He can absorb the electricity of the entire town, Xian Hong. Chili, I leave it to you. Stop. Damn it. Tony gritted his eyes. His eyes were about to burst, and he tried to stand up with his hands, but just got hurt too badly. At the moment, even standing up was a luxury for him. Damn it. Negative emotions from Tony Stark, plus 1,000. Tony aimed at the guy in front of him, wanting to blast the energy beam. But his power disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, even the system was shut down. It was eaten clean by the spicy red pepper as food. Damn it. I don't need to kill you. You will soon see your friends die. This is a gift to you. Let's go. Loki, you want to invade Earth? We can make a deal. The speed at which the device rotates begins to slow down. Click. The sound of the last fan blade means that the device has stopped working. The electric current on Tony also completely disappeared. At the moment, he can only watch everything happen. But there is no way. Tony struggled to get out of Mark's armor. The armor that originally helped him became the biggest hindrance after losing the power. Damn. Tony staggered toward the center. Ghost, who had stopped moving, started moving again. Become more active. Whoosh. 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 A dozen missile heads filled with explosives lit up in the sky not far away, flying towards more than a dozen directions around the ruins of New York. They are like the last little sun rising into the sky in the night sky. They tear the darkness and bring the dawn. My lord, the last time. Within 10 meters of Misaka Mikoto's body instantly became the purgatory of thunder. Dozens, hundreds of lightning arcs flashed around her. And the last one in her hand is the human sun. The light that dances between your fingers is my eternal faith. Shirai Sunspot shouted the countdown loudly. 5. Inagami kills Hank. Logan explodes in anger and tears Inagami's head to pieces. But in the next second, he was entangled by 2 snake monsters again, and the 7 orifices were squeezed so that blood gushed out wildly. 4. Hawkeye had an arm bit off by a monster. The soldier beside him was poked in the chest by a scorpion and was picked up in the air. 3. A large number of ghosts started rushing towards Misaka Mikoto, trying to pounce on her and bite her. There were more black claws rushing out of the banner, forming one black wall after another in front of Misaka Mikoto. The layers of walls seemed to block Misaka Mikoto's attack. 2. Hulk saw the wall. 1. Hulk rushed over. The black wall was smashed, but the soul was also caught by Black's big hand. 0. Chapter 48. That hit. Through the world. That hit. Smashed the darkness. That hit. Brings the light. Huge amounts of electromagnetic guns, like Thor coming into the world, broke down the barrier behind the black wall in an instant. Burst, burst, burst. The sound of explosions from different distances resounded throughout New York. Military shield. At the moment, everyone was staring at the ruins of New York with serious expressions. Of the 15 flags, 14 were successfully detonated, also successfully destroyed. But what about the one in New York? Has it been destroyed? No one knows. Because when the missile is launched, the missile that was fired toward the center lost control, and it was unknown where it exploded. So they are not sure if the last one detonated the flag. Everyone is waiting quietly, waiting for the signal from the people inside. General Rob. Colonel, prepare for nuclear delivery. But General, even if you deliver a nuclear weapon, it will still be interfered, and it may not hit the target. Do it. Carry out the order. General Rob definitely knew. But this is a backup plan. Even if the nuclear bomb does not explode in the center, as long as it explodes in Area D, it is enough to destroy everything in Area E and the center of the battlefield. Area E. After the light disappeared, everyone couldn't help but look at the open gate of hell in the center. Did you make it? Someone swallowed, staring blankly at the flag. Pop, a crisp sound sounded. Immediately after that door, it seemed to form a tornado, frantically absorbing all the wandering souls. Pull them back to the gates of hell. Even people who had just died were dragged along. Leaving the body, he flew towards the gate of hell. It worked. We made it. Someone wept with joy. There are people hugging each other. Positive emotions from +10. Positive emotions from +11. Positive emotions from +10. Positive emotions from +13. From. Even the Avengers had joyful smiles on their faces. 1. They won. Successfully destroyed the last flag. Positive emotions from Natasha Romanoff +1000. Positive emotions from Hawkeye +600. From. And the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The haze that has been hanging over the hearts of New Yorkers at the moment seems to have been dispelled. Positive emotions from New Yorkers +1. Positive sentiment from New Yorkers +0.5. Positive sentiment from New Yorkers +1.1. Positive sentiment from New Yorkers +1.2. They don't know what happened though, but they could sense that the crisis in New York was lifted. They are safe. Watch the dissipating clouds in the heart of New York's ruins. Their positive emotions started to grow massively, out of their sight. The growth of positive emotions has made the bright side grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, fighting back towards the darkness that crushes human beings. Belief, courage, hope, constantly come together. Start to feed back on them. Negative forces can increase the strength of the dark forces. The same forces that are positive can also strengthen the strength of the light forces. Tony was seriously injured. Almost his internal organs were almost shattered in the last battle. At the moment he watched the dispelling clouds in the heart of the ruins of New York. He laughed. 1. They won. Positive emotions from Tony Stark +5000. Even if the real person wants to enter Skull Island, that will be a matter later. ZZ. Sir, I'm here. After clearing the cloud, the sun shines. Let Tony's armor collect solar energy again. Reconnected with JRVS military. Rob's hand that wanted to give the order finally let go. The final nuclear bomb order was not carried out. Although I don't know how the soldiers inside completed the task, but he knows that his soldiers are the bravest. Even in this impossible mission, they have shown strength beyond their imagination. Maybe I should trust my soldiers in the future. Positive emotions from General Rob +1000. Positive emotions from +2. Positive emotions from +2.2. Positive emotions from +1.9. And on the other side, Nick from SHILD also received the message from Hill Agent again. Second team, safe, completed the mission successfully. The third team, safe, complete the mission successfully. Positive emotions from Nick Fury +2 +3 +4 +5 +6 Positive emotions from Coulson Agent +250. Positive emotions from Hill Agent +150. Positive emotions from Sky Agent +1000. Only when they were close to the center of the battlefield could they feel their despair deeply. Hill Agent continued to report the specific situation of this battle. A summary was made including the reasons for the failure of this plan. The satellite cloud image is restored and data collection can continue. All agents are back to work in full swing. The gates of hell were destroyed. Take away a lot of monsters. But there are still some monsters that have not been taken away, so they still need cleaning. It's just that now, almost all of them have been cleaned up, and the most difficult monster left is the Ghost King Ryuu. The slippery ladle, which was in the fleshy mountain of a female body, instantly turned into a ball of blood mud under a gravity gun shot by Okahachiro. But soon, a brand new form emerged from the blood mud, the strange Force Sheep Demon. A demon with terrifying concussion power. Misaka Makoto fired a full-strength attack railgun, and at the moment didn't have any extra strength. can only sit aside and rest. And Wolverine Logan successfully killed 2 snake monsters by virtue of the self-healing ability. But Hank has lost his life. Hulk. Natasha Romanoff looked in Hulk's direction. Before Misaka destroyed the defense, Hulk used his body to break through the walls of Black's claws, giving Misaka a chance. But when she walked up to Hulk, in front of her, there was only a body that would never be angry. His soul was also pulled into the banner when he smashed those soul-touching hands. Zhong Fabai looked at the Green Titan on the ground, shook his head. I won't be coming back. Silence. Although this time he won. But more people died. Hawkeye lost a hand. Falcon and Storm are polluted and become immobilized sources of pollution. The soul of the Green Titan was caught in the gates of hell. Hank was also impaled by a claw. And this is just the price paid for shutting down a space door. Fortunately, the last real 100 ghosts did not come. The 8 evil spirits did not descend either. Yuquan Gorfiend did not come either. The space here is very fragile now. Just in case, it will take a while to recover. Shirai Sunspot, your ability is related to space, right? Dad stood up and sighed. Shirai Sunspot originally wanted to use space to teleportability, but he heard his father say so. She felt the space around her. It is indeed fragile. Maybe it's because the gates of hell are open. I hope that no one will use a lot of space power here. Update 20,000 progress today, 14.5k per 20k, continuously updating. Thank you for the reward from Students Out of Nothing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Coming soon. Chapter 49. After collecting a lot of positive emotions, finally let the positive and negative emotions barely reach a balance. Definitely most negative emotions are still stored in the warp. As negativity increases, so does the extent of the warp. However, the unique properties of the subspace will basically not be observed by anyone. Even if someone observes it, they will not notice the characteristics of the subspace. At most, it will be regarded as a pocket universe with nothing or a newly born dimensional space fragments. Such fragments exist in large numbers in the vast universe. Not enough to give birth to an evil god. When the subspace is born, that will be the biggest event. At least you can harvest it at will. Gang Hachiro used the gravity gun to blast and kill the strange goat demon again. The goat monster, which is composed of various monsters, can only hate the northwest in the face of Oka Hachiro from divine adornments. And after killing the strange force goat demon, from black slime was born again the 4th form of the Oni King. Human-animal fusion. This monster is a mixture of corpses of various monsters and human fruit bodies. It is hundreds of times more terrifying than the strange shape in terms of distortion, horror, and nausea. Just seeing it makes people frown, causing strong physical discomfort. The sand value is crazy. When the Ghost King transformed, Oka Hachiro didn't give him any chance at all. Kill his 4th form directly. After all, the Ghost King has 9 forms, each of which is difficult to produce, especially the last form of God. Even Oka Hachiro, who has scored 100 points 7 times in the Slaughter City, a super boss, has no confidence that he can beat Slicker Ghost. The battlefield between Oka Hachiro and the King of Ghosts also fell into a state of ultimate dogfighting. The 5th form is born. Uncle Mimic. This form is equivalent to the 1st form, the upgraded version of the Wretched Man. Be able to express themselves fluently in human language. For being able to force out this form of mine, you can be considered very powerful. However, in this form, in theory, no matter how serious the injury is, I can heal quickly. Oka Hachiro rushed forward, mobilizing the armor at the fastest speed at lightning speed. The speed at which he wields the special weapon has exceeded the traces that the human eye can capture. A speed of Mach 5 was reached. That is close to 5 times the speed of sound. Oka Hachiro, who had cut dozens of knives in a row, put away his knives. But the Ghost King in the 5th form, the slippery ghost, although his body was broken in dozens of pieces, his flesh and blood did not slip from his body, but healed in an instant. But this is not his scariest place. The most terrifying thing about him is learning and mimicry. No matter what ability it is, he can learn it deeply, then copy and use it. He didn't intercept Oka Hachiro's attack just now because he wanted to learn the opponent's strength. And now he has learned. Swish. The speed of the slide suddenly increased sharply, and it was heading towards Oka Hachiro at a speed of Mach 5, but 2 weapons similar to Oka Hachiro appeared on his arm. This is his mimicry ability. The continuous slashing cut off Oka Hachiro's energy conveyor belt, and instantly chopped Oka Hachiro's battle armor into pieces, and the soldiers who shot at him next to him. It was also cut off in an instant. In an emergency, Oka Hachiro used the golden cicada to escape the shell and released a burst of mist, then jumped behind the slippery ghost. 1 cut and 2 paragraphs. From the bottom of the slippery ghost's body, it was torn all the way to the top of the body. The slippery ghost was killed by Gang Hachiro again. It's just that after killing the slippery ghost this time, Hachiro put away his weapon. I'll go first. If you want to kill him, you have to be surprised. How many people who came to cooperate with Hachiro heard that Hachiro was leaving? Do not fight. Tired, take a break. Gang Hachiro looked chic and flicked his clothes away. But in fact, everyone else saw it. Hachiro is going to run away. His armor was cut into several pieces by the Ghost King. Now in Agami, apart from a set of tights, there is only a knife that he chopped off. What are you waiting for if you don't run it this time? Although the problem of the Gate of Hell has been solved. But Slider Ghost, they haven't solved it yet. At this time, Baron Mordo finally arrived at the scene. Looking at the corpses piled up on the ground, and the evil aura in the distance. And sources of pollution. That is, do not touch. The guarding soldiers stopped him immediately. Don't touch this, and please leave. Baron Mordo quickly cast his magic. I am mage, let me in. Negative emotions from Baron Mordo plus 1,000. Baron Mordo, who was allowed to pass, was still staring at the source of pollution. It seemed that even the ground would be polluted after a long time. It's not dark magic, but it's more evil than dark magic, and it's an incomprehensible force. Could it be Dormammu? He is mage, and he is more familiar with this kind of dark creature. But he has never seen such a strange dark creature. Dormammu was crazier than he could have imagined. This kind of distorted pollution source, just looking at it, makes the scalp feel numb, as if it is cracked. And the war that took place here was too tragic. He could feel the breath of soul collapse. A twisted corpse spread randomly on the ground. There are also soldiers who are packing up the bodies of their soldiers. Because too many died, they could only be thrown on the car like cement bags and stacked together. Boom! There was an explosion. Baron Mordo watched a man running towards him. Mouth seems to be still cursing, and looked behind him from time to time, as if running for his life. The eruption was very intense. Bullets shoot for free. Even rockets and other bombs were desperately blasted towards each other. In an instant, the cannons were thunderous and the sea of fire was monstrous. Sixth form, blood bomb cannonball. Seventh form, long-haired female ghost. Eighth form, human and beast twin ghosts. Accompanied by one after another sliding scoop shape was solved by the soldiers in front. Finally, Slippery Ghost started the final evolution. The surrounding flesh and blood began to integrate in his direction. Gradually, it became his body, his shell. However, the Slippery Ghost disappeared in front of everyone the moment it was born. And when Baron Mordo just wanted to ask the man running over in front of him. Next second, behind him appeared a half-skeleton monster. His whole body was as brown as stiff birch bark. His sternum was tightly exposed, and dozens of sharp thorns grew out of his back. That domineering gesture made Baron Mordo stunned for a moment. Swish! The safety catch of the firearm has not been opened yet. In the ninth form of the slide, Hachiro's head was removed, and he returned to the center of the battlefield. 20,000 words update progress. 16.7K per 20K, coming soon. Chapter 50. The speed and power of the demigod skeleton is frightening. Seeing that the military is like ants under his hands, being brutally killed by him wantonly. Even the most psychologically strong soldiers flinched. Can't kill all the time. How many forms does this guy have? Seeing Dad coming, Natasha Romanoff and the one-armed Hawkeye pulled Dad to hide. After all, Dad knows the most about these things. Father, is there a way to kill this monster? The old man hesitated for a moment. It's hard. This Ghost King has countless forms, and is affected by Yuquan Blood Demon Golden Elixir. As long as he is not killed, he will continue to evolve until he is perfect and cannot be killed. State. Dad's words made people feel hopeless. Can evolve infinitely. Every time you kill him, it makes him stronger. How to play this? Is there no way to kill him? Zhong Fabai quickly took the words of his father. Definitely yes. In this world, all creatures have weaknesses. Even invincible creatures also have weaknesses. Then what to do? Hawkeye asked hastily. Zhong Fabai was smoking a pipe. Find the rule that matches the killing of him. Didn't the guy before tell you that only by surprise is the way to kill him? So if you want to kill him, you have to be by surprise, and how to kill him is up to you. That's right, I'm going to fight evil ghosts. Ghost is okay, but to deal with Ghost Kings, let's forget it. Seeing that everyone else was looking at senior brother Shi Jian said coldly. What are you looking at? As a senior brother, I definitely do my part in this kind of thing. However, if it is another master of junior brother Chun, maybe even Yuquan Blood Demon is not a problem. The others listened to the bickering of Papa's brothers. I feel that the relationship between my father and these brothers is not very harmonious. Just when several people were communicating, A hand suddenly stabbed into the Ghost King's body. Then, a lightning-like force burst out, quickly disappeared, and then appeared at the bridgehead. Ghost King disappeared. There was a sudden scream from the army. Under the bridge, dozens of vampires jumped out in an instant, biting the military's neck. Transform it into a vampire. The dark clouds in the sky have not completely dispersed. These vampires can move. Immediately afterwards, Xi and Hongjiao appeared beside the real person with the Ghost King who had been stabbed through the body. And the real person stretched out his hand and pressed it on the Ghost King's body, accompanied by a twist and change of Ghost King's body. The real person laughed. Hee hee, everyone, we meet again. Real person? Hear real voices. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. For some, the sound is all too familiar. That's all he sparked. He is the source of everything. Now the real people wait until they are almost exhausted, probably just to reap the benefits of the fisherman. The spicy red pepper floated in the air, with a strange look in his eyes, then disappear invisibly in front of everyone. Real man, what do you want to do? Hee hee, I didn't expect that the AI redstone that Lord Dio needs is in the body of Yuquan Gorefiend. Although I don't want to lose my life, who made it master the AI redstone? AI redstone, SHIELD, and the military, which re-established the network, quickly knew about this thing. What it is? The DIO behind them wants to snatch AI's redstone? See other people's questions. The old man stood up and explained. According to the records in ancient books, there is a big monster who evolved to the final stage on Skull Island, and then he built Skull Island to suppress all beasts. The blood demon from Yuquan entered Skull Island. When the big monster was about to die, he stole its crystal and became the most powerful monster in the evil way. For that crystal, everyone calls it differently. Some call it AI Jahangshur, some call it the Jade of the Four Souls, and some call it the Jade of Four Souls. It's a demon pill. I always thought it was a story before, but after seeing the constantly evolving Ghost King, coupled with what the real person said, I almost understood. There should be a fragment of the Jade of the Four Souls in the body of the Ghost King Huapiao. As long as you have a few fragments, you can make a common creature evolve. It is said that after gathering all the fragments, you can obtain the final evolution, gain the full power of the big demon, and become the emperor of the world. Jade fragments of the Four Souls. Asia redstone fragments. The real person is in front of several people. From the body of the Ghost King who was distorted by him, he grabbed a red square pyramid. A very fine fragment. Really, after the old man saw it, his face became heavy. If the DIO behind him is allowed to obtain complete fragments, then the entire world, and even the entire universe, will be shrouded in his shadow. However, you are doomed to fail. The gates of hell have been closed, and the blood demon from Yuquan will not come. It's closed, but someone will open it for us, right, Loki? Loki? Hear people say Loki. Some people didn't react, but Hawkeye remembered. At the time of SHIELD, they imprisoned Thor, and the original Mjolnir came to Earth. Loki ruled Asgard, and they knew that there were such gods outside the universe. Afterwards, Loki wreaked havoc on a large scale on Earth in order to beat Thor. Then he was beaten by Thor. SHIELD also invited Thor to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor didn't refuse. However, it has been more than 2 years since then. No news from them. They also haven't been in touch with Thor, so they don't know what happened to Thor. I don't know who won and who lost the battle between him and his brother. Now hear Loki's arrival. Let them feel uneasy. Does Loki's coming to Earth mean Thor's failure? Also, why would Loki help them open Skull Island? Mom F***** K. Negative emotions from Nick Fury, plus 1000. A figure was projected from the sky. Introduces Loki, the god of trickery in his mask and Asgard battle attire. Everyone long time no see. Loki has a smirk on his face. He now has an entire army at his command. Such a huge army, invading the whole Earth, couldn't be simpler. Moreover, the Earth still has Baal our *****. Want to cooperate with him and invade the Earth together. How could he not agree to this? Take down the Earth first, take a territory, and then go to face Thor. That's Loki's plan. It's also what he wants to prove to others. He, Loki, can also inform the world by virtue of his strength. Back then, he could have killed his Frost Titan's biological father for Asgard, and used Bifrost to destroy the entire Frost Titan's territory. It is proof that he can also be a king. 20,000 words, update progress, 19.7K per 20K, coming soon.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.